So you can see that there is a unique identifier for the file itself. That's referred to as a content identifier, or CID. But what that actually is, it uses the Merkle DAG. I won't get into specific details on that. The docs are all available online if you want to have a really boring afternoon and read about it. But at the end of the day, it's basically an array of blocks, right? It takes that file, breaks it up into blocks, and then creates an array with the content identifiers of those specific blocks. So when you go to make a request for, in this case, the Ubuntu install ISO, you make a request for that main content identifier, and IPFS takes care of the rest of finding all of the different blocks associated with it by crawling that array, retrieving them from whatever systems within IPFS are actively hosting those portions of the file, reconstructing it, and then delivering that to whoever requested the file. So how do you access content within the IPFS network? So there's two basic methods for this, right? One of them involves installing that IPFS client application that allows you to store and retrieve content from within the IPFS network. Alternatively, you can use what are called IPFS gateways. And they actually have a list of currently maintained IPFS gateways that you can go pull the links on the slide. But these effectively sit between the regular internet and the IPFS network and provide that translation service. If you're familiar with I2P.RE or TortoWeb gateways, this functions very, very similarly to that. Completely transparent to whoever's requesting the data from within the IPFS network. It will go, it will retrieve it, and then it will deliver it as if it's a normal web request. And so this is what that kind of looks like, right? So you've got a victim on the internet who's directed to make an HTTP request for an IPFS gateway, including the CID of the actual content within IPFS that is being requested. The IPFS gateway will then locate the resource, it will reconstruct the file, and then it will deliver that back to the victim seamlessly as if it was normal HTTP response data, right? So very similar to your TortoWeb gateways in that regard. Usually the way that these are set up is you'll have either a subdomain of the IPFS gateway that specifies the content identifier of the file they're being directed to, or they'll use it as a part of the URL path. There's a few different ways that you can configure it. There's also some DNS record configuration that you can do that enables an IPFS gateway to process the requests and actually know what content to grab. But the most common are using a subdomain or a URL path. So let's talk about what this actually looks like in real life. And I'm going to start with phishing. Phishing is using this quite a bit. It's one of the most common abuses that I've seen over the past 6 to 12 months or so. So typical of phishing, right? These start with email attachments. So you receive an email that says, hey, you've got an invoice or a bill or you need to pay us money. Here's an attached PDF. You open the PDF. In this case, it was made to look as if it was generated by the DocuSign document signing service, right, that everyone uses for important stuff like signing mortgage documents and loan docs and stuff like that. So these typically include a review document link. When you click on that link, you're directed to what appears to be a Microsoft sign-on page. But in this case, it's actually being hosted within the IPFS network, and the link is pointing to an IPFS gateway. So in this case, it's ipfs.io, and then you can see that content identifier as part of the URL path. So when the IPFS gateway gets this, it knows, okay, well, I'm configured to know where the CID is in the URL, so I know how to process the request and then deliver the content. IPFS isn't just for storing documents or files, though. You can actually completely deploy websites within the IPFS network. Those are often referred to as things like distributed applications or DApps. This is one example of that where a lot of people are putting phishing kits within IPFS, right? They don't have to pay for content hosting. They don't have to stand up web server infrastructure. They don't have to worry about content moderation. They don't have to worry about web hosts taking down their infrastructure because of abuse activity. It's within IPFS, it's resilient to content moderation, and it's the perfect solution for deploying things like phish kits and ensuring that they have a relatively long lifespan. So in this case, they're themed to make it appear as if it's like a Microsoft login page. When you enter your credentials and click the form button, what actually happens is the browser makes a HTTP post request and sends the entered credentials to an attacker-controlled server on the regular internet. One thing to note about IPFS, right, is there is no data privacy. So anything that's stored within IPFS is accessible by anyone that accesses the IPFS network. So what we've seen is a lot of threat actors will stand up their phishing kits and they'll stand up their distribution mechanism within IPFS, but then they'll send their credentials to an attacker-controlled server so that they have them and no one else can get access to them. So this is fairly typical behavior from phishing activity that's abusing IPFS. We've seen a pretty significant increase in this activity as more adversaries recognize that this is a cost-effective way to establish what is like next-gen bulletproof hosting, right? You don't have to use a fast flux botnet for hosting. You don't have to rotate through significant amounts of infrastructure. You can just throw stuff into this resilient, decentralized network, and no one can really do anything about it because it's being mirrored across multiple systems, and there's no single authority to take action on that content. So I have seen situations where IPFS gateways do make some attempt to content moderate. So they'll basically track SIDs of known bad things, and they will block access to it. But really, it's like whack-a-mole, because all you have to do is change a single byte in the file, throw it back into IPFS, you get a new content identifier, and you're good to go. Likewise, there are a ton of different IPFS gateways, and while this specific IPFS gateway blocked access, not all of the IPFS gateways are communicating and standardizing block lists or anything like that, so it's really just whack-a-mole at that point. Change your content identifier, or just link to a new IPFS gateway, and your campaigns can still perform. So that's phishing. That's pretty much what all of the phishing activity using IPFS looks like right now. There's slight variations. Sometimes instead of including a link to IPFS gateways, they'll include Google Translate redirect. So they'll basically put the URL into Google Translate and then send the Google Translate link versus just linking directly to the IPFS gateway itself. But other than those types of minor variations, this is pretty much what 99% of the phishing activity looks like. So let's talk about malware. So I started monitoring for IPFS abuse in early 2022. I read about Filecoin and IPFS and some of these new Web3 technologies, and my first thought was, wow, this would be really useful for adversaries. And so I kind of just started putting detection content together in rules and things like that to monitor things like public sample repositories for samples that exhibit behavior communicating to IPFS gateway domains. And I started seeing results. So mid-2022 is when we started to see kind of a ramp up of activity, both phishing and malware distribution. And I actually published some research related to this in November. And then as I was getting ready to travel out here, I went and pulled numbers from November to, I think, January 25th. And it's continuing to increase. So this is likely a problem that is going to continue to expand. You're going to see higher volumes as more and more threat actors recognize this is a viable hosting solution for resilient malware distribution campaigns. So let's talk about some case studies. I want to start out by talking about an Agent Tesla campaign that's been ongoing for the past 6-7 months or so. If you're not familiar with Agent Tesla, it's an information stealer. It's readily available. It's commodity. It's typically in one of the top 10 most distributed malware families that you see at any given point in time, right? It's everywhere. There's a multiplicity of threat actors that are leveraging Agent Tesla IPFS gateway, and it would pull down the next stage payload. You can see the request on the left-hand side to the specific IPFS gateway, and this is an example where that subdomain that I mentioned earlier was being used versus the actual URL path to specify the content identifier for the next stage of the infection process. And then you can see the response content looks just like a blob of data. So there's a static key that's defined within the downloader that is responsible for taking that blob of data, running each byte against that static key, and then regenerating the next stage malware payload. You can see the list on the slide there. You can see the first couple bytes, the 4D5A, that's your MZ header for a PE32 file. So that PE32 file is then reflectively injected into memory and then executed, thus infecting the system with Agent Tesla and starting out the information stealing process. So I want to talk about another loader that I discovered when I was looking at different threats that are leveraging IPFS for various operations within the infection process. So in this particular case, I discovered a loader and 3 separate clusters of malware samples that were all responsible for performing different things on infected systems. So the initial loader was very similar in all 3 of these clusters of final payloads. And based on code similarity across all of the clusters, we assess with high confidence that the threat actor is the same in all 3 of the cases. So this was an ongoing campaign that spanned a period of several months, where it appeared that the threat actor was actively developing and updating their payloads. So the first thing that this malware would do, the loader stage of the infection process, was it would create its working directory, right? You can see the path within the app data directory within Windows that it would write to. Interestingly, they would actually pull down a Python installation onto the system and store it within that working directory. What's interesting is they were actually leveraging the curl utility, which was a strange design choice because curl as a native command that's invocable from within the Windows command processor itself was only introduced to the Windows operating system with, I think, Windows 11. Previously, you had to use PowerShell to invoke kind of the equivalent of curl, but they weren't using PowerShell in this case. So it limits the potential targets that this would actually work on. Next thing that they would do is they would just unzip the Python installation within that directory so that it was usable in future stages of the infection process. So here's an example of the final payload retrieval. So once they had staged the Python environment on the system, they would reach out to an IPFS gateway and they would pull down the next stage of the infection process. In this case, you can see the Python import statements that are being returned by the IPFS gateway from the Python script that's functioning as the next stage payload. It's kind of interesting because I think most of the time when I'm looking at Python-based malware, threat actors will use something like Nuitka or PyInstaller or Py2exe to take their Python malware once they've written it and compile it into a Windows executable that ships with all of the Python dependencies. So when you execute the malware, it drops what it needs to and then it executes natively. This was kind of, again, a strange design choice, including the raw Python and requiring the system to actually download Python itself in order to support continued operations and further infection activities. So as far as hiding artifacts and achieving persistence, the loader would basically just use a trib within Windows to set the file attributes for the working directory and all of the malicious components associated with the malware to hidden in system. Likewise, for persistence, they would use your standard registry run keys to ensure that the malware would execute across system reboots, right? So you infect the system, and next time it reboots, the malware kicks back off. So let's talk about the final payloads. So I'll start out with cluster 1, which was basically a Python reverse shell. It looked like it was generated using MSF Venom. If you're not familiar with MSF Venom, it's the payload generation utility that ships with Metasploit. In this case, it was obfuscated, right? They base64 encoded the Python and then just included the minimal amount of Python code required to basically decode the base64 encoding. And so this was a multi-layer encoding. You had to work through a handful of different layers of base64 encoding. But finally, you would see the actual Python code responsible for establishing a reverse shell back to the attacker's command and control server. In this case, they were using port 4444, which is kind of the default that you see everywhere when you're reading like how to use Metasploit docs. Everyone wants to default to 4444. Unfortunately, when I was analyzing this particular sample, the C2 was no longer listening on that port, but this is your standard Python implementation of a reverse shell that you get with Metasploit. So cluster 2 was wipers, destructive malware, written for the Windows operating system. In this case, again, they didn't actually compile it into an executable. They just dropped a batch file that was responsible for deleting shadow copies on the system, deleting all of the subdirectories within the user's tree within Windows, which is typically where your user profile data is stored. And then they would iterate through any mounted file systems present on the system and destroy the content on those systems as well. So think removable storage devices, map network drives, things like that. So cluster 3 was a full-featured information stealer that was implemented within Python. So it was designed very similar to a lot of the other stealers that you see out there, your red lines and things like that, where it had a laundry list of different applications that it supported retrieving sensitive data for. You can see a list of some of the applications that it supports on the screenshot there. It also supported stealing browser data from Chrome and Firefox. Here's an example of the code responsible for stealing login data, and then here's the code responsible for stealing cookies. Very typical of information stealers that you see. Not a whole lot of stealers are being delivered as raw Python scripts, so kind of an interesting implementation. One of the interesting things that was built into this stealer was Discord token protector bypassing. So Discord's become very popular. I've done some talks on how Discord is being abused in the wild. One of the things that has kind of happened is kind of an arms race between Discord users and adversaries that are attempting to steal authentication tokens and data so that they can masquerade as those users to further communicate with the user's friends groups, interact with servers that user is a part of. So what happened was all of these threat actors started stealing Discord tokens, and then these developers started creating Discord token protectors, which basically prevent access to Discord tokens. So once these token protectors became popular, people started writing token protector bypassers. So it's like a whole thing with Discord. If you're not familiar with some of this activity, it's kind of interesting to see the evolution in adversaries that are targeting Discord, and then developers that are trying to protect Discord data, and then adversaries kind of trying to bypass that. Seems like a lot of work, but it's lucrative, so that's why threat actors are continuing to do it. And then in this particular case, command and control was being performed over Discord webhooks. So Discord has an API mechanism that's called a webhook that allows you to script interactions with Discord servers, and it started being abused across various malware over the past few years. Really ramped up during the pandemic when everyone kind of started moving to Discord for things like conferences and professional events and things like that. So this is just an example of the malware taking advantage of that webhook API, and you can kind of see the information that's being transmitted to the adversary over Discord. So let's talk about Dark Utilities. Dark Utilities is a fairly new command and control as a service platform that has been made available and is seeing widespread adoption across the threat landscape. So if you're not familiar with command and control as a service, they've effectively created a platform where you can pay, it was, at the time I did this research, it was I think €9. And you can gain access to a web portal where you could administer bots that you've infected with the payload that's being provided by the Dark Utilities platform itself. It's marketed as a server management and administration platform, but I mean, they support things like process injection, persistence mechanisms, and they even advertise crypto mining. So it's a pretty shady platform. So this is what the admin panel looks like. When you log into it, you can see the different nodes that are acting as command and control servers for Dark Utilities customers. And you can see at the time I took this screenshot, there was about 3,000 users of this platform. So you do the math, right? €9 times 3,000 users over a period of just a few months is what the threat actors behind this platform have been able to make off of selling access to the payloads and the associated C2 infrastructure. So the way these payloads work is they are cross-platform. They support a variety of different operating systems, and when you select what operating system to expand support, while I was doing the research, they actually expanded support for even more operating systems. So here's an example where they, while I was doing the research on the original payloads and tracking the use of them across the internet, they actually expanded and began to support the ARM architecture as well. So they're actively evolving, expanding support for various operating systems, and they even describe like what you would typically use these payloads for: phones, CCTV, routers, Wi-Fi repeaters, IoT devices. So this is what the nodes look like. So if you've infected some systems with Dark Utilities, this is where you go to administer them, see resource usage statistics, and things of that nature. So in addition to crypto mining, they also support layer 4 and layer 7 denial of service payloads. So you can see an example of where you go to configure those DOS payloads within the Dark Utilities platform that then gets executed by all of the nodes under your control. So I mentioned earlier they support XMR mining capabilities using a specific mining pool. It functions very similar to every other XMRig variant malware that you've ever seen in the wild as far as like how it works on the system. They're actually just using a modified version of XMRig, but this is where you would go to configure it. You put your Monero wallet in, and it takes care of commanding all of the systems to begin the mining process and transmitting the generated Monero to your wallet. They also support distributed command execution. So let's say you have 100 bots that you've infected. You can actually execute commands across all of those systems simultaneously, assuming that they're running the same operating system, obviously, right? And they also support distributed Discord token grabbing. Again, Discord's like it's a big thing nowadays as far as like stealing Discord tokens and impersonating users and then using that for further distribution campaigns and social engineering and things of that nature. They're even nice enough to include an interactive PowerShell prompt within the platform so that you can directly administer your servers. And they include a built-in Python interpreter as well if PowerShell's not your thing. So they have a variety of different support for various functionality that doesn't require the threat actors using this platform to know how to even code at all. It's all out of the box working. You know, you can just log in and use it. So it's really minimizing the barrier to entry for adversaries. In addition to like the web portal and administering your nodes and configuring your DOS payloads, they also support a REST API that you can use to automate sending commands for things like denial of service attacks to your nodes. And they even include wiki pages with sample payloads that you can use to direct your nodes to conduct these sorts of denial of service attacks against various targets, gaming servers, and things like that. So their terms of service. So they have a terms of service, and they say that if you execute a payload on a computer that's not yours, it's illicit, but it's between you and your government, and they don't save any information about you. But then right below that, they have a how-to guide on building a botnet. It's pretty verbose. Like, this is just step one, exploiting vulnerabilities manually. And it just goes through step by step how you go from finding vulnerable systems on the internet, infecting them, and then administering the nodes once they're part of your botnet. So let's talk about who is behind Dark Utilities. So there's a threat actor that uses the handle implexsys. He's the main admin and owner of Dark Utilities. He's located in France. He's got a relatively short history of activity, posting activity on various forums and chat communications channels. Doesn't go back very far. But he does have a collaborative relationship with a small group of developers that assist with the various projects that are being attributed to him that he's advertising in various marketplaces. So here's just a couple of the other projects that implexsys also runs. So on the left, you've got a Discord raid tool. So if you're not familiar with this, a couple days until the reputation gets too bad. And so with that, I will open it up if anyone has any questions.
Have you ever heard of data shards? I think that was supposed to be like a Libre competitor to IPFS.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You said, what did you call it?
Data shards?
Data shards. No, I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, okay.
But if it's a competitor to IPFS, I will probably look that up.
Yeah.
I have a question from the Discord channel. Does IPFS system track the source IP when someone uploads content?
Yeah, it's not easy to get at that data. I mean, theoretically, it's somewhere, but it's not super easy to get at. And then once the data is within IPFS, all bets are kind of off. As is the case with most malware distribution, right? They're not just going to typically log in from home and upload content into IPFS, they'll be using a VPS on some other sort of bulletproof hosting provider to install the IPFS client and then facilitate the retrieval. So it might not be super helpful even if you were able to get at that data. Awesome. Well, thank you all.
track 1, 10 o'clock, with Yael Grauer. PSA, doorbells, cameras have mics too. So please give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Yael and I work at Consumer Reports. But I actually got my writing career started as a middle school student. I had a little diary that I thought was secret until my brother threatened to read it. And of course, none of us want our older brothers to read our bad poetry or learn about our middle school crushes. But these days, you don't actually need to write your private thoughts down for them to be overheard by strangers. So here's a question for you. Have you ever walked down the street thinking that you were alone having a really private conversation? Maybe you took a call outside, or you went on a walk with a friend to talk about a health condition, or your roommate that you didn't want to overhear the call, or maybe you were talking about your breakup or even a problem at work. What you might not have realized at the time is that it is very likely that the conversation that you took outside for privacy was actually being recorded. It was within earshot of a video doorbell that nearly 1 in 5 people in the US have. And if you have a doorbell camera, you might be recording audio from unsuspecting passersby as well. That audio could even be sitting on a company's servers. I started thinking about this when Matthew Guerglia from EFF approached us. He's a policy analyst, and he asked Consumer Reports to start investigating it because he became concerned with Ring because it seemed like when he was taking a walk overnight, he would walk to the coffee shop, and he noticed that there was 12 or 13 Ring cameras that he saw along the way to his walk. And he started thinking about how an aggregate, because these are kind of centralized cameras and microphones, they could be used to track a person as they move from place to place, going about their day. And he realized it went beyond just the visuals captured on it because you could hear voices, and it got EFF really concerned about the audio capabilities. So EFF reached out to us to see if we could set up some kind of test in our lab to see what kind of audio collection these devices were capable of. And our testing team went to the lab, and I'll let you listen to the results for yourself.
Sitting 3 feet away from the Ring doorbell. I am now sitting 6 feet away from the Ring doorbell. I'm now sitting 9 feet away from the Ring doorbell. I'm now sitting 12 feet from the Ring doorbell. And this is 15 feet from the doorbell. I am 18 feet from the Ring doorbell now.
So as you just heard, you can hear audio from...
Sitting 3 feet away from the...
I clicked on the wrong thing. As you can just see twice, you can hear audio from 18 feet away, which was the furthest that we had tested. That was as big as the room was, so it was as far back as they could go. But I wanted to kind of simulate this not just in the lab, but in what it might look like in a real-world example. So we had our home writer, Dan Rocklowski, mount a doorbell camera and another camera we were looking at on his porch. And this was somewhat intelligible from about 20 feet away. And he was playing BBC audio to ensure there was the same level of audio in each test, and I'll let you listen to that. 5 feet.
Lack of time, it was not possible to get every group included, although, as is shown quite clearly in the figure, upward of 80% are accounted for. I think nothing else need be said in this place.
10 feet.
The different speech sounds have been moulded into sentences such that the consonants and usual compounds occur in the vowel combinations which are met with very frequently in English.
15 feet.
Lack of time, it was not possible to get every group included, although, as is shown quite clearly in the figure, upwards of 80% are accounted for. I think nothing else need be said in this place on the subject.
20 feet.
The different speech sounds have been moulded into sentences such that the consonants and usual compounds occur in the vowel combinations which are met with very frequently in English. Lack of time, it was not possible to get every group included.
25 feet.
Need be said in this place on the subject. The different speech sounds which have been moulded into sentences such that the consonants
30 feet.
The different speech
disclose that I did increase the volume up to 15 decibels afterwards, and I put that really big in the bottom because I didn't want anyone to say like, oh, this was edited. But as you know, if you've studied audio, if you can't hear something, then no amount of turning the volume up will make it audible. And I thought this was kind of alarming that you could hear it really clearly pretty far away. And Senator Markey actually asked Amazon how far away it thought the devices could record from, and they declined to answer. And so I reached back out to Matthew to get his thoughts on why this is so alarming. And he told me that people say there's no expectation of privacy in public, but a hushed conversation on a sidewalk at night or in a car with the window cracked open, or even the idea that your neighbor's doorbell can't hear your conversation through an open window, in many if not all of these situations, people do expect there to be some level of privacy. And that's why we have wiretapping laws and consent laws about being recorded, because we know a hidden microphone left with the intention of recording your neighbor's conversation is an invasion of privacy. It's why the Supreme Court's 2019 Carpenter decision said that walking past one doorbell camera in public might not always constitute an invasion of privacy. But if you had a way to collect all of the data from all of the doorbell cameras you walk past in a day in aggregate, that certainly is legally as well as ethically a profound invasion of privacy. This is a map of Ring cameras that posted Ring footage to the Neighbors app, which becomes mappable with geolocation tags. And Gizmodo uses this data to kind of get a rough estimate of where Ring cameras are. And even with this limited set, you can see there's full neighborhoods in DC where it would be impossible to walk around without being recorded. And you can imagine all the things you wouldn't want heard. Even if you are in a neighbor's house with your window open, you might think you were in the privacy of your own home and not know that these very personal conversations are recorded and they can be heard from your neighbor's camera or even your own camera in your own house. And I'm sure it's not hard to think about things that you could be talking about in your home that you wouldn't want people to hear. So I made a joke about my diary earlier, but I want to point out that there are some serious potential harms here. And as with any kind of surveillance, we know that this is more likely to affect marginalized people, which could be low-income folks, women, or people of color. And it's really hard to write about this when I was doing journalism for Consumer Reports because people don't tend to want to talk about to the media about or the public about ways they were extorted or discriminated against or embarrassed and how their lives were destroyed when their most private information was made public. But it's not difficult to imagine what that might look like. I did find this Reddit post about a queer 16-year-old whose neighbor was sending photos of her with her girlfriend to her parents and like implied she stole a bike and so forth. And so I'm sure you can think of some examples of things you'd be talking about. You're in your apartment picking up your mail, you're on a phone call walking around the block, or even inside your own home with your screen door open. And then there's the issue of people sharing it. They could post it on the Neighbors app or online. We know that footage from video doorbell cameras goes viral all the time. There's even a TV show, and I haven't been able to watch it yet, but I thought it was really bizarre. Like there's this sort of dystopian show called Ring Nation. And it's sort of like a cross between America's home videos and like, I don't know, Black Mirror. And normally like they clear footage, they're like, oh yeah, we followed all the legal rules to clear it. They're getting permission from the people who own the cameras, not the people who are, being portrayed in these. I think that might be different for television. I think it depends on if there's sound on and all sorts of other things because there are some legal nuances there. But in general, it's like if somebody takes my picture, that affects me, not the person who took the picture, in my opinion. So, and then there's the law enforcement implications here because the audio could even be shared with police. And you might not want to share the footage with police, but the companies might even be sharing it without your knowledge or consent, in some cases without even a warrant. Obviously, if end-to-end encryption is off, then the police can request that from the company. It doesn't even go through you. You might not even know about it. And Ring has been called to task for this because they had this really weird emergency provision where they can decide in which situations police are allowed to circumvent the few legal restrictions that are in place to access the data. So like somebody at Amazon gets to decide what's an emergency and when people are at risk, which I think is kind of bizarre. And I don't want to only call out Ring here. We have found that other companies do this as well. Again, this is an article by my colleague, Dan Raklowski, and he found that there are other security cameras that do this. Google Simply Safe and others could share video footage with police without user consent. And there's problems with that. We know there's circumstances where police have lied to get a warrant. We saw that this happened with Breonna Taylor case last summer. And as flawed as the process might be there's a few situations in which there are occasionally repercussions for falsifying information, for getting a warrant for data. But I'm guessing that Amazon does not have a fraud division for investigating emergency requests to see if police are telling the truth on these forms. And there's also the possibility that people can trick the police. People say this is far-fetched, but weird stuff happens all the time. Like, for example, just this past December, 2 men were charged with swatting, and they actually gained access to other people's Ring cameras, made bogus phone calls that triggered an armed police response, and then live streamed all of it. And in some instances, they used the Ring access to taunt police officers and victims. Is this common? No. Does it happen? Yeah, sometimes. And the way they did this was by getting names and passwords of compromised Yahoo accounts, and then they looked for Ring accounts associated with those email addresses and passwords. So this was just basic credential stuffing. It didn't take like some elite hacker to do this. So what can you do about it? You cannot have a camera. People existed for millions of years without doorbell cameras. I don't have a doorbell camera. If you do feel like you want to get a camera, you can get one that has end-to-end encryption or local recording. So either it's encrypted or it's not even on the company's servers at all. You can angle your camera so it's only on your front porch, or turn off motion activation so it does not record on the street in front of your home. And you can turn off audio collection during motion detection altogether. And if you do want end-to-end encryption or local recording, there are some options. Even Ring has end-to-end encryption for some models, but it's off by default and it's not available for all their products, and you do lose some features, which isn't really necessary. We know that there's other cameras that have end-to-end encryption where you do not lose features, but if you do have a Ring already and you're worried about this, there are ways to take care of that and set that up. And that way the police will either need to come to you because the company doesn't have the data, or because they don't have the encryption keys. And we used to have Eufy on this list because they said that they only use local storage, but apparently they were not telling the truth when they only use local storage, at least according to this Verge piece. So Eufy is no longer on this list. It's an Atatmo TP-Link, and pretty much any camera and doorbell that supports Apple HomeKit secure video, including Logitech, CircleView, and Wemo. But obviously, buying a camera that doesn't spy on your neighbors is only half the battle, because it does not stop your neighbors or the police from spying on you. So we know that 1 in 5 of Americans has these devices. They blanket entire neighborhoods. They're a threat to people of color and marginalized groups. So what are we going to do about it? In terms of what the government's doing about this, the answer is really not a whole lot. We've had a few senators voice their concerns. Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey have written letters to Ring asking probing questions, but we haven't seen any kind of regulation on them yet, and we only have a few legal precedents that might give us a little bit of a ledge to stand on. In England, a judge ruled a person who recorded a neighbor's gate, garden, and car parking space with a Ring doorbell cam and misled her about how it worked was unreasonably invading her privacy. It's just kind of funny that this happened in England, considering like how many cameras exist there, but it didn't. The other thing we have in the US is, like I mentioned earlier, our wiretapping laws. And there's actually 2 US cases about ShotSpotter, which is an acoustic gunshot detection system that it captured human voices in proximity to loud noises. And those loud noises may or may not be gunshots. And prosecutors tried to introduce the audio of the voices as evidence in 2 trials, and one of them was considered admissible, and the other was not, because the audio was prohibited interception under a Massachusetts Wiretap Act. But other than that, the people we've really had to rely on for regulation are nonprofits, investigative journalists, civil liberties groups, civil rights groups. And what we really need is not just privacy reform, but to take a look at the relationships between Ring and law enforcement as well. There's a really long history of a very close relationship between the two, which includes trading free cameras, building free tools, like the one about emergency circumstances and other interfaces we've seen over the years. But this huge investigation by the LA Times revealed emails in which Ring was offering discount codes to police, and the more civilians, they were encouraging civilians, many of whom were victims of crime, to use them. And that's kind of gross when you think about it, that like you could call the police because you're a victim of a crime and they have an affiliate link to a Ring doorbell. And so we can see that the meteoric rise of Ring may have had something to do with police promoting it, maybe because they were getting free cameras and had a cozy relationship with them. If we had a wish list of reforms we could get companies to agree with, this is what we would ask. And again, I did this in collaboration with Matthew Gorglia at EFF. We want them to turn end-to-end encryption on by default, or introduce local storage, actual local storage, not just pretending it's local storage until hackers find out that it isn't. No default audio collection for motion-activated incidents. And be user-focused. Stop creating and offering features specifically for law enforcement. They are not your customers. And accountability and transparency about their historical relationship with law enforcement, which Ring has and others. Actually, Ring has put out reports, but they haven't answered all of the questions that people have had. And there's a bunch of other reading. I will tweet out the slides. I will also put them on Mastodon. But we have reading from Consumer Reports on this and from EFF. And I will take questions.
So you focus a lot on Ring. Obviously, well, there's been a lot of news. There's been a lot of headlines with Ring. I know I saw like Nest, I think, spring of last year said, oh yeah, by the way, we also did the no warrant stuff with police. But I guess question is kind of like you had some recommendations there, but like, I guess what are the ethics around this? Because like, you know, generally one of the legal complications is generally people in the public areas have no right to privacy. You know, that's kind of been the understood. So like, I think that's like the big hurdle, I guess, in a lot of the ethics and the legal complications. Is there any analysis or thoughts that the EFF has had about getting over that kind of like rebuttal that will be given in courts to these types of laws or to these types of measures to try and stop more recording of people in public?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think there's kind of two questions in there. The ethics of it, clearly I think it's unethical that you cannot go anywhere and have a private conversation. Legally, it's a little more complicated. And I don't, like, and what is considered public. And yeah, there hasn't been a lot on it. I think it might be kind of an uphill battle, honestly. But like, but there are wiretapping laws, and there is, you know, stuff like that. But I guess the aggregate collection, I think, is where.
Got you.
Like, if I record my one neighbor walking down the street, maybe that's legal. But if they are being recorded from street to street, like that gets a little more spotty. So, yeah.
So you said that aggregate collection is kind of where the law has been, or the line has been drawn there. Do we know what data Amazon actually stores and collects, and would the way they collect it start to bleed into what's considered aggregate data versus just like individual instances of stored data?
That's a really good question. We don't know it. They're not very forthcoming about what they collect and how long they store it. And also legally, I don't know that just because like we think this is a red line and want to make the case for it legally, like the the laws on this are like very outdated. Like they were created before there were these kinds of doorbells. Like it's just like any other kind of tech law. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know for sure. I know that like one of the things they've pushed for is just to let people know and not have it on by default. Like, but yeah, those are kind of tricky legal questions. I don't know if I can give you a sufficient answer for. Oh, we have someone in the back.
This is what I get for sitting in the back. In your experience, and you have more experience looking at these different products, have you seen anything to kind of counteract this? I don't know if there's like a technical space for that, but I know there's like white noise blocking machines. Is there any way that maybe we could sort of mitigate this with, I don't know, an app or something, or has that not been explored?
I was curious about that. I wanted to test that. I thought that would be really fun to test, but I didn't get approval for that. It's like, I think I didn't even ask because I knew I wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big thing to test.
I thought it would be really fun to just walk around with a doorbell at different blocking devices and see what worked and what didn't. I don't know. I guess the other thing though about this is that if you look at like low-income communities that are like just widely surveilled more than anybody, like in public housing, they have these cameras and lots of other creepy things that they have to contend with. I do feel like the people at this conference are people who like are gonna know to even test white noise machines. Like it might make a difference in their lives, but it's not kind of hitting the systemic issue, unfortunately. But yeah, I would love to test that out sometime. Like just I don't know. I think it's disturbing because I'm like, where would I go if I want to have a private conversation? I used to go on a walk. Like, do you have to go to the woods? Are there cameras in the woods? Like, what's
There's hunting cameras in the woods.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, but I don't. Those machines do work well in closed spaces.
Yeah, I was just curious if you had any.
No, I'd be
testing.
interested. If anybody here wants to do an experiment, I'm all for it.
Future CactusCon talk,
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly.
Okay, so sorry, one more thing. I just actually I have a Nest doorbell, and one of the things I did is I zone out exactly where I want. So I'm like I was like getting alerted of people walking by. I'm like, I don't want to track them. I don't want to record them. And it has a 3-hour recording. There's also a way to save it up in the cloud, but like, are you aware of like Nest/Google? Do they store locally on your device only, or are they up in the cloud? Like collecting all this and storing it. I know Ring was kind of the main thrust here, but I didn't know if you had any information about Nest and some of the collection they do, even though you may say just 3-hour recording.
I think they were one of. Let me see if they are on this list. We didn't look at we looked at Arlo and we looked at, but I don't think that we looked at.
Because they give the option of like a 60-day storage. I'm like, I'm not doing 60-day in the cloud.
Yeah.
I don't need that. I just need 3-hour at
and
most.
it's like, is it on the cloud? Is it encrypted? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will have to get back to you on that because I don't know off the top of my head.
No worries.
But I do know that they're one of the ones that said that they would share footage with police without consent.
Yeah, so now I'm wondering, like, wait, if I only said 3-hour history, how in the world would you have video 2 days ago of something to be able to give police?
Right. Yeah. So maybe that's tricky. That's a tricky.
That's interesting.
The other thing that I had a Nest person who's like, I really need this for security. And so that's why we didn't want to just say like nobody should have any cameras ever, because I do think there are instances where people do want cameras like for their own protection, and they might even want it on the cloud. But like, why can't you end and encrypt? I don't know. I just don't believe people when they say it's too hard to end and encrypt this and have it be on the cloud, because I'm like, that's what Zoom said, and now they do it.
Yeah,
like they, it's like we have Signal. I can send people videos on Signal. And, like, I kind of don't know if I believe Ring when they say, like, oh, like, the only way we can do this is by deprecating features, because other places don't deprecate features. So, yeah, I don't know if that's, like, people's choice for why they will choose it. Do you have a setting to not store it? Or
Yeah, there is a complete setting where it's just like, nope, you have to open up the camera when it sees an event to see it live.
Okay.
And then you don't get to see it after that. But it will do 3 hours. I can go up to 3 hours if there are events.
Okay.
It will go back 3 hours and allow me to go view those, and then past 3 hours it goes, sorry, we don't have that history.
So you have a 3-hour event window, and you're thinking that maybe they have.
Should have, at least to me, that tells me, is they're just storing the 3 hours, a buffer, basically, if you will, and it's only for those periods that are recorded.
Yeah, it's always weird when they say they're not storing it and yet you're still able to access it, which shows that they are storing it.
Yeah, so it's like if I'm not able to access it, but then they still have it somewhere, they're just not letting me access it.
Yeah.
That's giving me a false sense that they're deleting information.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had answers to all of your really amazing questions. I think that kind of demonstrates how little we do actually know about this. So, okay, we have 30 seconds left. I have one more.
One thing that I think bears mentioning, everyone talks about encryption like the silver bullet. Where are the keys? Who's generating
Yeah, that's why I use the words end-to-end encryption instead of encryption. And I know that there's companies now who think it's cool to pretend that end-to-end encryption means that encryption when they have the keys and that zero trust means end-to-end encryption. But if you look at the FTC settlement after the reporting that Michael Lee and I did on Zoom, like they don't view end-to-end encryption that way. Like they think that end-to-end encryption means that it's encrypted so even the company cannot access it. So, all right, thanks everybody. That's my time.
presentation. I am very excited. Alyssa is someone that I've appreciated very much, everything that they write online and the work that they do. So I'm very excited to introduce them. Surveillance in your pocket. Please give a warm welcome to DNS Princess.
Is the mic on now? Yeah? Cool. Okay, hi. I'm Melissa. I do a lot of stuff. These slides are very purple because I work at Bishop Fox. I love Bishop Fox a lot. After this talk, if you want to ask me questions or you want to get free stickers, you can meet me at the Bishop Fox table. I'm also the CEO of CircleCityCon. My CEO is actually here too. He's real fun. If you haven't been to CircleCityCon, it's like CactusCon, but in Indianapolis and a little bit smaller. We have corn. So, yeah, I know. Yeah, so that's what sets us apart. I'm a hacker, I'm a war driver, I do lots of things. Maybe you follow me online, maybe you don't. The thing I'm most proud of is my dog. Aww, right? Speaking of babies, why are our smartphones so personal to us? I was talking to my friend Brock, and he had a really good analogy that smartphones are like our babies. They cry, we pay attention to them, we have to feed them regularly. If we lose them, we're fucked. Right? So we carry them around everywhere. We give them all our personal thoughts. We Google everything we're thinking about. So it's probably one of the more intimate pieces of our lives that we carry around with us, and we give it everything. Before I go further in the talk, I really don't want to fearmonger. I don't want to say like, hey, get rid of your smartphone, that's the only chance you have. You're likely not a target of what I'm talking about today. If you're in this room, you're probably a little bit aware and have some cyber hygiene, so you're probably okay. Not every app you have is infiltrated with Pegasus. If you heard that audio clip or know what I'm talking about, I'm sorry, but took a little screenshot of that misstep there. But you could be that interesting, and here's why. Your identity has value. Last time I checked, a US citizen, full confirmed social security number, birth date, email address, was worth like $7, one identity. They're usually sold in bulk, so they're worth more, but your identity has value. And if it doesn't have value now, it'll have value in the future. It could have value later. And there's other reasons to gather this information. Legitimate tracking, customer experience. Your phone takes a lot of information to improve your usage and also the apps that you have. Honestly, you could be surveilled for no good reason. I have a friend, she's 74. Her name is Jackie, and Jackie has a smartphone. Jackie should not. But I love texting her, so I can't help it. But she gets these like solitaire games, right? And they have ads in them, and we'll talk about that in a second. But she's downloading app after app after app, and it's all just spyware. But Jackie's 74-year-old identity probably isn't worth that much. What does surveillance look like on your phone? These are the things that are being taken, right? The ones that are the most sensitive are probably your location, your browsing history, and accessibility features. Accessibility features are really powerful. They can draw over apps, they can input text, they can see everything that you're doing. Your password manager likely has you turn accessibility features on so that it can work, right? But we can see everything, your screen, your texts, and your keystrokes if that is of interest. We have a lot of things to talk about, and I don't have time to talk about them. This is a 20-minute, 25-minute talk, right? So here's what's out of scope for today, but I would be remiss to not talk about them at all. So the first one are stingrays. If you've ever been to DEF CON and you're like, why is my service so slow? It's because there's 34 new stingrays in your area. This is a man-in-the-middle style attack between your phone and its actual cellular connection. And the easiest way to detect it is not that easy. On Android, there is a solution, but it requires you rooting your phone, and I don't really recommend that. That's an Alyssa opinion, right? You can ask me all about my opinions later, My other hot opinion is telling people to use Signal, use Tor is overrated. Now, my mom uses Signal, okay? Everyone should. I'm really, really passionate about that one. But using Tor for your everyday browsing, like, who watches Netflix over Tor? Right? No one. So it's not really practical. So there's a couple other options that I'll go over later. We have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and AirDrop. A Norton researcher said, yeah, you can get malware over AirDrop. This talk is focusing on Android, so I'm not going to go into AirDrop. But my favorite would be Wi-Fi honeypots and rogue access points. Again, this is a man-in-the-middle style attack. My easiest recommendation is using a VPN. And I'm not talking about your YouTuber-approved $4 a month VPN. You're being tracked there too, so it's not really worth it. Take the time, look into your VPN provider. You want a zero-knowledge, no-logging provider, right? There's that. And for Bluetooth tracking, it is possible. If you've ever been on Wiggle's map, you can see a MAC address over time. How do you solve that? Randomizing your MAC address. Your device might not do that automatically. Many do, but might not. So you really want to be aware of that. And then the last one, the one that's scariest to me, is your tower dumps or information directly from your mobile provider. If you're using Verizon, I was, there is an experience that you have to opt out of. It is not opt in, and it gathers your browsing history and location for 90 days for experience purposes. Everything that you Google, everything that you visit, the in-app browsers of apps, right? They're all going to Verizon. So please be careful of that. Tower dumps are accessible without a warrant. Typically, they are accessed with a court order, which has a lower level of entry, right? Lower necessity. So they are easy to get. And your mobile provider may have a third-party relationship with another organization to provide these dumps. So what are we going to talk about? I know I just spent like 5 minutes talking about all that when I said I'm not going to talk about it. But we're focusing on mobile apps. And here's why. Because they're the most likely source of how you'd be spied on. I don't think stingrays are very likely. Again, maybe if you're at DEF CON, ask me about your opinions on DEF CON later. Come to the booth. But here's an example of TubeBox. At the time it was taken down, it had 2 million downloads. And it was just supposed to, it was a legitimate app on the App Store, which contained malware. Here's another example. Think about it, like Bluetooth sucks, right? Like it's really difficult sometimes. Well, we might go into the Google Play Store and say like, hey, Bluetooth connect, right? And this app would pop up. It's popular, and on its first release, it was squeaky clean, you know, like a regular app. But here, as updates go on, there's actually a Trojan type of hidden ad malware that is present on the app. At the time it was taken down, the last time I recorded it was in October, and it did still have malware on it. It's been taken down and off the Google Play Store, so you won't find it now, but you can still find other bloggers who have talked about this and have taken screenshots. So yeah, malware, Google Play Store, very cool. I'm going to recap super quick. These are the things that they're looking for here on the left. This is what surveillance information is being taken from your phone. And here's how they get it. Now, I really think the best way to think of something defensively is to take it offensively first, right? Offensive security can help us. So instead of talking about what to look for in your applications, let's build one. Let's be the one surveilling other people. So we're going to make an app. It's called Gilby's Health App. And it's going to look exactly like Google Fit, okay? It's a health app, so it's going to track your runs, your calories, whatever. I picked this because it requires a lot of permissions, right? We're going to make these permissions make sense. They'll have to in order to bypass our Google Play Protect and get onto our App Store. And we needed to go to the App Store because anyone who's savvy enough to sideload APKs and like do all of that probably isn't going to fall for your spyware. However, those are infected with adware, so be careful. Okay, so if you trust me, there's a QR code. If you trust me less, there is these, right? There is the tiny URL up there. And if you don't trust that, Google it. There are two types of permissions that I want to talk about. One is install time permissions, which is the graphic in the middle. So when you download an app for the Google Play Store, these are the ones that you agreed to, and we'll talk about those. The ones that have pop-ups, the ones you're familiar with, when they ask you, hey, can I use your camera? Those are called runtime permissions. They're also known as dangerous permissions, and there's a good reason why. Real quick, for the middle one, we need to be really sensitive about these permissions because requesting them is really suspicious, so we'll get to that. And you might be wondering, hey, why Android? If you were at my ThoughtCon talk, I picked on iOS, so I've been there. And I'm sure next mobile talk I'll pick on iOS again. You are not immune at all. These things apply to you in a different way, especially the types of attacks that I mentioned earlier that were out of scope. So like, you're still being surveilled, I'm sorry. Okay, so those install time permissions. Here's what you should not gather, okay? If you gather this information at this time, Google will flag it as suspicious and as spyware. So we're going to be really picky with our install time permissions. Your spyware is going to check some of these boxes, but not all of them. On the right is a picture, and I know you might not be able to see it, is a screenshot of what Google is going to consider spyware if you have it in your app when you upload it to Google Play. On the left, we have Google Fits permissions. You'll see that on the right, contact list is suspicious and might be considered spyware, but Google Fit uses that permission. It's because the permission makes sense. In Google Fit, you can connect with others. I think you can refer people to the app. It's a way to connect over text, right? So because Google Fit has a legitimate use, even though it was considered spyware, it's okay to have in the app. So that's what we're going to do when we build our app. So we're going to go back, Gilby's Health app, okay? On the left is what we're going to gather, and on the right is the information that we're going to get from gathering that permission. So sure, calories and exercise are nice. That's what we'll need to make the app look legitimate. But we need, like, our exercise info. So GPS data to count our steps and log our runs. I used to have an app that could track my longboarding exercises, and it would like be able to go down to like 100 feet, right? On Snapchat, 10 feet. If you're on Snap Maps, don't be. It'll tell you like your fine location in a building, which I thought was really fascinating. Like the room that you're in will show up with fine location data. So we want to be really careful about that. We'll need to scan barcodes, which gives us access to the phone. Now in Android, that camera access is not like the whole time. I'm looking for the word persistent. That's not persistent. So when the app is closed, we're not going to have that camera access, but we can have it while the app is open. Crash reporting and referral links are also used. Crash reporting can give us a lot about the app, the phone itself, what other apps were open at the time, different stuff. Here are our do nots. If we want our spyware to get onto the Google Play Store and make it work, we have to avoid these things. So if you're brave enough to spy on someone and make money off of advertising, good for you. But it's not going to work here. The apps go under much more scrutiny when there is ads or a way to make money or in-app purchases. We can gather text information, but this one's kind of tricky, right? The SMS log is not the same as giving an SMS permission that can actually take the content of a text. When you share information over SMS, it's typically like a copy to the clipboard and then insert into app. But we can also get access to the SMS log, which will give us our texts. So you want to be really, really careful with that. I don't think it's worth it in making our spyware app, but we can still have it present. No backdoors, no remote code execution. I know that's really fun, and it seems like a good thing to do in your spyware app, but it's not going to make it on the Google Play Store. So we need to use some social engineering to get people to download our app, right? Now this is how it affects you. Think about this. This is how someone's going to get the app on your phone, right? Malvertising is how Jackie got all of her apps, right? She had an ad for a cleaner. She's like, oh, I want my battery to run. I have too much storage space. I need to fill it up with useless apps. So these apps are supposed to help the phone experience, but are actually spyware and adware. And they're not easy to uninstall either. So those came from malvertising, right? It's a good way to get it. I would just use social engineering or spear phishing to get it on someone's app. I'd be like, hey, you'll get $10. We'll both get $10 if you install the app, right? That one works. And to get the app, we need to legitimize those permissions. We need to make sure that the behaviors do have a related function. And it's really suspicious if an app has very few downloads. So we're going to go ahead and make it beta so that excuse makes sense. And yeah, so we're going to use that spyware type app. It is the easiest. We don't have time to talk about Pegasus or government surveillance. However, these tactics are used. I, again, would be careful about what networks you're connecting to. Here's my tips for helping with that. Be careful of what you download. Use a VPN and make sure it's a good one, right? I will say right now, all these recommendations I have up on the slide, I may or may not be doing, right? And the reason why I'm not, and something I really wanted to kind of point out when I was talking about fear-mongering earlier, your threat matrix varies, right? I know Verizon has all my data already. You're lost. If you're a Verizon customer in the crowd, you're lost already, okay? But my threat matrix says that, yeah, I know I might be surveilled by a certain party and I've accepted it. So I don't have a VPN on all the time. I use Snapchat. Don't be like me. Don't know better and do it anyway. Be better than that. Take my recommendations. Be skeptical of what you download. Randomize your MAC address. Be careful if you have a tracker like an AirTag or a tile that doesn't rotate its MAC address, right? If you're curious if that proof of concept works or not, ask me for my wiggle screenshots, okay? Use Signal, maybe use Tor. I think the use Tor is overrated, so protect your texts. And just overall be suspicious. Don't take your real phone to DEF CON, or do, I don't care, I do it. So, so that's how it is. I'm sure there are some questions. Like I said, I'll be at the Bishop Box booth if you want to talk about it. And if you want to see my next talk, I'll be at ThoughtCon later this year. So, thanks. You have time for questions right now? Oh, sweet. I'm gonna get some water. I should have made this a 50-minute talk.
So you mentioned the Verizon doing the tracking thing.
Yeah.
Asking for a friend, how do you disable that?
Yeah, sure. It's actually, they don't make it that difficult. Go into your account in Verizon, and then there's settings, and then there's manage customer experience, and it's like under that area.
Okay.
Yeah, if you need help, because I did when I did it, they have a little chat box. Just put in like opt out of customer custom experience, and you'll get it out.
All right, sweet, thank you.
Yeah. Nice.
How's it going? So you said Verizon does the data tracking. How are you sure that other telecoms don't do the same thing?
Oh, I'm not saying that at all. Other telecoms are just as bad, especially telecoms that use Verizon as their backbone, right? So I think Mint uses T-Mobile. Vision? Oh, Visible too, Spectrum. Visible, yeah, they use Verizon. So those are just as susceptible. And then AT&T, I looked into Verizon because I was the one affected by that, but I think AT&T similarly is a problem.
So in a way, it's just unavoidable, yeah?
Look at the terms of service, and that's really difficult. When I say like look into your mobile phone carrier, that's really difficult. There are some websites that'll distill down that information for you. But again, yes, look into them. Just accept that it might be buried under terms of service, lots of paper, not easy to find. So.
Oh, no worries. That was a great shot. Any suggestions on navigating the internet with your VPN on? A year and a half ago, I could basically do that. Nobody noticed. I'm finding more and more, no matter who I use, they're detecting I'm on a VPN and I can't get anywhere.
When you say you can't get anywhere, what do you like? What
They
kind of
right away
activities?
say, "Oops, you're not allowed," or "We know you're on a VPN. Turn that off."
Right, right. That's why it's kind of like I don't on a daily basis. Again, put that in your threat matrix. Is it worth giving up that service to have your VPN on? There's not a really good way mobily to have a VPN that isn't going to be detected in that way. When you have like an actual desktop or something like that, there are other alternatives. But on your mobile phone, not likely. So determine what's important.
I'll come find you at the booth on those alternatives.
Yeah.
Don't have a question. Was just gonna make a comment and went to the Verizon app, try to do the customer experience.
Yeah.
And it was funny because it asked me for permissions to my microphone.
Why?
Yeah, not sure.
That's not a legit permission. Speaking of that, I do this at GERCon all the time, but does anyone have their Bluetooth on still at a HackerCon? Yep, did you say yeah? I'm trying to see if anyone's names come up. Okay, yeah, you guys do have good luck on some of you. Okay, you have a smartwatch, that makes sense, I guess. Whoever's Galaxy S4 is broadcasting, good for you.
So a couple questions. One, which is,
yeah.
So I've noticed on certain dating app that sometimes there will be ads because it's free, and so they have ads, and so you're trying to click out of the ad that has this game or some silly app that they're trying to get you to download, and then, oh no, you didn't click on the X completely, and then it instantly starts downloading.
Oh yeah.
From something. And sometimes that happens, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it takes you to the Google Play, and I'm wondering if you are that malicious person or not, but like, are malicious actors actually putting fake reviews on their Google Play stores so that you can't really tell if this is a reputable app anyway?
Absolutely, and there are bots that download the app so that for that download to come up. And what you described with that downloading feature, that's known as a hostile download. Again, we're going to avoid it because we want our spyware to get on the Google Play Store, but it's one of those other factors that makes the app incredibly suspicious. So yeah, that does happen.
And then when is the DNS Princess line of crop tops coming out? Because I need some merch.
Keep track of me on Mastodon, Twitter, or on my blog. Yeah, I'm on Mastodon, InfoSec Exchange. It's better than Twitter, and I'm not sorry.
Woo woo!
Any other questions, stuff like that? There's a lot. Okay, yeah.
Hi, first time meeting you, Alyssa. I have a question. What are your thoughts on like the latest versions of Android OS that review permissions of unused apps and remove those permissions? So in this example of the app that we're creating, a spyware app, is there a way, like, can we make the app open every day and fake some user data so that Google doesn't remove those permissions? Or do you think that we can trust Google to accurately know more or less?
Okay, so one, if it's going to have any user access in the background, right, it's going to have app background access, right? It's different than foreground access. The apps know if you're viewing them or not, right? And when Google has that setting to remove those permissions of apps you haven't used, those are foreground apps. So I don't know if what you mentioned, having it like populate user data every day would work. But if you could like get the user to incentivize to open it or accidentally click on it, then that would work. So yeah, did I answer your question? Cool. And I have time for one more question, that's it. No? Okay, well, we have really cool stickers, and like I said before, I really love working at Bishop Fox, so you should just come ask me about it. But yeah, I'll be at the booth if you do have any questions or want to talk. So, thanks.
11 a.m. Track 1 talk. We will be talking about Is Dead Memory Analysis Dead? Finding Infected Systems Through Live Memory Analysis by Recon InfoSec's very own Marcus Guevara. Please give him a warm welcome.
All right, so first let me explain this intro slide. Did anybody go to Andrew's AI talk yesterday? All right. I asked him to have ChatGPT generate a slide based on my personality. This is what it came up with. I'm kidding, actually, I did this myself. So that's what you're dealing with for the next hour, all right? This kind of mind. The title of the talk, obviously, you guys are already familiar. If you're not in the right room, just in case, we're talking about live memory analysis, and we're trying to basically make a case for killing dead memory analysis. A little backstory on myself, though. I am married to a very beautiful wife. I have 6 children. So one of the things that I use whenever I'm doing, for work for Recon, I will introduce myself as an expert in cybersecurity because I have 6 kids. So it means I know how to handle chaos, I know incident management, I know how to handle poop, literally, on the fly. But we also have a 16-acre ranch and a donkey. It's one of the reasons why I have a donkey on the intro slide and right here. So I love living a little bit of a wild lifestyle. I love having ranch animals and kids and all that kind of stuff. But obviously I have a great love and passion for cybersecurity as well. I teach Forensics 508, Advanced Threat Hunting and Incident Response for SANS. For Recon InfoSec, I'm the Director of Security Services. We do managed detection and response. We do incident response and those kinds of things. I got my start as a software developer originally for a enormous grocery company in Texas called HEB. Then I joined the Air Force and was enlisted for a little bit. Then I commissioned to the Coast Guard, which most people don't even know is a military service. I didn't know that until I actually joined the Coast Guard, or right before that it was a military service. And so anyway, when I spent some time in the military, especially when I went to the Coast Guard, I was in Washington, D.C. I spent time working with NSA and U.S. Cyber Command, other military services, and then I actually ended my career with the Department of Homeland Security. I was embedded, still with the Coast Guard, but embedded in DHS in what is now CISA, but at the time it wasn't, so it used to be U.S. CERT a long time ago. Then it was, when I was there, I was part of the HURT team, the Hunt and Incident Response team. And all we did for about 2 years was travel around the country doing threat hunting and incident response on critical infrastructure. We went to nuclear power plant and manufacturing facilities and water utilities and all kinds of things like that. So spent a lot of time doing that, and then I came over to Recon InfoSec and just been having fun and teaching SANS and doing a lot of cool stuff, including having kids and buying donkeys and stuff like that. So I'm also a lover of dad jokes. This is one of the jobs that I have at Recon that I'm very proud of. And I'll give you a good example. So my donkey, we named him, his first name is Dumb. His last name, can you guess what it is? It starts with an A. It's Answer. Oh, you were thinking something else, huh? There you go. That's the dad jokes. I'll try to put some in here every once in a while. They're dry, they tend to be, so I always give the disclaimer that if you think you heard something that sounded like a joke, but you're not sure because I just ran over it and I'm kind of serious, it's probably a joke most of the time, so you're allowed to laugh, okay? I know the tensions are a little bit weird in these kinds of things, but I'll try to make this as enjoyable as it is informative. Okay, so let me first start off by talking about why memory analysis is actually amazing, okay? So for anybody who came in here, thinking that I was gonna just trash memory analysis, that's not at all what I'm doing. I'll explain, but first, memory analysis, when I teach SANS, the 508 class I teach, it's actually one of my favorite days when we hit memory analysis. We spend basically an entire day on it. And it's one of my favorite days because memory analysis is one of those areas where when you start doing it, it's kind of niche. There's not a lot of people really that, even in incident response, really know how to do it well. But once you get into it, you start to get answers for things that generally you don't get out of all the other security tools and maybe even sometimes logs and stuff like that. So you start to get to memory analysis, and you feel like, first of all, you feel like a little bit like a ninja. But secondly, you're getting answers for things that you just generally can't get anywhere else. It used to be the case that most of the things that attackers did happened on disk. Well, tools got very good at finding those things, in an automated fashion, which forced attackers to move into memory-only attacks. This is where you get things like fileless malware and code injection and things like that. So obviously, when you dump memory and you start using a tool like volatility or something like that, it's very easy to find these things if you know how to look for them. So that's one of the reasons why memory analysis and dead memory analysis, is fantastic. So I have no gripes at all with all the great and wonderful things that you can do in memory analysis. In fact, let me show you an example. This is something that I did just for this talk. So I actually used WinPMem to dump some memory after I had typed some things into, just basically into, I think it was PowerShell. Most of the time you come into an incident response case, you don't have command line auditing for organizations that just didn't think about that beforehand, right? So they call you up, they got smashed. A lot of times you're lacking a lot of logs. One of the things that you're lacking very often is command line stuff, right? What did the attacker do? What did they type in? Well, one of the cool things that you might be able to do, even in an environment where they didn't have command line auditing, is if you have the compromised system, the one that the attacker was using, you can dump out conhost, the memory sections of the conhost process or processes, like you said, you see I did at the top there. Then, effectively, you can use strings. You can extract all the strings out of there. The conhost process is basically holding that in there. You might actually be able to stumble upon very interesting things. Sometimes, passwords or commands, you might be able to figure out, excuse me, what the attacker did. What you're seeing here is a download cradle. You see that IEX download string, and then you see cyberdonkey.net. So first of all, that's an interesting URL. But if you're not sure what that is, a download cradle, a PowerShell download cradle, is effectively something that's going to pull it down from the internet. It's going to execute it immediately in memory. It's never going to touch disk. It's a favorite of attackers. This is one of those things that you're only going to see if you're looking at memory, or if you have command line auditing. But this is just a great example of how you might use dead memory forensics to do something kind of magical in an organization where they didn't have command line auditing when you came in, right? Unfortunately, dead memory analysis has to die, okay? Now, let me explain. Right? There's a little bit of hostility here, and the donkey's calling that out. But I'm going to answer that donkey's question and tell you why it's not true hostility, okay? I'm just being sensational, because the reason why dead memory analysis is just really not the thing that we should be pushing hard anymore, for a couple of different cases, is because traditionally you have a situation where you're coming upon an incident, you have a single system, right? If I know I have a compromised system and I'm looking at that system, okay, great, I can take a snapshot of memory, I can dump that out, I can then use volatility to do some very cool and interesting things. If you're not familiar with this, I actually added this because yesterday there was a bunch of students, high school students and college students. This is not going to land anymore. I was going to tell them that this was a memory snapshot back in the day, so like it doesn't work anymore. But because I can see most of you guys know, I was actually I know I look like I'm maybe in my early 20s or maybe 18. So 6 kids proves that I'm a little bit older than that. But I'm also over 400 months old, okay? Well over 400 months old. So I know what that is. Used to use them. Anyway, so again, traditionally, you're using volatility, you're dumping, you're traversing through memory, you're interrogating processes, maybe looking at memory sections, looking for things like DLLs that are loaded and maybe mutants and stuff like that. You can even use that to actually recover stuff. You can potentially pull out a file or a suspicious process, and it's fantastic, okay? It's magical. The problem, though, is that when you come into an environment with a bunch of different systems and you don't know which one of those is compromised, right? This is where dead memory forensics starts to really struggle. I don't know which one to start with. And, here I might have 8, 10, 11 systems. That's already a little bit too much for me to just go and grab a memory snapshot of each of those and just kind of try and figure out what's going on. An even worse reality is that we're not usually coming into an environment with 10 to 12 systems. We're coming into an environment with hundreds of systems and sometimes thousands of systems. And if I don't know, I might have one system that's compromised potentially, but if I don't know what all systems are compromised, as an incident responder, I'm not doing my job by running around and trying to take snapshots of a bunch of different systems to then go and perform memory analysis. Okay? So dead memory analysis doesn't scale, all right? It doesn't scale. It's very time consuming. It's going to take time to take a snapshot. It's going to take time to try and pull that snapshot, that raw image, especially if you're doing that remotely. It's going to take time. Here's the biggest reason why I think that we need to, kind of effectively kill the mentality that dead memory analysis is a go-to in incident response in many cases. Because as a person who, we run MDR, right? So security operations, when you're doing dead memory analysis, virtually every time, that means you've already lost, okay? This means that you've already been smashed. You're already in a position where you're doing an autopsy, okay? I don't want to be doing an autopsy. I want to be catching things as they're happening, before they're happening. I want to give myself an opportunity to stop the bleeding so that I'm not having to do an autopsy later, right? That's one of the biggest reasons why I'm sort of giving this talk here, because I see a lot of people, in fact, I get a lot of people who come to our class, like the SANS class, and there's kind of an old school mentality that, you have the guys who do like the regular disk analysis and stuff over here, and then there's the memory forensics guys or whatever, and they don't really cross. And so what I'm trying to get at here is that this emphasis on dead memory analysis is keeping us in this kind of stuck state of not pulling the things that we can learn from dead memory analysis into live memory analysis. But I'm going to show you there is a better way. There's a way to do all the great, wonderful things that you do in volatility and in dead memory analysis with live memory. Okay, so just really quickly to hit these from a point-by-point perspective. Here's the issues that we have. With dead memory analysis, I can't start analysis until I have that image in my hand, right? I can't really do anything until I take the snapshot. And I don't even know which ones I'm going to start with. I don't know. I mean, am I being random? Maybe I have a sense of one compromised system, but if I'm in an environment with thousands, I don't know which ones I'm capturing. And then a bigger thing is that as RAM capacity is growing and growing and growing, now it's only exacerbating the problem. A little bit of an embarrassing story. Some years ago, I had an IR, and it was a remote IR, and there's a lot of things going on, and we knew that at least there was one or two compromised systems. They were servers, in fact, because they were crazy things were happening. So we were like, okay, it's probably compromised. Let's take a snapshot of those just in case, right? Because we may not start doing that. We're not going to start doing memory forensics and stuff like that right away, but let's take a snapshot of it. And then I go ahead and upload it here. Hours go by, and I call and I ask, like, how are things going with that? And they're like, oh man, it says it's gonna take forever. I don't know, like multiple days or something. I'm like, well, what in the world? What are you talking about? It was like 250 gigs, the RAM. So I was like, oh, I should have asked you beforehand. So it was a little bit of a wake up call for me that there was multiple systems. They had like 250 gigs and more of RAM on these servers, and I thought, that's going to take forever. Not just to take the snapshot, but to upload it, and then for me to download it, and I thought, forget it, right? Like, abandon all that. Like, let's just triage it, and we'll if we need to get to that point, you can still take the snapshot if maybe we need to get to that eventually, whatever. But I'm not even going to try to have you upload it. It'd be probably faster for me to just buy a plane ticket. I'll fly over there, and then I'll do analysis there, or I'll grab it or whatever. So again, remote systems can be problematic, especially if you have large RAM capacity, and then storage issues, right? Like that's the other thing. Are you going to really grab tons of snapshots and put them into this, how much storage do you need, and are you really going to do all that? It's just not feasible. Okay, so one other thing that is not often talked about is evidence smear. You think about the fact that especially as you have these systems that have an enormous RAM capacity, as you start taking the snapshot, especially if it's a server in a production environment for some corporate system that's being used, if they can't turn that thing off, it's doing things as you're trying to take the snapshot. Okay, so as you're trying to take the snapshot, you're using the system, you're using resources in the system. In fact, you're using memory resources in the system to take a snapshot. As you're taking the snapshot, things are changing. You know, they're changing constantly, potentially, so much to the point that you might actually start off with thinking that, okay, I need to get this, you know, these artifacts. These artifacts may not even be there by the time that you're done taking the snapshot. So there's reasons why, not just, you know, feasibility reasons, there's technical reasons why this may not be a good idea, okay? At least to go to as your go-to, right? What about threat hunting? What about if I don't have an incident response that, you know, tells me here's a system that we know for sure is compromised and we can go from there? Threat hunting, right? That's the new thing. We got to get into the a process where we might be compromised. We have to assume that there's a good chance we're compromised, and we start looking for evidence of compromise without a single system to kind of, you know, get us started. And again, as I mentioned, that when we're at this point, usually the damage is already done, and that's not good for anybody except for the guys who just love doing dead memory analysis. Okay, so a quick evolution of kind of how all these things are coming together, especially if you're in a security operations environment. The old school, when I was with, this is even that long ago, but still people are, you know, doing old school methods of, you know, we in DHS, we used to come into an incident response, and often we would immediately start doing, you know, forensic disk images of the systems. So we would do that. It would take a while. We would check on the progress. We'd come back, and then we'd take those things and we start kind of pouring through things. The reality is that that's old school, and that's been pushed away, and that's one of the things that we teach is fast forensics, triage, right? Like I know there's things that I'm going to need. I know that you know, prefetch and shim cache and all the kind of best hits in forensics. I can go grab those things. I can use a tool like Cape or something. I can just grab all of those things, and I can start doing immediate analysis. I don't need to wait for a forensic disk image, especially of a 2 terabyte system. Then threat hunting and memory analysis, all of those things, in fact, can kind of, you know, converge into a fast forensics and incident response process that pulls all of those things. I'm going to show you how to do that with something called Velociraptor, this phenomenal and beautiful tool that magically allows us to do all the things that we're talking about with, you know, the triage of disk artifacts and memory analysis from live systems across your entire environment. Doesn't matter if you have 10 systems, 500, or 5,000 systems. In fact, we do this very successfully with thousands upon thousands of systems all the time. So, how many of you have heard of Velociraptor? Okay, how many of you not heard of Velociraptor? Okay, and how many of you hate voting and refuse to vote? Okay, yeah, usually the last one gets the rest of the group. So there's a talk coming up at 2 from some of my colleagues, Whitney Champion and Eric Capuano. They're going to talk extensively about Velociraptor, okay? This is not a talk about Velociraptor. I'm going to use Velociraptor to tell you how you can do live memory analysis and do many of the same things that you would do with dead memory analysis, including things like you can see on the screen, PS list. I can list out my processes and interrogate those processes. But here's the big difference, though. I'm doing this, again, across many systems. I'm not just doing this with a single system. Many of the other things that, like Malfind and stuff, we'll walk through that. But let me just give you an example of, again, this is what it would look like. You go through a process. I'm loading something like WinPmem. I'm taking the memory dump. I'm then bringing that over to my analysis system or what have you. Then, I'm loading up volatility, which, again, is a fantastic tool. And I'm listed out the processes, and it's fantastic, right? That's great. Problem is that, again, I have to do this on every system I want to look at the processes. First of all, I have to go and do the process of dumping memory and all that, taking the memory snapshot. And then I have a snapshot in time here, okay? What if I want to see what processes run like 5 seconds after I take the snapshot? I gotta go back and take another snapshot. It's unreasonable, right? So, Velociraptor, I can run that instantly, okay? Instantly, I can go get a list of processors from a single system or from many systems. I actually set up on my own, I bought a domain, cyberdonkey.net. I set up a Velociraptor. You like that one, Winnie? So, okay, so I set up a Velociraptor instance and then just a couple of test systems. And so you can see that I have here 4 systems that I ran it against, just to show that I could get it from a number of systems at once. Again, this could be thousands of systems. But effectively, I can run PS list, I can run PS tree, this is all the favorites of process interrogation, and figure out what's going on, not just on a single system, but across many systems. Here's one of the reasons why this is so phenomenal and game-changing for some people who are just, kind of barely understanding that there's this wave of fast forensics and IR type stuff, is when you are interrogating processes, there's a couple of different things that you can use to figure out maybe some signs of suspicion from just looking at processes, right, a process list. For example, one thing that you can see here is that I have Explorer launching PowerShell, then I have PowerShell launching PowerShell. So on the right, you see the call chain. This is the tree. This is the parent-child relationships that tell us, whether something makes sense or doesn't, right? Like, should notepad.exe be launching chrome.exe? Probably not. So one of the other things that you might look at is the command line, where it's being run from. So you have PowerShell being run from syswile64. Does anybody know what that means? That's 32-bit version of PowerShell, right? That's something that might be suspicious. Maybe your admins are running 32-bit for some reason, PowerShell. But in many cases, attackers are doing this because they want their stuff to run across not only 64-bit systems, but be compatible with all the 32-bit systems out there and whatnot, right? Okay, so what we do, one of the things that when we're teaching this kind of like enterprise threat hunting and IR type stuff is stacking, right? Like I don't want to know I can't just look at a single system in many cases and make these kind of determinations. What I need to know is, what does it look like across the entire environment? Because if in the entire environment, this really weird looking process is running and it's running on every single system, it's probably unlikely that that thing is malicious, right? Because malware by definition is kind of, it's infrequent. It tries to kind of remain hidden. It doesn't want to set off flags, so it's not going to be everywhere for the most part. So if I see, I got 500 systems and I see a single system running a process and it's the only one doing it, right? It's worth my time to look into that a little bit further, especially if it has a weird parent or a weird child. And so all of those things help me to figure out what's going on. And again, this is not looking at a snapshot I'm looking at memory, okay? I'm looking at memory. I'm just not looking at a snapshot of dead memory. I'm looking at systems that are running as they're running across the entire environment. One of the things that, one of the cool resources that if you're haven't heard of it before, that will help you to kind of figure out, what's normal and what's not normal about, Windows binaries is EchoTrail. EchoTrail is cool because you can throw in there, you come across something and you're like, I'm not sure what this is. And normally people Google it, and then you come across these really crazy threads and people give you terrible advice and none of it makes any sense. This is a great ground truth of what something is and the stats behind hashes that are normal for this binary, where it's normally run from. So you can see like this one, for example, svchost.exe is obviously most often run from C Windows System 32. It can be run from syswile64. If it's run from anything else, it is highly suspicious and you should look into it. So this is just knowing what resources are out there, but being able to then quickly move back and forth between, running this on a live enterprise environment and then, using resources to kind of quickly decide, is this worth my time or not, is something that you have to be able to do to be able to be effective in an enterprise environment, especially when you're doing things like threat hunting kind of on the normal. Another great and, famous and old tried and true resource is the SANS Hunt Evil poster. This is one that shows you kind of some of the, the core Windows processes that are going to run, their sort of expected parents. Should they be running once, or, will they have many instances? SVC hosts will have many instances. LSAS will only have one. All of those things can be used to make those determinations when you're running sort of scans across the entire environment and figuring out what you have out there. One of the other things that you can do in Velociraptor is you can look for across 5,000 systems, just look for a particular process, right? I want to see if I want to look for svchost.exe. What I didn't do in here, I could have, was show me anything that's running out of syswile64. So I can look for, I can essentially grep or put a regular expression and say, show me any PowerShell that's running out of the syswow64 folder in my entire environment. And what I just did, across 5,000 systems was find, again, maybe one, maybe a handful of systems that I now have to go look at to figure out why is it running 32-bit version of whatever, right? Again, something that you cannot do in dead memory analysis, something you can absolutely do when you're doing live memory analysis. This is showing, again, just across multiple systems as an example. So you can see that there's a couple of systems that I named Donkey 1, Donkey 2, and then I have a laptop. So again, what I'm looking at here is where it's running from. So I only looked for, just show me svchost.exe. So I'm doing stacking because I'm curious if System32 SVC host is running across my entire environment, or do I have anything that might be syswow64. Luckily I didn't, very luckily, because I set these up and not a whole lot was running in them. But the other cool thing that you can see is the command line that they were executed with, because another thing that helps you determine sort of the legitimacy of a process is how did that thing start up, right? Like, is it expected behavior? svchost.exe is always going to have this -k argument with whatever it's effectively loading up. And if I saw something anomalous, that might be my clue to go looking at that system. This is, again, the kind of things that threat hunting is going to point you towards. That is very difficult to do when you're sort of stuck in the mode of dead memory analysis. Another really cool thing that you can do in Velociraptor that is again, it's another favorite. It's a very kind of ninja thing that is often only in dead memory analysis, is looking for mutants. So mutants are when a virus doesn't want to, it has already infected a system, and it doesn't want to try and reinfect a system because, again, malware is always going to be, it's frustrating the system. It's doing things it's not supposed to do. It's trying things it's not supposed to do. So things can crash. Maybe it throws a flag, an alert, so on and so forth. So if I'm putting malware in a system, I don't want to continue to try to reinfect that system over and over and over. So what I'm going to do is essentially tattoo that system and say, hey, I'm here already. So if that same malware comes to the system and checks and says, oh, look, I've already been here, I'm already here, then I'm not going to try and reinfect the system. I'm going to go on my way. Well, this is a great way to search for IOCs, for known mutants out there. This one is a very particularly evil one. It's the CyberDonkey mutex. Kidding, it's not. So don't go in your environment and look for that. That's just my IOC. But I went into a system and I loaded my own mutant so that I could come back and demonstrate that I could actually effectively search for. I hunted across all the systems, and of course I only had it on one. But if you hunted across for your 5,000 systems looking for these well-known mutants, and you come up with one of them, then oh my gosh, right? Like, you got to go look at that system. How am I doing on time? 12:28. Okay, I'm good. So reflective DLL injection. This is a very old technique. It's one that's still around. It's one that still occurs. And by the way, some of these things are that I did all of these for the talk. So these are all kind of all of these snapshots are actually things that I did specifically for this talk. Then I actually have some links that at the end of the talk I'm going to post the slides for everybody. I have links in many of these, the images or things like where it says video walkthrough. For anybody, I purposefully did this in a small lab environment, on VMware on my own laptop. For anybody who is a defender that's looking to kind of do their own experimentation to get a little bit of experience with, you can set up your own Velociraptor. Did I mention it's open source and free? I don't think I did. You can go download it. Anybody can. So this is me using the old tried and true Metasploit interpreter so I get a interpreter session, and then I use the very old, I think it's like almost a decade old at this point, Stephen Fewer original reflective DLL injection, which again, all the links are in there in an entire video walkthrough that will help you do it yourself. So I performed DLL injection to show that we could come back, and again, with dead memory analysis, this is a very well known, it's very easy to come in, detect these things. But what if you want to do it across many systems? Like, what if I don't know if I have DLL injection? I can't walk through manually every single one of these systems, but I can use things that look at a live system and give me immediate, feedback as to whether or not I'm dealing with that. Again, this is actually, this is not new stuff, 2017, 2018, something like that. Jared Atkinson and Joe DeSimone at a SANS summit it came up with, first of all, it was a great talk talking about reflective DLL injection, how to catch it and all that stuff, looking for a more scalable way to do that. They produced this PowerShell script called Get Injected Thread. It's phenomenal, okay? You can run this on a system and it'll immediately tell you, it looks for the markers of injected threads. So because effectively what's happening is when a reflective DLL injection is occurring, a process grabs a victim process, uses a couple of APIs to say, hey, I need you to, allocate some memory, create a remote thread, execute this, and now I have my own bad code executed in some victim process somewhere or whatever. And so effectively all they did was say, hey, what we're doing with dead memory analysis, looking at these memory sections and looking for evidence or markers of shellcode in there, why can't we just make a PowerShell script to do that on the system live? Like, why wait for dead memory analysis? So this is a phenomenal tool for you to, if you can test, you want to test it out, go use your own VM instance, Metasploit, or whatever you want to do. Again, I gave you the walkthrough to do that. Then go and use this script and just see how easy it is. A really cool plug for Eric Capuano. He's our CTO at Recon InfoSec. He's a guy that has been a very good, close friend of mine for over a decade. In fact, him and I both met in the Air Force. We both came into the same cyber unit and kind of got our starts at the same time. Has a phenomenal video on our Recon YouTube page about how at a military exercise he leveraged Velociraptor to leverage Get Injected Thread to run it across all the systems and find the red teamers who had their processes or had their code rather running in various different processes. Not only found them, but then it was able to kill just the threads that were running in that process, right? So, because sometimes those things are injected into a process that you can't kill or you don't want to kill, you can crash the system or whatever it is, right? So if you watch the video, he'll actually walk you through very, very cool, mind-blowing technique. The red team couldn't believe what the heck was happening. Where it's very simple. From once you know how to do this and you have the right tools, you find which ones are effectively injected with code, then grab the particular thread and just basically kill that one. So it's like sniping, just the bad guy's thread, and then the process continues to run without any issue. So again, links on there. It's a great video walkthrough to kind of see how all that works. But again, there's so many different ways to kind of approach this. Malfind. Malfind is a very popular volatility plugin that also happens to be something that we can run. It's already built into Velociraptor. One of the things that I'd love to give some credit here is a guy named Matt Green. So there's Velociraptor artifacts, and then there's some kind of community exchange artifacts and stuff. And so this guy works now. Rapid7 bought Velociraptor. I believe he works for Rapid7. But him and I were talking last week, and he's produced a lot of really, really good artifacts that just make this all magic. And so anyway, just wanted to give the guy some credit on that. So Malfind is one of the ones that he brought in. Like, again, this is a greatest hit in volatility. Why not make this a thing that we can do with live systems? So I did that after I ran my own reflective code injection. I actually ran Malfind against my 5 systems I had at the time, and immediately what you see is just this magical, exactly what you'd expect from volatility, except now it's going across multiple systems, and it's showing me, hey, guess what? I found this explorer.exe that has read, write, execute permissions, and then if you look at the column right under started, you can see kind of where it says MZ. So a Velociraptor will allow you to click that and actually look at the data that it's looking at and effectively saying, hey, I think there's something here. And immediately you see MZ, which is a portable header portable executable header, right? So we just effectively looked across multiple systems, ran a famous volatility plugin. Thank you. Oh, great! I gotta go a little faster then. No more jokes, except for that one. Okay, so I effectively ran this across many systems. Immediately found memory sections that had potential shellcode. According to the tool, was able to go look at that and confirm yes they do. Magic, right? Magic. This is live systems. Okay, if somebody injects something 5 seconds later and I run it again, I'm going to catch it. If I snapshot that and then I go look at it and I'm like, nope, this one's clean, and then they run it 5 seconds after I snapshotted it, guess what? I'll never know, right? Well, you know what I mean. Okay, so let me show you a couple of things though to kind of get us a little bit more up to modern times, and this is stuff that's not all that old, by the way. Some of this is fairly cutting edge. The guy named Adam Chester, a fantastic blog a few years ago, saying, "Oh, hey, get injected thread is pretty cool, but there's probably a way to defeat that." This blog goes through his kind of thinking, and then eventually some POCs for actually I could inject into processes and avoid being caught by get injected thread. Super cool. A couple of different methods. Most of them are actually pretty easy and get caught by security tools. One of the ones that here that's kind of is tough to detect and it's going to get past get injected threads and actually pretty ninja is what we call a trampoline. So what we're doing when we're looking at these memory sections is we're saying, hey, in these memory sections that belong to a process, is there any evidence of shellcode in there? Well, obviously you're going to see things like the MZ header, or you're going to see things like if you're looking at the code itself, you might see like the function prologue of assembly, and that will tell you like, hey, basically a function's coming, right? So start allocating memory and get ready for it. Well, what this is doing is saying, hey, in those first memory sections, as soon at the start address, I need you to basically jump out of there, get out of there and go to a point where they're not going to see it, because all we're looking at is I think the first 64 bytes or something like that, right? So basically, get out of there. That's one method. Another one is using another API called setThreadContext, which is, hey, I want you to basically change the address to an area where the code is actually mapped. Because another thing that we're looking for is what we call unmapped code. So reflective code injection is running code not from disk, but from memory, right? So that means it's not mapped to disk, but it's not supposed to be like that. Windows is not really supposed to allow that. So what we're looking at is if a particular section says, hey, there's nothing here, then that's highly suspicious. So all this is doing is saying, I want you to change that to point to a location where there is something, so that when the good guys, whatever, the blue team are doing their checks, well, they're going to see that, yes, there is something there, and then they're going to go on with their day. Okay, so luckily, we look at the date, this is just in November, okay? This is just fairly recent. A guy named John Ullman wrote an article called, hey, get injected thread X. Like, this is the next step of being able to find things like trampolines and whatnot that are getting around get injected thread. So there's already a tool out there. Again, this is something that, again, you can take and you can run through Velociraptor sort of manually. The guy, Matt Green, I was talking about earlier, we were just talking last week, they're working on basically adding another artifact for this specific tool to make that a part of Velociraptor as well, so that, that's something that we now have the way to catch people getting around the original get injected thread tool. Okay. Now, that's not enough though, okay? So one of the things that is absolutely necessary is to recognize that even using Velociraptor, we're still looking at sort of snapshots in time. Even if we keep running it, right? Like we're looking at it live, but we're still kind of looking at snapshots in time. And if we don't catch something that's running in memory at the time that it's running in memory, well, we're going to have a hard time, right? So part of the other reason why I think we need to, this isn't just a dead memory analysis problem, but this is a problem of thinking that, without putting the right time and resources into telemetry, like all of this stuff, many of these things are going to be in Sysmon. Sysmon is a fantastic tool. If you haven't, it's a Microsoft tool that gives us amazing telemetry about when files are created and network connections and so on and so forth. And one of the great events that it has is tracking create remote threads. It's looking for these things that when all of this is happening, it's basically tracking one of the API calls that is needed for all this. And so if you didn't happen to catch a snapshot, a memory dump, or if you didn't happen to run a velociraptor hunt at that proper time, well, guess what? You might have sysmon logs that show you that this was happening at some point. You can even use velociraptor, by the way, to hunt through sysmon logs across every system and look for just create remote thread. So it's a beautiful thing. Olaf Hartong is a guy that we know well. He joins us usually every Thursday on a webcast that we do. But he's got an awesome config for sysmon. When I put this up, you'll be able to click on that link. This is actually pretty new. I stumbled upon it it's just a couple of weeks old. He put out a new video that walks through sysmon. This guy's brilliant when it comes to sysmon. He's the man. So his video walks through sysmon. How the config, but how it works and things that you can produce, and even talking about tuning efforts and stuff like that. So if you're curious about that, that's something I would really consider getting into your environment and use this as a resource to maybe get you started. Okay, so here's an example of I remember when I ran that tool and I did the DLL injection. I went back and I was able to see, look at that, I have sysmon logs of that thing happening at some point. And then I have network connections, of course, that will also show me what's going on from a network standpoint when I'm doing all this with these malicious tools. Okay. How much time? I 8.
You're about 7 minutes out.
7 minutes. Okay.
From 10 minutes out.
I can do it, man. All right, great. Okay, so here's the next thing that's kind of necessary to understand, from a defender's standpoint. Red teamers, attackers, okay, they also know that it's not feasible to do things manually, to do things, in a kind of the same steps over and over and over and over. So what do? Well, they're scaling their side of the thing too, right? Their side of the whatever you call it, the game. So things like Cobalt Strike. I think I can't remember. I wish I remember the resource, but whatever resource, I'll find it and then maybe I'll include it in the slides or whatever. Was showing that in the past couple of years, ransomware. So ransomware attacks, 66% of ransomware attacks, they're using Cobalt Strike. Okay, they're recognizing that they need to scale. So that gives us a beautiful opportunity to find, things like evidence of Cobalt Strike, for example, doing all of these things, because Cobalt Strike is going to do all of the magic, for the attackers in many, ways, where it's going to try and hide, from the defenders. It's going to try and hide itself in memory. It's going to do the things like, stomping the portable executable header and, moving that outside of that 64 bytes and all of those other things, which makes it kind of hard for us to do all the things that we were just talking about, except now all we have to do is look for the indications of Cobalt Strike, right? So yeah, maybe you defeated the live memory analysis of all of that stuff, but now you're leaving behind all these footprints of Cobalt Strike, which allows us to kind of, have an edge. So let me just hit all of these things like that, so that you can use it as a resource later. But basically, Cobalt Strike has these markers of process trees where PowerShells that spawn itself, looking for PowerShell spawning a bunch of run DLL 32s. Then you look at those run DLL 32s and the command line arguments have nothing, so kind of doesn't make sense. They're used as what they call sacrificial processes. Then you have potential code injection and named pipes. There's a bunch of them that you're going to see there. Kudeso guy, there's an article, so that link, or that image rather, is a link to an article that beautifully lays out all of that stuff and shows you, like, hey, this is what you go look for. And so there's a resource for you. Another fantastic resource is Chad Tilbury, one of my colleagues at SANS. Guy's a brilliant dude, and he's actually the guy that brought me into SANS and vouched for me to start teaching. So I got a special love for that guy. Anyway, he has an entire hour-long talk about just basically hunting out Cobalt Strike, and it's magical. He also has a workshop in that talk that that'll help you to give you an opportunity to kind of walk through all that kind of stuff and have some fun with it. I'm excited to also talk about something I stumbled upon just like 2 weeks ago. So this is really, really fresh. And I'm even more excited because I was like, I would love to do some, Cobalt striking in here and stuff like that. I just don't have thousands of dollars just to set up Cobalt Strike so that I can, have some cool snapshots so that I can, appease you guys in a talk. So I was just Googling randomly like, hey, is there any open source alternatives to Cobalt Strike? And magically I find Sliver. I'm excited though because Bishop Fox is actually, I didn't know this, right? But one of the guys here sitting in the audience is one of the developers of Sliver. And so him and I had a fantastic conversation yesterday talking about it, and I'm like, oh man, this is so cool. So Sliver is an open source, so this is, anybody can now go buy this, open source alternative to Cobalt Strike to make this stuff all magical and easy. I took it, started playing with it, and effectively was able to do some cool stuff. So I was able to, create my own beacon and then go back and see what what kind of things I'm leaving behind and whatnot. So obviously I can see that, it instantiates the process, the implant that I created, and I see that in Velociraptor. I also see that in my sysmon logs, and then of course I see things like my network connections and stuff like that, coming out, and I know what I'm looking at. I know what to expect. Anyways, but I just thought this was the coolest thing. One of the cool things that I stumbled upon. This is again super fresh, so I'm not sure exactly how I did it, and I didn't spend enough time trying to reproduce it. But one of the cool things I stumbled upon was you can see here on the bottom. It's a sysmon log of a prefetch file being deleted. A prefetch file, if you're not sure what that is, it's evidence of execution. So it's the implant was called causal couch. I thought it was casual couch, and I kept trying to look for stuff, and I'm like, I can't find anything. Like, this is crazy. Like, is it that cool that it's like going in and like, it's even like disrupting sysmon and stuff? No, I was just spelling it wrong. It's causal couch, not casual couch. Anyway, so I found where it deleted a prefetch file, but then the prefetch file then it ran again and it was still there. So I'm not sure how it did it and why. And I was like, hey, did I find a bug? Because if I did, you're welcome. But I also have to put it in the talk, so sorry. But anyway, it's a phenomenal tool. Again, all of the same stuff, all the same ways that we're hunting and all that. We got to know that there's always going to be the sort of the next thing. And if you start looking out there, again, all super fresh. There's now threat actors that are starting to leverage Sliver, okay? This is going to be the new hotness. In fact, APT29 is already starting to be found using Sliver and probably abandoning Cobalt Strike because they're like, well, great, I don't have to buy that anymore, number one. But two, everybody's now looking for Cobalt Strike, okay? And so now this is another way to kind of help them remain hidden. Here's my last thing to run by you really quick that is just a magical thing that can be done in Velociraptor. It's the ability to search through physical memory because, I get it, like some people might say, yeah, but, what if you're looking at PS list, then you're probably looking at, only processes that are part of the, PEB, and any unlinked processes from something like a rootkit, you're never going to even know about that. And all that stuff is true, okay? But one of the fantastic things that Velociraptor can do is effectively load WinPmem. Again, I think this can be done at scale. Can load WinPmem, okay, to go and look at raw, that physical memory, and run Yara scans against that. So I can, run Yara scans for whatever, Cobalt Strike, so on and so forth. And in fact, I got 1 minute left of content. Is that okay? Because I got 1 minute left?
Yeah, you got 10 minutes for questions.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. Okay, cool. Thank you. One of the fantastic things that is again fairly recent and fresh is Google releasing this enormous set of Yara rules to be able to catch Cobalt Strike, right? So I actually found not only Cobalt Strike Yara, but a couple of Sliver ones. So I don't know if you guys are already familiar with that. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so this is you can use Velociraptor to load Yara. You can run Yara scans across everything with Velociraptor, but you can use Velociraptor to load WinPmem to get at the physical memory and run Yara scans against that. And again, that's just super magical. So I did this. I didn't have Cobalt Strike. I did not successfully find any sliver with it, but I also didn't do a whole lot with it because it was brand new and I was just kind of learning to play with it. But what I did do was I used this Velociraptor artifact with, I think I just opened Notepad or something like that. I opened Notepad and I wrote something in there and I didn't save it, so it's nowhere on disk, it's just in memory. Then I ran this with a UR scan and I basically, find my donkey, I found it. And that's the thing, okay? I've lost my donkey a couple of times, and one time I had to call the police to, say like, I lost my donkey, I don't know what to do. Like, well, I've never been in this situation before. Luckily, he was just in the woods, and I found him. But that's the thing, okay? So anyway, just again, this is magical. Doing this across many systems in an enterprise environment, this makes it so much easier and so much more effective. All of this can be a little clunky and a little manual and whatever, some parts of it. On purpose, I'm showing you like the hard, difficult, open source and free way to do it. Anybody can set up their own lab and do all this stuff. But you also have to realize that a lot of these things are also caught in a really good EDR tool. So what you got to figure out is how to pair a really good EDR tool with the methods and all the cool things that you're learning and figuring out how to do. Once you do that, that's kind of where you start to figure out how do I fill in the gaps? How do I then take all of the things that I'm learning and doing through threat hunting and whatnot, and then feeding it back into tuning my tools that help to kind of do this in a little bit more of an automated fashion. Okay, so that's it. Obviously you can catch me on Twitter. One of the things I want to plug really quick is every Thursday we do a webcast at Recon called Thursday Defensive, and all we're doing is sitting around, hanging out, talking security with some of the giants in the industry. Some of the guys we talked about, Olaf Hartong, and others, Mike Cohen, who, created Velociraptor, has been on it. And so if you're interested in that kind of thing, it's free. We sit around every 12:30 Central every Thursday. So go to our website. Again, it's a link on the slides that I'll give you. Register and join us. So cool. Thanks.
All right.
Oh my gosh, that thing is hilarious.
Okay, thank you for the talk. I really enjoyed following the cat and mouse, and I loved your slides template as well. I have a couple of questions.
Oh yeah, the 90s thing. I forgot to make a note of that. But yeah, it's a 90s theme, so Saved by the Bell type, whatever, yeah.
I like it. You mentioned that one really high signal way to identify, some kind of malicious process is a process that isn't loaded off disk, but is just, spawned purely from memory. Although I assume, and maybe, this is my question, I assume that there are legitimate reasons for that. One that comes to mind is like JIT threads in a browser. Is that something you have to filter out, or is it different on
yeah,
Windows?
that's a great question. So the ability to effectively like sideload code and like throw things into a running process is a built-in Windows feature that's necessary, right? Like, so a long time ago, and like I still remember this, but anytime that you did something on your Windows system, like if you changed your IP address or you installed new software or whatever, it would require you to restart. Because effectively, it's like, okay, we gotta, whatever change we made or whatever, you gotta shut down the system and it's gotta now start up with all of that stuff in it, because you can't like change code on the fly. But Windows changed that. They fixed that, made that a feature, and so now you can change code on the fly. You could do sort of whatever you want by injecting into the process as it's running. So it's a Windows feature. It's not like, this isn't a hack. Putting bad code, malicious code in there is itself the hack. So yes, simply like you can't just, you're not gonna, you can't write a signature for every create remote thread that occurs because it happens legitimately all the time, right? So what you're looking for is you can sort of leverage things that are like, maybe I'm going to look more closely at things like LSAS, for example, right? I'm going to look at things that I would be more suspicious of, for one, that, like I really don't want things trying to, inject code into my LSAS and dump out my creds and whatnot. So yeah, so there is a little bit of tuning and stuff that you gotta do there because it's a legitimate thing that Windows does.
Sorry, what is LSAS?
LSAS is the Windows process that effectively handles credentialing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My other question was, I'm curious how you're doing physical memory dumps. It sounds as though it might be an affordance that Windows itself offers.
A physical memory dump can be done in, this is actually kind of a complicated topic. Generally, people just use a tool like WinPMem or FTK Imager. So a couple of slides back, I think it actually shows here. So like Velociraptor here is using WinPMem to create a memory dump. It's using WinPMem to access raw memory. But WinPMem is a tool that you can download. It's a free tool. You can download it and effectively just say, hey, run this and dump the memory snapshot to a file. Then you have a raw file, and then you can kind of go and do things with it. But there's a lot of ways to do that. This is just that kind of the common way to do it. In fact, I actually have a hidden slide in here. Give me a second. I can show you. I think I left it in there in case. Yeah, so here's a hidden slide that, oops, didn't mean to do that. I left it in case for people who might kind of, look at the slide deck. So there's multiple ways to go and basically get at memory, right? Again, generally, kind of at the kernel level, we're using things like WinPMem or procdump and FTK Imager and so on and so forth. But it's not the only way to go to grab memory. If you're running a VM, virtual VMware or something like that, when you pause the system, it has a file that keeps the memory snapshot, and all you got to do is grab that file and you can start messing with it. So,
thank you.
By the way, this links to an article as well that kind of walks through the whole. I think the whole article was about memory smear and like all the various different ways to capture memory, and why the way that we think we're catching memory sometimes isn't exactly doing what we think it's doing, and I don't know, complicated stuff, whatever, right? But it's a good one for anybody who's kind of interested in figuring out, like, how do I know what I'm getting is what I think I'm getting, right? Crash dumps and so on and so forth. Did somebody have? Oh, yes.
Okay, so mind this question because it's very, very low level because I don't have much of an experience with digital forensics. Please mind the question. So from what I understand from digital forensics, typically you're taking a mirror image of something like, let's say if you're law enforcement, if you're like a private firm,
yes.
Whatever like that. And you're talking about specifically live acquisition, basically using Velociraptor, and how you're able to go and do a lot more because it is a robust tool.
Mm-hmm.
So I might have missed this because I did come in late, but why exactly is it not being implemented then? Because I'm assuming that typically they take the mirror images because then it's not going to get contaminated in any kind of way, especially if you're like, in law or something.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up because I meant to include that as a disclaimer.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope nobody sat through the whole thing just mad at me because of this, because I meant to include this as a disclaimer. There absolutely is reasons for taking memory snapshots of things and doing dead memory analysis and all that stuff that you don't get around, right? So, for example, law enforcement, they raid somebody's house and grab their system. They're going to take a forensic disk image and a memory snapshot and all that stuff, and then they're going to do chain of custody to make sure that it wasn't messed with in a way that if they take that to court, they don't want it to look like anything was contaminated. So that legal reasons and law enforcement and so on and so forth, that still stands. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about enterprise stuff, right? So in an enterprise environment, it's a different story. Generally, we're not taking things to court. We're just trying to stop the bleeding and get rid of the stuff and lessons learned and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter if your original memory snapshot is contaminated then?
Well, so I guess it depends on what you mean. Like, it always matters, but maybe less if you're hitting like many different angles and whatever. Like, I have a bunch of different data and like, I guess it depends on what you mean by contaminated. But I'm not concerned about that stuff so much because I have telemetry in multiple different ways. Like Sysmon, for example, is going to make sure that like I'm not going to. Like it's very hard to mess with the event logs. It's possible, but it's just tough. So it's pretty reliable. Okay. That's why I'm not only relying on Velociraptor, only volatility, and so on and so forth. Any other questions? I have, I think, 15 seconds to answer one more. Huh?
I got a 15-second question.
Okay.
Can you use the microphone, please? Yeah. So the live stream can hear it?
Sorry. On live stream, it's like, because
So I'm familiar with using Velociraptor in a client-server model, which
Okay.
is great for scaling, and that's the only way I know it. Is there, like if I have just a single instance that's maybe isolated, can it run just on a single instance?
It can. I'm glad that you asked that. You guys are, I don't know, did somebody implant these questions? I'm glad you asked that too, because I meant to also mention this. At 2 p.m., I did mention this actually, but I meant to mention this again. Okay, at 2 p.m., Whitney and Eric are going to be talking specifically about Velociraptor. Like, they're going to go into weird brain twisting. You can't even make sense of stuff because they're just too smart type of Velociraptor stuff. So they're gonna hit it from like just Velociraptor, the capabilities and how they do all the magic that they do. But yes, you can just load it on a single system. In fact, it's super easy. You just download it and you run Velociraptor GUI, and it'll run on just a local instance. It's so much easier because I'm not the Velociraptor. Velociraptor. I didn't mean to call you Velociraptor. I meant to call you Whitney. So Whitney, she does a lot of the magic backend stuff that like I don't ever have to think about, right? We could just use all the cool stuff. And then I try to set it up myself, and I'm like, this is hard, Like it is the certificates and setting it up in Google Cloud. It's not super easy. But doing the local instance, if you just want to learn Velociraptor, yeah, super easy to do that. And if you're interested, I can kind of point you in the direction of how to do that. But I would also recommend anybody who's interested in Velociraptor to hit that talk at 2 p.m. It'll be magic.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Saturday keynote. How y'all doing? Good? Oh, it sounds like a party. Thank you. You guys are awesome. So I'm really excited to introduce our keynote speaker for today. In short, Sherrod DeGrippo is a badass. So that's what you should know. She's a leader in the threat intelligence industry with more than 16 years of information security experience, during which she's directed teams to investigate advanced threats, release multiple daily security updates, and create scalable threat intelligence solutions. Sherrod's a well-known public speaker. She's been quoted in several different outlets, the Wall Street Journal, Associated Press, Ars Technica. And one thing that we love about her, she follows this service leadership model. She's very invested in the teams and the individuals that work for her. And as she's brought different teams into different companies, really had that employee-first focus. Sherrod also has excellent taste in music and a really cute dog named Boris, so you should follow her on Twitter for more information about them. And with that, we'll welcome Sherrod to the stage. Come on up.
Thank you so much, Jamie. That was very nice of you. We'll talk about Boris a little bit more later. So thank you all for coming today. It feels so good to have people that want to hear what I have to say, and I really appreciate all of you giving me your time. I hope that you will go a little bit on this journey with me, because I'm talking about something that I had to learn about specifically for this event that I didn't normally know a lot about and didn't see every day. And as part of my commitment to IoT, I am using my phone to control my computer to advance my slides. The very talented AV team asked me if I would like to use the official remote, and I said no. I am fully committed to controlling it wirelessly with my phone. I want to kind of get everyone on my side by the end of this today. I want you to kind of lean in a little bit into how you feel about things and take note of the responses that you have to the things that you see to kind of use them later if they're useful for you. So what do we want to talk about? We want to talk about the world is changing. I think most of you in here are probably defenders. If you're not, I'm more than happy to talk to you later and convince you to become one. We want to think about what really matters. We want to think about defending the things that matter to us, not just in our jobs and our businesses and our work, but literally, I want you to think about the things that matter to you in your heart. And I might cry later, I don't know. But I want you to feel this much more than resonate and think with it. I want you to see how you feel about the things that we do as defenders and the world that we're coming into that we need to start defending. Like, what are we really protecting? Not what are we protecting from? Malware, attacks, botnets. But what are we actually protecting, and what does it mean? And then we'll kind of look at what we think the future might be, and I'll ask all of you to participate in a little exercise at the end. So we're going to start with a quiz. Does anyone know what Pop Quiz Hot Shot means? If you're over 50, you probably do. It's from Speed, yes. So we have a pop quiz. First, before we begin the quiz, raise your hand if you have been, currently are, or want to be a CISSP. Have been, will be, all right. So in the CISSP common body of knowledge, there is a lot of physical stuff that we all ignored. When is the last time you used anything about dry pipe, wet pipe, ABC style fire extinguishers, minimum heights for a data center? Who's using that on a daily basis? Nobody, not even a contrarian. No. That physical stuff in the physical security section of the CBK, when you took your CISSP, you memorized it, you passed your test, and you never thought about it again. So, what is the minimum fence height for surrounding a data center? Oh, yes. 8 feet. Jeez Louise. Okay. Very nice. Nice job. How did you know that so readily?
It's just stuck in my head for some reason.
Okay, so then my question to you, sir, when is the last time you actually used that information aside from in here?
Somebody asked me the question like 3 years ago.
So it's trivia. All right. So we've all established that the physical information in the CISSP is used to win trivia contests at conferences. Nice job. So I want you to think about that because we are coming into a physical world. When we talk about the Internet of Things, a data breach is physical now. A breach, malware, joining a botnet, losing credentials, being attacked, all of those things have so many more new physical realities, physical implications, that some of that stuff in the CISSP CBK, it's going to become more relevant than it ever has been before, and you'll be winning more trivia contests if you know more about it. So let's talk about the malicious world. 26% of all traffic on the web is malicious. I think that's crazy. That's insane. Think about all the, raise your hand if you love Nanog. Everybody, you guys don't know Nanog? North American Network Operators Group. They're the ones that keep us able to talk on the internet. They're incredibly important. They're like these old, like, gray-beard guys, like, over computers. But they keep the world running when it comes to internet-worked communications. So they're the ones that are allowing us to actually keep that number low at 26%, which I think is crazy, but that's the amount of trash just from botnets being generated across networks. Malware, 358% increase over the past couple of years. IoT devices are estimated at 14 billion in the world. 14 billion devices. And what do we say when we talk about the cloud? It's just someone else's computer, right? You've heard that. What is an IoT device? It's just another computer. But now, you don't have access to the hardware, to the software, to how it operates, to how it updates, to what it does. It's a completely closed system for the most part when we talk about those devices. And now they're controlling whether or not people can get in their homes. So it's kind of a different reality and calculus. If you guys standing want chairs, there's some over here. So malware, ransomware, the average payment increased by 518% from 2020 to 2021. I have a feeling in 2022 it'll go even higher. Ransomware is something that we're seeing everywhere, and I know what you're all thinking. Yeah, you can ransom a TV now. You're all familiar that there was a big ransomware outbreak in 2019 amongst smart TVs, and I think that that's just the beginning. We're going to see more and more of that. So I want you to look at this list. Smart TVs, smart speakers, connected thermostats, home security systems, domestic robots, which is Roombas, things like that, smart bulbs, energy monitors, connected appliances, door locks, and cars. How many of you have one of these items? I have 8 of them. I have everything except the door locks in the car. And the only reason I don't have the door lock is because it looked hard to install. And I don't have the car because they're expensive. But ultimately, I think everybody has something like this in their homes and their lives, and not just 1 out of these 10, but 5 or 8 or all of them. Does anybody have all of these things? You have all of them? Can you tell me your home address? Google's out. Haven't you heard? ChatGPT is replacing it. So, hi, my name is Sherry DeGrippo. I've been in InfoSec for 18 years, leading threat research teams, doing detection development, primarily network, malware, and threat intelligence. I've worked at companies like Proofpoint, Symantec, SecureWorks, and I started out in the federal government at NNSA under DOE. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, which is also my hometown, which is really rare. If you meet anyone from Atlanta, ask them if they're really from Atlanta. I am. My favorite protocol is DNS. Anyone else have their favorite protocol as DNS? You in the back. That's a great choice. My second favorite protocol lately, I think, has been DHCP because it brings me back to my teen years when I couldn't get DHCPD to work and I had to dhcpd.conf. I have a big screenshot collection. We're not going to look at screenshots today, but I think one of the things that you'll find valuable in your life is if you take a lot of screenshots and collect them, because there are so many times when you will go, I have a screenshot of that, and it will help you go far. I have a dog. That is him. His name is Boris Karloff. He is an alien space being and the best thing to probably ever happen to me. He's a great little guy. And I am on the dumpster fire that is Twitter. If you'd like to follow me, I really only talk about InfoSec, dogs, and lately a couple of other things, but it's pretty InfoSec heavy. So, yet another quiz. You're exempted from answering because I think you're some kind of ringer. if you wanted to assemble your own Wi-Fi jammer, how much money would you need for components? $10, $100, $1,000, or $10,000? You're going with 10? Okay. You're going with 10, you're going with 10. Has anybody in here ever built one? You've built one, that's how you know? Okay. Well, that answer is coming later. So what we're gonna do first is we are going to look at something that happened to me when I got a package stolen off of my porch. I want all of you to solve the mystery of this thief. If you can, we're gonna talk to the Atlanta Police Department and get them arrested. So, first, I ordered a package from Amazon. It didn't come. It didn't come. I kept looking out on my porch. It's not there. What's going on? I asked the kids, did you see it? No, there's no package. So I said, well, let me look on the Ring doorbell and see, because I have a Ring doorbell, as was mentioned in the previous slide. So here is my console. I have a video from 12/29. Let's look at that video and see what's there. You can see in the bottom right, it's small, but there's a box there. That's my package. Okay, it was delivered. There it is. Great. So let me look at the next video after it to make sure it's still there. We'll look at the, video does not exist. And then the package is gone. What happened? Where'd my package go? And why isn't there any video of it being disappeared? Aliens. So, what? Well, I would hope I would at least see the box moving away or something. But what I found interesting about this is that I did a standard Boolean search within video footage, looking at two different sides until I found the middle where it was there, it was gone, and what's in between, somehow the video was not recorded by Ring. Why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I also have another IoT system, which is my security system with more video. So let's take a look at the video that happened at that same time of the missing Ring video. This is on SimpliSafe. So this is where the video starts. Predictable. We see someone on my porch. Goes up on my porch and disappears for a minute. Where did he go? That's very strange. This person, okay. He took my package. So, I don't know exactly what happened. I'm not a scientist or a cop. But I know that that moment was not captured on my Ring doorbell, which is right by my door, whereas my security cameras, which are up pretty high, did capture that moment. So, what do we think happened there? I think that somebody used a Wi-Fi jammer to jam my Ring doorbell because they expected somebody to have a Ring doorbell, but they did not aim it high enough to hit my SimpliSafe cameras because they didn't think that they were there. They're hidden under my eaves, you can't really see them, and I don't think you can jam two devices at once. So, Wi-Fi jammers, I got into it. What's the deal with these things? Those of you who guessed $10 were pretty much right. You can actually make one for as low as $5, but if you want the higher quality items and you want the nice solder, you're gonna spend about $10. They're illegal, everyone says to me. Sherrod, Wi-Fi jammers are illegal. The FCC would never. So is stealing stuff from the porch. Like, I don't think people who are willing to go up and grab a box off of someone's door are super worried about, like, pump up the volume style FCC coming after them. So I do think projecting forward, this is something that we're really likely to see in the future. Building these is pretty easy. Porch pirates are everywhere. Why not jam the Ring doorbells, come and go as if you were never seen? If I didn't have that SimpliSafe footage, I would still be wondering what the heck happened to that box. But because I have extra footage, I can fill in the blanks. Now, the next question you might be asking, did you call Ring and ask them where that video was? I did. They had me do a full diagnostic on my Ring device. It was found to be functioning perfectly. They had logs from everything except that few minute time span when it stopped recording. I can't think of any other hypothesis. I even talked to CNN. Sean Lindgras called me from CNN and said, What is going on with this? Did you talk to the police? What's happening? I didn't talk to the police, but I talked to my neighbors. They had missing packages and no videos as well. I think somebody has found a pretty good scam to do in my neighborhood, unfortunately. But now the question is, what am I going to do about it? Here's some mistakes I made. My security cameras are battery powered, which means that's a bit of a vulnerability, right? I got to change those batteries. They're Wi-Fi connected. They're not hardwired. I think that's something when it comes to IoT is going to be the easy way out that manufacturers and companies get us to go for that's going to actually undermine what we're really using these devices for. Oh, just connect it to your Wi-Fi. I don't care how reliable your Wi-Fi is. Things like Wi-Fi jammers, minimum interruptions, and a lot of the providers, they will kind of slow your bandwidth. Check your speed all the time because when it's not being used, they'll deprioritize you on QoS. These devices don't get priority, and that means that you want to have them hardwired when you can. I didn't pick up my package when I got there. It's my fault. I get it. Should have used an Amazon locker. I've learned some lessons, but one of the things that really caught me was that in the connected world, we have pros and cons. One of the pros is that I was able to kind of figure out where the package went, but one of the cons was now I can't really do anything about it, and I've got to upgrade the way that I operate. So what are we really protecting? And this is where I hope all of you can kind of get on this mindset with me because it's really important and I want you all to come with me on it. So this is Bob DeGrippo. You might notice that he shares my last name. He is 76 years old. He will take me to Home Depot 3 times a day if he had the choice to do it. This is him in Home Depot. He treats the ladders like they're his personal lounge areas. And this is my dad. So I will try not to cry. I love my dad. He's freaking awesome. So I bought a new house about 1.5 years ago, and the bottom left is my thermostat in my new house that was already there from the 50s, and the heat button would only go down. And as you can see, the heat is set on 56 because I would push up and nothing would happen, and I would go, well, does the down work? Yeah. It does. So it kept getting colder and colder and colder. And I finally ripped it off the wall, as you can see in the top. And I went and I bought a Google thermostat on the right there. And I couldn't get it. I'm pretty technical. I'm pretty mechanical. I could not get it to connect. I was jamming these wires into the back of this beautiful little sleek thing, just jamming them in there. I could not get it to connect. I could not get it to work. Finally, I call Bob DeGrippo. I'm like, Dad, I cannot make this thing work. I look at my phone, he's FaceTiming me. Share it. Put it on the video. So I'm showing my dad the thermostat like this. I'm showing him these wires at the top. I'm like, it's just not working. I think it's broken. I'm going to get a different one. No. The shield housing on the yellow wire is covering too much of the copper. So you need to just strip a little bit of that yellow off. Wow, okay, Dad. So I strip a little bit of the yellow off, I jam it in there, and it works. Now, here's what's important about this story. Anyone who cries, I will give you $1. Here's what is important about this story. My dad is freaking awesome. But what each of us in this room as defenders are protecting is not so much my thermostat, but it's my ability to connect with my father that lives 6 hours away in another state, who's 76 years old and wants nothing more in the world to help his daughter who he loves be warm in her home, even though he can't be there. That's what each of us do every day, is we make sure that those connections and that safety and that relationship functions and works the way that people need them to. It's really easy to look at a PCAP and say, oh, this is malicious, we should block it. Oh, this is fine, let it go through. But at the end of those communications are real human people that want to have a connected human life experience, right? That's why we have all these things in our homes. It's not because we love computers, which we might, but it's because we want to leverage them as tools to make our lives better. And this isn't really about me putting an IoT thermostat, which is a questionable choice. I know, I was cold. The point is, the thing to remember is, I was able to have this connected, close experience with my old man father in another state because he just FaceTimed me and helped me. And those are the kinds of things that when we protect people's credentials, when we protect data, when we look at network traffic and we make sure that it's only the good kind coming in and out, when we think about code and code reviews, when we do pen tests to make sure that a network is secure, to make sure that an organization is operating securely, when we do things to prevent ransomware, what those things all lead to is human interaction and connection that really touches people and means something to them. That's the point of being a defender, is to allow humans to operate in a way that is satisfying and fulfilling to them, and not let these machines control us and make decisions for us and keep us further apart. So now we're gonna do a little exercise. First, we start with the question, what company hired the most IoT engineers in 2022? Amazon, Google / Alphabet, Apple, Microsoft, or Facebook Meta? Ooh, oh, that's not so easy as the last two. Okay. So I'll give you a hint. It is the company that now owns all the house robots. Who owns the house robots now? The Chinese. So Amazon bought Roomba, which was the largest home assistant cleaning robot company in the world. And they also hired the most IoT engineers in 2022. So if you want to work IoT, Amazon has a place for you. But here's my question for all of you. Does anyone in here want to be or is currently a threat actor? I like that everyone's laughing as if no, there would never be a threat actor in our midst. Okay, good, that's the right answer. So what I want to do is, if you have a piece of paper, that's great. If you want to write it down on your phone, if you want to just keep it in your brain, that's okay too. I want to walk with you on how to build an IoT attack. And I want you to think about what you would do if you were a threat actor. And I mean be super devious. I mean get horrible. Like just dig down to the basest nature of awfulness that you have, and I know you all have it. So who are you going to target? Who are you going after? Individuals, consumers, business organizations, or governments? So who are you really going after? What device type do you like? And it doesn't have to be limited to the devices here. TVs, appliances, light bulbs, door locks, robots, the cars, the washing machines, any of the robot stuff, anything that's connected. What device are you going to try and target? Think about that. And then what's your attack type? Are you going to put it on a botnet? Are you going to disrupt it somehow, like make somebody's light bulbs flash and really spook them out? Are you going to take it and start selling that access, which is always an option to make a little money? Are you going to send messages over connected speakers and tell people to buy Ovaltine or whatever you want to do? And a classic one, of course, maybe a bit uncreative, is put some ransomware on those TVs. You just got a new TV for Christmas? Well, now it's being ransomed and you need to pay some Bitcoin in order to watch any shows on it. So, and then let's talk about your final goal, right? So that's your attack, but what are you really trying to get? Are you trying to social engineer the public, do something with disinformation or misinformation, disrupt the social fabric, which is much easier to do with these connected devices than it is with a data breach or with simply owning a remote Trojan on a host at somebody's house? If you have control of these, you could really disrupt society in a lot of ways. Or are you simply trying to get money? And maybe that's your ransomware capabilities. Maybe it's some spying capabilities. You could compromise a home assistant type robot like Amazon or Apple's robots. You could listen to what people talk about. You could sell sensitive conversations. Really think about what you would do if you were a threat actor. So who are you targeting? Because we can do a pretty large attack. I think we have the scale to do it. What device do you want to go after, or multiple? What kind of attack are you going to do? Like, what's the type of attack? And then what is your final goal in having that control and doing that attack? Got it? You want to think about it more? All right, who wants to go first? Yes, over there. You have to catch this thing. That's the first part. Someone catch it for them.
Let me get this over.
What do you got? Walk me
I
through
got-
it. Get evil.
All right, I know. This is really bad. I'm sorry.
No, I want
I
it.
will go after X-ray machines.
X-ray machines. That's horrible.
Yes. They usually run.
That's a microphone, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. X-ray machines. A lot of times they're on an XP or a version of XP that's been turned into a that has a bunch of extra stuff on it, and usually hospitals are pretty bad about. Anyways, there's a lot of stuff where I think it would be very vulnerable, and yeah, especially with doctors having their bobs everywhere. They walk into a room and their bob is their credentials and other things, but they are pretty weak. So if you get into a hospital system, I believe that you could, because they're pretty weak and they run on XP, you could take them over pretty easily. And the problem is they have a lot of proprietary stuff on them, so if you start messing with them, you could get them to do over radiation and kill people.
Wow, okay.
So anyways, the final goal would be it would be disruption, it would be a terrorist attack.
Okay, so let's just quickly walk through your scenario because I want to make sure that we have it straight. Remember, you all said you were not going to be threat actors when I asked, and you laughed at me for saying that. So this is a thought experiment. So you're going to go after organizations, essentially, that are healthcare that have X-ray machines. Your device type is X-ray machines that are running vulnerable software like XP. Your attack type is to increase their functionality so that they are physically harming people. And your final goal is terrorism.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys can do better, I bet. Nicer.
I want to point out, she understood the assignment. Who wants to try another one? We got way in the back. How good is your throwing/catching skills?
There you go.
Catch. Yes, nice. Oh. Good job. All right, so tell me who you're going to target.
I actually kind of approached it from the back, and I thought about the final goal going that way. And
Okay.
so I picked civil disruption. I really wanted to do damage. Like, I'm not talking disrupt for a month. I'm talking like it'd be known for decades. So I thought, well, I need to disrupt the functionality of something that really matters. And, you know, society's 3 square meals away from revolution. So how about we disrupt fridges? People put a lot of food in there. It's expensive to replace. If you completely block out all the fridges, or as many fridges as you can get, the food inside's going to rot. People are going to want to replace the fridge and the food, which the fridge isn't going to be easy to replace, and the food's going to be gone. So you put stress on food supply lines. You put stress on people's mental well-being because they'll be hungry. And by doing that, you're kind of targeting individuals, but I think it'd bleed over into more stuff. So, and if you do that to a more effective extent, it'll extend on longer. Not only are you stressing the food now, but you're putting stress on food that's being planted now. They're not planning for that, so it could really ripple. And frankly, food's expensive now too. You're hitting them financially.
So you're essentially going for a civil disruption and a kind of social fabric tearing apart at the food supply and people's ability to maintain cold storage on perishables.
Yeah.
Okay, that is really horrifying as well. That is great. And I know that LG, Samsung, Maytag, KitchenAid, there's like 12 different leading brands that all have internet connected fridges that not only can you connect to remotely, but you can have them connect back out. I'm sure, have you seen where the fridge posts on Twitter because the mom takes away the phone and she's posting from the Samsung fridge?
They're also not thought of as an attack vector too, so they're probably not well defended.
I also think they're not well defended. In fact, in 2016, Proofpoint released a blog that talked about a fridge that was sending spam at mass volume because it had been compromised. It's a great piece. All right. Anyone else have a horror story they would like to share? One more. I think we had one more in the back.
Back here? Here you go.
All right. Tell us who you want to target, what your devices are.
Businesses, robots, someone that does manufacturing. I would want to hack in and take ransom the G code that they're using be able to sell that off or take it hostage so that they cannot run their manufacturing. And in manufacturing, a lot of the people who are running that equipment are not, they're sharing that information not as readily as, or keeping it as secure, and then taking that money to move to some place that is non-extraditable.
I like that you have an escape plan. That's an important part that many of these criminals did not include in their plan. And so let me understand too, so you're gonna shut down some manufacturing robots. Is the plan to get ransom from them to turn them back on?
Correct, and then take the proprietary information about how they're manufacturing and sell it off to other actors that will, some companies from countries that don't have as much rigor as well.
Okay, so that's what we call double extortion, which means you're going to ransom them and then you're also going to take their stuff unless they pay you. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good one. I also like your escape plan to a non-extraditable country. Good luck with that. Anybody else want to share one more? All right, we have some over here, I think.
Where was it at? Sorry.
I think we had a couple over here in this row. Everyone's really, throw it, throw it.
Here it comes. Oop.
Yes!
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm a bad country that wants to take over our country.
Okay.
And we have, thank you. But bombs and guns and all that, they're a waste. So we come to Phoenix, Arizona, where the only emergency management task is to prevent power outage in a heat wave. So like, why waste? All you have to do is get into those thermostats, now, data centers and frozen food have redundancy, but people in their homes do not. In fact, we're all like cars in the parking lot if the AC is down. So you have mass casualties of individuals. Now, the power companies will will rebate your nest, and they will do demand management. So they will peak shave and just kind of switch it off during the peak so you don't break the grid. But if somebody were to go the same way and turn all the ACs on and spike a peak, the grid goes down. The second they try to bring it back up again, do it again, they will never get up off their knees, and it will only hurt people. So there's my story.
I love it. And I want to point out a couple of things about this one that I really like. Number one, she did something that the rest of you didn't mention. You may have said it in your head, but you didn't call out. She already thought about what the defenders had been doing and what the mitigations would be. So commercial and data centers have redundancy. So the first thing that she thought was, those aren't good targets because my exploit or my attack won't necessarily be successful at places that have redundancy capability. So I'm going to go after the more vulnerable systems, which are consumers in their homes, to spike the grid and then shut down the ability to cool homes in a very hot place in a hot time. So I really like the idea that you're thinking, what are the pre-built-in mitigations at these targets that I need to either get rid of that as a target option or find a way to get around those mitigations. That's pretty nice. Okay, as defenders, we're gonna think about that first part that the threat actors are then finishing the sentences for. There's a lot of murderers in this room. Only safe guy is extradition guy so far. Okay, let's do one more. I think we had like one more. Right here, two in front of you. Yeah.
So I think I kind of took the same approach as someone who was in the back that was talking in terms of looking at final goal. And I wouldn't say this is like a large scale type of attack, but I think I would go straight for petty revenge. So I'd attack my neighbor as an individual.
I hate
that. And just for the record, because I know there are people in this room that work with me, I would absolutely never do this. But if I were going to,
this is a thought exercise.
I'd go after my neighbor, and I would look for like an Apple Watch or a Fitbit, because those are really just remotes for everything else in your house. I'd look for intercepting messages between the person's phone and their Fitbit or their Apple Watch. And then I'd also turn their alarms off. Like, I'd just be fairly heinous about turn off their alarms so they're late for work. Intercept messages to see if there's sensitive information. My neighbor's probably having an affair, so I could resell that information.
Wow, I love this.
Yeah,
Okay, so
petty revenge.
The petty revenge angle, I love it. Going to be a nuisance, annoy them, and you believe they're having an affair. So if they have any connected security devices that do video, you could catch video perhaps of this affair, and then, so double extortion is always the way to go. If you are ever extorting, blackmailing, or ransoming somebody, don't stop at one. So what you would want to do is you want to get the pictures of them having an affair. You tell the neighbor, I have pictures of you having an affair. Pay me or I'm going to sell them or give them away. And then you tell the spouse, I have pictures of your spouse having an affair. Pay me and I'll give them to you. Always double your money.
Good.
Okay? Great job.
Divorce is expensive.
So I will tell you mine because I just made this up recently. I'm used to doing a lot of threat actor psychology, think like an attacker. That's kind of one of the things that I'm really focused on, understanding that threat actor mindset. And all of you seem to really understand a potential threat actor mindset. You are devious, devious people. Congratulations on that. But mine is, I went a couple months ago and I saw Lady Gaga in Atlanta. And in order to do anything, you had to have these connected wristbands that got you into the show. You could pay for food and merchandise with them. And I think I would attack those wristbands. I would make it so that none of them worked except for mine and my friends, so no one else could get in. And I would see like Depeche Mode purely by myself while all the other people are standing outside like trying to swipe in so that I could have a private concert. I wouldn't kill anyone. But some of you would, which is fine. So I think that a lot of you kind of took away from that exercise. First of all, everyone did fantastic. I know that you would never actually hurt anyone. But the reality is the adversaries that we face today absolutely will. It's very much threat actor, dog-eat-dog kind of situation. If you read the Conti leaks, if you didn't, I suggest you do. But if you read the Conti leaks, you saw not only do they operate professionally as a group of criminals, they're organized crime, but they interweave with each other. They have petty disputes with each other. They fight with each other while they're working together. It's really, really a criminal enterprise that's pretty cutthroat. And some of these ideas seem horrifying to us, but to the threat actors, they're just another way to get paid, to further their own ambitions, to do something on behalf of a government that they possibly work for. These are important things to think about because, as I said, it really is more than data now. We've talked about data breaches for a long time in security and how terrible they can be. They are, right? You have to clean up identity theft or credentials being stolen. But what we're talking about when we start having a more connected physical world, when we start looking at things that actually impact you and your body and your ability to live and your ability to move around, that's a different level of threat that we all now need to think about and be conscious of because it is kind of this new world that we haven't thought of before. And we have to think about that as part of the new attack surface. And what I want all of you to do, you're here on a Saturday. This stuff matters to you, and you can't argue me out of that. I know that all of you take this really personally. For me, information security is a calling in my heart. I know that sounds dorky and whatever, but I feel a calling inside myself to protect the human connections that we can have with each other using technology. The idea that I can FaceTime my dad and get help with my thermostat, something that was unthinkable 10 or 15 years ago, it's really important to me that you and I work together to make those connections and relationships safe. And now that we have this whole other attack surface to think about, we're going to have to work a lot harder to keep things safe, and we're all going to have to sort of think about why we're doing this. Because if you work in a SOC, or if you work in architecture, or if you work in a situation that's really high pressure, you can start questioning why you do it. Take care of yourself, get that balance, but remember the reason that you're doing it is for Bob DeGrippo so that he can FaceTime me and that I can make my thermostat work. And it's not just me, right? Like, there's people like that in every one of your jobs. Even if you don't see them, talk to them, and know them, when you're protecting their data and protecting these attack surfaces, you're protecting their ability to have those human connections, and you have to follow that through. We look at attack chains, right? We look at an attack chain from the beginning to the end. We need to look at protection chains from the beginning to the end too. You're not just protecting that database or that server or that network. You're protecting all of the people that have to use it and depend on it and rely on it. And that's really what that calling is about. And I hope that you can listen to kind of what's inside of you to find what part of that calling is pulling you toward the work. So I have time for questions. If you have questions, the other option is to sit quietly. Anyone want the box? We have one person that wants the box.
Do you have any other information on the person that was doing the Wi-Fi jamming with stealing packages?
Oh, you mean at my house?
Yes.
That's essentially all the information that I have was what I captured on my cameras. The reporter from CNN that interviewed me, he also talked to the Atlanta Police Department, and they had heard of tons of package thefts in my neighborhood, but they couldn't say whether there was a Wi-Fi jammer or not, and the police actually said to him, "Aren't those illegal?" I think they meant like you can't buy them, you can, but really the tutorials to make them are, I think, what people are probably doing. Do you have any more information about the guys stealing this?
No.
I want that ring light back.
What's your favorite part of the Conti leaks?
Oh my God.
Give us the Conti.
Woo, I've waited a long time for anybody to ask me about that. What is my favorite part of the Conti links? It's impossible to pick a favorite. It's like the Oscars of bullshit. So, okay, so for those of you that don't know about the Conti leaks, essentially Conti is a ransomware group that declared its allegiance to Russia at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. They're a ransomware group, malware operators. They're very talented. They're quite good. They said, hey, we're Russian. We're on the side of Russia. Well, there was a couple of people in the group operating as criminals, working with them, doing ransomware, who said, we're Ukrainian, we're Ukraine, and we're not going to take this. So they leaked all of the documents, chat, transcripts, everything internally from this threat actor group that we've been tracking. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. And so at the time when I was working at Proofpoint, we spent a lot of time translating all of that Russian into English to understand it. The personalities really came out. I think it is 100% worth taking a look at that leak cache. It's fascinating. You can put it through Google Translate and get the idea. Some of the things that they gave to us, a gift as defenders, is this insight into how these groups work. One of them is they are paid salaries. They are paid with paychecks by the threat actor groups. It's organized crime. And when I say organized, I mean just as organized as anybody else's job. I think that was one of the things, is seeing how much everyone was getting paid, which was pretty good for, Russian salaries. Like, you could definitely live really well off of that. Second, yeah.
How do they compare to Proofpoint?
Well,
I'll give this back.
It's a good question. I'm not going to live in Russia and do crime, if that's what you're asking. So that was really interesting, and I think the Conti leaks are a gift to us as defenders because they give us that inside perspective. Another thing that I found that was interesting is that people within that group were also working with other ransomware groups, so they were employed with both, and they would cross code, which allowed us to give high confidence attribution to these groups for these certain attacks, because we always wondered, is it the same guy working in the same place? And this was the first time we were able to definitively say, yes, there are multiple groups that are linked. It gave us a view into the initial access broker landscape of who's selling access to what, who's the ransomware operator, who's selling things on the gray market that they don't know what happens. Colonial Pipe is a great example. That attack was shadow brokers, but they said, oh, we didn't know that it was a infrastructure pipeline for gas, that it would cause people to put gasoline in tote bags or whatever. Did you guys see that? Remember there were people, yeah. They were like, oh, we didn't know that, we're sorry. And I think that that is actually true. They didn't know that, but yeah, I think the Conti leaks are worth checking out. It's nothing but bangers all the way down. It's full chat transcripts of Russian threat actors doing what Russian threat actors do with ransomware.
Cool, thank you.
Anything else? All right, we can move straight to quiet reflection. Thank you.
so excited to have the wonderful Jason Blanchard from Black Hills InfoSec here to tell us how to job hunt like a hacker. You can see on his jacket that he is a hacker, and he's going to tell you how to job hunt. So let's give him a round of applause, and thanks, Jason.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, CactusCon. I don't like to do stage stuff. I like to walk around, because I might come down here, I might go back up there. But can everyone do me a favor? Please stand up if you would like to play rock, paper, scissors with the people next to you. So go ahead and stand up if you'd like to play rock, paper, scissors. Stand up and play rock, paper, scissors. So what you're going to do is find the person closest to you, and it's going to be single elimination. It's going to go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Let's go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Single elimination, get ready. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. If you lost, sit down. If you lost, sit down. All right, now the rest of you can sit down. And you're like, oh, I wanted to keep playing, right? Like, because you won and you wanted to play with the next people. You can do that whenever you want to. Here's why I wanted you to stand up and meet the people next to you. Because that's what this conference is about, meeting people. It's about introducing yourself to people. And what's weird is that if I had you all get up and keep doing it until we had like the final round up here and everything, and like, you'd all be like, ah, cheering. But if you all were to meet each other in the hallway prior to this, you wouldn't even look at each other. You want to talk to each other, want to introduce yourself to each other. And it's weird because human beings are like that. We're like, stranger danger. I don't like it. And so I want you to raise your hand if you're shy. Raise your hand if you're shy. All right, so go ahead and put it down. What I'm about to talk about for like the next 48 minutes is going to hurt you. You're going to feel uncomfortable with all the things I say. I'm pretty sure that all the down arrows I get on YouTube of people who are like, I don't like it, is with people going, no, because your brain, as I talk about these things, your brain's going to go, no, that is no, Jason, no. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about job hunting like a hacker. A long time ago, just to give you a real brief history of me, I taught at a film school in Full Sail University, Full Sail University in Florida. I taught content creation and filmmaking. And what happened is I had classrooms just like you, people sitting in classrooms, and they all wanted to be in the film industry. And the film industry is not easy. It's not easy at all. And so in order to work in the film industry, you have to constantly work on gigs. Like you have a 3-day job. That's how long your job is, 3 days. And then you have a 2-day job, and then you have a 1-day job, and then you don't work for 6 weeks. And then you work for 2 days, and then you work for 1 day, and then you don't work for 6 weeks. Like that's how filmmaking industry works. Like it's gig economy. You work. So the only way to get jobs is to meet people, to introduce yourself to people, to network with people constantly over and over and over and over and over again. And so you have to be comfortable with being able to be rejected. And that's what most of us have a hard time being. We don't like to be rejected. And so when you're job hunting, it's all that. It's constant rejection. I sent something, no one responded, they must hate me and they think I'm terrible. Like that's what happens in your brain. And so I need you today, as we talk about these things, you're going to have a hard time with some of this stuff because you have to go against all the things your brain is telling you. It's literally called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is where your brain believes a certain thing, I'm introducing new things, and your brain's going to go, no! And that's fine. At the end of this, you may walk out here and go, that guy was an idiot. I didn't like any of that stuff. And some of you might walk out here and go I'm going to use all that stuff, and I'm going to get the best damn job I ever had. And there's somewhere in between, right? So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about job hunting like a hacker. My name is Jason Blanchard. I go by Banjo Crashland on the internet. It's just an anagram for Jason Blanchard. If you mix all the letters together, and people are like, do you like banjos? And I was like, no, not at all. Okay, so what we're going to do today is we're going to target companies. So my background is in filmmaking and helping film students and people get jobs in the film industry. And so I got real good at networking, meeting people, introducing myself, all that stuff, teaching people to do that, network, meet people, introduce themselves. And then when I got into the cybersecurity industry, I got introduced to the pen test methodology of reconnaissance and exploitation and post-exploitation and all this stuff. And I was like, wait a second, that's job hunting. If you target companies, if you try to figure out how to get into a company, if you start figuring out ways to bypass the normal ways of getting hired, like if you create a custom exploit, which is a resume that's made specifically for a job description instead of one job, like imagine having the, like, one exploit and you just throw it everywhere and see if it works. Or if you have one, you're like, I know it's going to work for this. And so job descriptions become your like framework for how to write your resume. Instead of writing a resume, look at a job description and then just go, yeah, I got all that stuff. And then instead of just applying at the company's website or applying on LinkedIn, no, you go to the company's website. You figure out everything about that company. You read press releases about that company. You find out the executives that work there. You track them down on LinkedIn. You find out all their connections. You connect with all their connections. And then all of a sudden they're like, I keep hearing about you everywhere I go. Why don't we have you working here? You're like, that's right. That's right. And then lastly, it's like a report, right? In pen testing, you always write a report. You know, you don't just like, I did a bunch of hacks. No, you write down all the things you did. So you keep track of what you're doing in job hunting. Because some of you, if you've been job hunting or you're about to be job hunting or unfortunately you're about to be job hunting or whatever the case is, like there's times where it's been like, it's 3 months. I've been unemployed for 3 months and nothing's working. You're like, really? Did you keep track of all the things that's not working? Did you follow up with some of the people? Because here's for some of you right now, if you're job hunting and you're like, hey, I sent an email a month ago and they never got back to me. And my first, like, did you send a follow-up? Okay, cool, you sent a follow-up. Did you send a second follow-up? A second follow-up? Isn't that harassment? Well, maybe, depending on the email. But no, because see, the thing about job hunting is it's like it's sales and marketing. I'm sorry. It's sales and marketing. You're marketing yourself. You're selling your services to a company. You're doing sales and marketing. And in sales and marketing, you follow up with people. You don't assume they got it the very first time. In fact, the thing about marketing, God, I work in marketing. The thing about marketing is this. I send out, let's say, 100 emails. How many of those emails do you think people are going to open? I send 100. Throw out some numbers. How many of those out of the 100 you think people will open? Well, it depends on the subject line. If that subject line sucks, it's like 3%. Subject line's good, maybe 15%. If it's superb, it's 30%. If you like me, it might be 35%. So when you're sending things out into the void, how many responses do you think you should get? It's not that many. And so what most of us were job hunting, we're like, well, we sent 100 like resumes out. I've only heard back from 2 people. I'm like, that's pretty good. Not bad. And so the expectations of these things. So we're going to get into all that right now. And I'm actually going to go back up to the stage and hopefully don't fall down. All right, here we go. So I'm going to do live demos today. I'm going to do live demos. I'm going to unlock that. All right, has anyone here ever seen LinkedIn? Cool. So do recruiters. Okay, so recruiters use LinkedIn, and if those 22 notifications at the top bother you, they don't bother me, and I'll be fine. Okay, so on LinkedIn is everything that you need to start researching and figuring out where you want to work. Now, what we're going to do first, and this goes against what most of you believe about job hunting, is instead of going to search for jobs, we're going to figure out the companies we want to target first. Instead of searching for jobs, you're going to figure out the target companies you want to work for. Because there's a difference. I don't know, how many of you are here in your 40s? Okay, cool. So when I was a teenager, if I wanted a job, I literally had to get in a car and drive around town and look for help wanted signs. I had to look for help wanted signs, and when I saw one, I would like stop the car, go inside, I'd fill out an application, and then wait for them to contact me. That's how job hunting in the 90s worked. Now, some of you may be a little older than that, and you're like, well, the 80s, Jason, you should have seen the 80s. But in the 90s, you drove around, you looked for help wanted signs, and then the internet came along, and that's now what it's like to just drive around and look for help wanted signs. LinkedIn is driving around looking for help wanted signs. And most of you don't want to work those places. Like, imagine driving around your town and seeing like a crappy restaurant with a help wanted sign. You're like, all right, let's go. And that's what most of you don't even know the names of the companies. You just see a job description. You just see, well, like, all right, I'm going to apply. That's not where you want to work. You want to work someplace that's cool. You want to work someplace that you know, someplace that you recognize, someplace that's thriving in 2023. You don't want to just go work somewhere. You want to work where you want to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to put together a list of the top 10 companies that we collectively would like to work for. So I need someone to raise their hand and tell me a company you want to work for. Yes. CrowdStrike. Next. BHIS. There we go. Nope. Be his. Wow. Anyone else? AS. Bishop Fox. They are here. LifeLock. Anyone else? Yeah. Elastic. Yes. Apple. Microsoft. Nope. Anyone else? Yeah. South. They might be looking for a CTO right now, so. Just all right, what else? Yeah. Intel. They just had a massive drop in their stock price. They might be, yeah. Disney. Okay. Okay. Not Intel Disney. That's something different. Okay. So we have our top 10 companies up here. I'm going to shrink a little bit. Now, how many of you have ever job hunted like this? You put a list together of the companies you want to work for and you go look for them. Yeah, got a couple hands. Cool. Most of you do the driving around thing looking for help wanted signs. And that's okay. That's what you did. Let's think about what we can do next time. All right, so it's the top 10 list. And guess what you do next? You put it in the order of importance. You put it in the order of importance of where do you want to work the most to where you want to work the least. Now remember, when you put your list together, it's still your list. So even number 10 is a place that you would want to work. It's just the least favorite place on the list. It's still your favorite companies. And then you put your favorite company at the very top of that list. So you put it in order of importance. So just by a show of hands, who would want to work at Disney the most? Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. How about we do it this way? Crap. Normally I have like a chat, and I just see a whole bunch of things in the chat. We'll just put it in order of alphabet. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so let's say this was the order that we wanted to put it in. That Apple was the company we wanted to work for most, Black Hills was that company all the way down to South. That's actually probably legit. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so by a show of hands, raise your hand if you think you should start at the top of your list and work your way down. Now raise your hand if you think you should start at the bottom of your list and work your way up. Good job. There was a correct answer. You start at the bottom of your list and work your way up. Why do you think you start at the bottom of your list and work your way up? Yeah. Exactly. That company at the bottom is getting the worst version of you, the worst version of your resume, the worst version of your cover letter, the worst version of reaching out. And you're going to get better and better and better as you work your way up. You know, I used to do this during the pandemic. I did these live streams where I helped people find jobs. 222 people came back and said they found jobs. And we rang the bell for them. It was awesome. It was a great time. I retired in March of last year, just did it for 2 straight years. And it was exciting. It was fun. It was great. I'm glad I got to do it. It was fun. But here's what I learned during that period of time. I would get the same question over and over again. And you might be thinking it yourself right now. Jason, what happens if I get a job at CrowdStrike? oh, I am so sorry that you landed a job at one of your top 10 companies. My bad. Take the job at CrowdStrike, work there for a while, and then keep applying at Bishop Fox, Black Hills, and Apple until you work there. So it's what you do is you start at the bottom, you work your way up. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to start at Southwest Airlines today. We're going to get a job at Southwest Airlines today. So what we do next is we go over here to LinkedIn, and we type in Southwest Airlines. And notice I do not go to jobs. I don't go to Southwest Airlines and look at jobs. I go to the company itself. And then when I get to the company itself, then I might look at jobs if I want to, and I see that they have 21 jobs open. One is a NOC analytics consultant. I don't know what that is. But if you look, that they only have 21 jobs available. Normally, companies would have like 1,200 jobs available. Like during the pandemic, there was tons of jobs available, and now it's gotten a little bit tighter. And so what I want you to be is a little bit better than all the other people applying. So what we're going to do next is instead of look at jobs, we're going to look at people, because I love people. I love people way more than jobs. And there are currently 32,790 employees that have somehow worked at Southwest or have Southwest listed as an employer. And did you know that you could go here and type in this? Type in recruiter. And it would give you the 439 magical job fairies that work at this company. Like Gabriel here, and Devin, and Heather, and Shannon, and Darius, and Saj, Kylie, Laundry, Savannah. So the thing about job hunting is that people give jobs to people. Until ChatGPT does it for us, it's still people doing this for people. And so there's nothing stopping you from introducing yourself to Laundry, Savannah, oh, I can't pronounce that, and Molly. And so you could introduce yourself to these people. Now remember at the very beginning of today when I asked you to stand up and play rock, paper, scissors, and there was some slight hesitation, but you still did it anyway because I asked you to? There's going to be hesitation before you reach out to any of these people. You're going to think you're doing something wrong. You're going to think if you send an email to one of those people, you're going to get like put on a list somewhere, never to be hired. But guess what? Southwest Airlines is at the bottom of your list. Who cares? What's awesome about job hunting at the bottom of your list is you're like, whatever, YOLO. Now, when you get to the top of your list, you're like, Dear Landry, my name, oh God. Can someone read this for me? Does this make any sense at all? So at the bottom of your list, this stress is so much less, and you can do whatever you want. And so it's cool to do it that way. All right, so what happens now is, we find the people here, but we still need a job. How do we get a job at Southwest Airlines? So we are going to look through all the jobs over here, and I'm going to type in the word security, which is what you could do. And if you right now are sitting here going, I don't know the 10 companies I want to work for. Like that's the part, I don't even know how to get started with the 10 companies I want to work for. A great Google search is this: companies thriving in 2023. Companies thriving in 2023. Because right now the recession is like, what? And so there's like all these companies that they're doing articles on like, even though the recession is taking place, these companies are still thriving. And you're like, okay, top 10 list right there. Just put it in order. All right, so I put in here security, and we didn't really get many jobs available at Southwest. And that's okay, all right? So it's still on the bottom of our list where you're like, well, what would we do differently if we wanted a job at Southwest in security or whatever it is that you want to do? So what we're going to do next is we're going to go to southwestairlines.com. I got to fly Southwest tomorrow. I hope they don't find out about this presentation and they deny me access to the... All right, so whenever you go to a company's website, generally towards the bottom, there's going to be something called careers. So you got to find it. There it is. So whenever you go to a company's website, go to the careers page. And then it says, land a career with heart in Southwest Airline. You're like, cool. And so I go over here and I type in the word security too, just to make sure that it's not on LinkedIn. Wow, geez, Southwest. So I'm going to scroll down here. And sometimes they have things not listed on LinkedIn, but they actually have it listed on the company's website. That's why if you're only searching on LinkedIn and Glassdoor and Monster and Indeed, you may not see all the things that are available for these companies. So you go to the company's website, and still, I'm here right now, and I'm like, I'm not really seeing the thing I'm looking for. So I'm going to type in here, SOC. Let's just see if that does something. And the answer is no. And that's fine too. Because what happens next is if you look through here, it says airport, career, corporate careers. We're going to click on that. And we're going to scroll down here, and it says a career for this. And we're going to scroll down. You know what senior network planning consultant, senior network planning market advisor, NOC engineer. So maybe that's you. Maybe that's you. And you come down here. What I'm showing you is a for instance. Okay, so we got this right now. It says network operations, our company policy, promise, all that stuff. Cool. It's going to be hard to see. Can everyone see? I know it's hard to see this, but look at the very top where it says careers.southwestair.com/jobs/R-2022-15646. Can you see that? Okay, so in the world of recruiting and human resources, every job has a code to go along with it, because that's the only way the recruiters and people can keep track of what jobs are open and what jobs need to be filled. Because remember, they have quotas, they have how did you do this week? Did you fill any jobs? Well, no, not this week. Well, but then you kind of suck at recruiting. All right, so they have all the things that they need to do to be successful, and so they keep track of all their jobs through this way up here. So you're going to use that information whenever you find a job that you're interested in to keep track of, so that way when you reach out to the humans that work at those companies, you can say, hey, I currently researched a job 2022/15464, or you drop the link in there, and all of a sudden the recruiter goes, I know what you're talking about. I thought I fell over for a second. Okay, test. Cool. Is everyone understanding now why we go to the company's website? Everyone understand what we're looking for? Okay, so we're starting to do reconnaissance. We're starting to see what we can find. Now, I get this question all the time. Jason, is my resume good? And when I look at it, I go, I don't know. Is it? And you're like, I asked you. I was like, can I see the job description that you're applying for? No, it's my resume. Is it good? I don't know. Can I see the job description you're applying for? And all of a sudden you're like, I think I understand what you're saying. Because this job description has a whole bunch of bullet points for what they're looking for. And what most of you have been doing your whole life is you make a resume first, and then you apply for jobs. I want you to look at the jobs and then build a resume. Look at the jobs you're applying for, then build a resume, instead of building a resume and then looking for jobs. What the heck do you put on your resume if you don't know what the companies are looking for? And so if you look up here, one of my favorite things about humans, and this goes for all of you, me too, is you see all those bullet points up there? How many of you are looking at the list right now? Looking at the ones you can't do? Anybody here looking at the list, looking at the ones you can't do? What most humans do is every time they find a job description, they scan it really quickly to find the one thing on the list they can't do. And as soon as they find that thing on the list they can't do, they're like, I'm out. I knew it. Can't do this one. So if that's been you in the past, first of all, stop. Second of all, can anyone here raise their hand and tell me what percentage of bullet points should you be able to successfully complete or do in order for you to apply for the job? Anybody here? Yes. 80%. Anyone else? Now that he said it, you're like, I'm sure that's right. Ray? 1%. Well, now we have the whole gamut, don't we? Matt? 50. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah. 60%. 20? You know what I love about this? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Seriously, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Okay. There was a report that came out, and unfortunately, this is a little gender biased. That generally women will want to be able to do 100% of bullet points to apply. Men go YOLO at 50. But the report also said women get a higher percentage of the jobs they apply for than men do. So men are like praying and spraying, and women are like, these make sense to me. So there's somewhere in between there where it's good for all of us. So instead of being like 100% sure, maybe 80 for you, whatever feels comfortable for you. But the thing is, you don't have to be all those things. That's aspirational. The company is being a little excessive. Every company is being a little excessive. Generally, why do you think they're hiring for a position in the first place? Somebody quit. So they want you to come in and replace this person who's got like 5 years of tenure. That is like just built up to this point of being able to accomplish all these things. Why else would they want to open a job description? Overworked. You know what they put on there? Everything they can't accomplish. And they're like, oh, we just need someone to come in and just do all this stuff, and then our lives will be better. So the thing is like, your resume doesn't meet all this, and you won't meet all of that. The company can't want everything, and you can't give them everything, and so you find somewhere in the middle. That's why negotiations take place. That's why maybe you're willing to do this for $50,000, someone else will do it for $70,000. They'll take you for $50,000 instead of someone that has more bullet points for $70,000. So it's like there's a lot of negotiation, there's a lot of like wiggle room and all this stuff. And so if you're like, oh, I hate wiggle room. I just want like clear facts, black and white stuff. All right. Okay, so we have this list up here of what they're looking for, and I'm about to show you something that's gonna like really mess with you. No thanks. Okay. So how do you create a job, like a resume? Well, you kind of take this, and then you just kind of like copy it, and you just scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you just go over here to there, and we get copy, then we go over here to a blank document, and then we go to here, and then we like paste. Okay. All right. So how long can your resume be? How many pages can your resume be? One. Okay. So my general rule of thumb is if it takes them 3 pages to explain what they're looking for, you got 3 pages to explain who you are. If it takes them 1 page to explain who they're looking for, you got 1 page to explain who you are. It's always based on the job description. Let that be the framework for who you are. All right, so if I get rid of some of this other stuff here, so we get rid of that. We got job description. It says the NOC engineer supports safe and efficient aircraft operations through the study, education, analysis, and evaluation of airplane performance capabilities and functionalities. That's a long run-on sentence. So I would change this to currently looking for a role where I can support safe Yes, I do mean this. Now it's going to need a little more finessing. It's going to need a little tweaking to it. But all of a sudden, like you're sitting there and you're like, oh, damn it. I've been just trying to describe myself for so long when all I had to do. Because this is a job you want to apply for. When you find a job you want to apply for it because you look at it and go, that's me. That's what the stuff I can do. So instead of trying to reinvent the wheel every time, just take the words that they use and rearrange them a little bit and say, I'm the thing you're looking for, so hire me. And I know that some of you right now are like, nah, they're going to notice. What if they do? You think that like recruiters go like, Oh my goodness. Ah. Okay, so down here it says, as a NOC engineer, you can expect to fly for free. All right. We probably don't need that right here, so we're going to take this right here. We'll mix this up. All right. Okay. All right, so when it says responsibilities, responsible to take off and run. Like, only apply for this job if you can do this. Sorry. So whenever it says responsibilities, I always change this to skills. And I know I'm being a little funny, but I literally do this. Experience, you can change skills to experience, you can change it to whatever it is. And so if you can do these things, then do these things. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time, but don't lie. You're not lying. If you can do the job, then say you can do the job. And you may need to reword some of this stuff. You need to make sure that these are all 100% true about you. I don't want you to lie on a resume. I never want you to lie. I want you to put exactly what the truth is. And when you go through here and you're like, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that. If there's something up here you can't do, delete that whole thing. I want you to imagine the hiring manager or recruiter who gets this type of resume sent to them. Is it fancy? No. Is it template? No. Is it just really factual? Yes. And instead of looking at your resume trying to figure out if you can do the job, because you have that one resume where it just puts all your things and you're like, now you're like, well, I think, yeah, that one. So instead of that, all of a sudden they go, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. All right, let's call them in for an interview. Have you ever heard about, like those things that screen looking for keywords? I think you're going to hit 100%. All right, so once again, if there's a thing you can't do, then get rid of it. Get rid of it, because if you can't do it, don't put it down. Make it 100% true about you. All right, you see where it says knowledge, skills, and abilities? We're going to talk about that for a second, so I'm going to go over here to all right. Some of you in here are recent graduates. You're getting ready to graduate. Some of you are transitioning from one career field to another. Some of you have been doing this for 15 years. So your knowledge varies all over the place. So I want you to know that it's okay for your knowledge to vary. Because what most of us do is whenever we go to a job description and we see a bullet point, we assume that we have to be an expert in every single bullet point. And if we're not, then there must be someone out there, some fictional person that you've created in your mind that is more qualified than you, which is why you're not applying for that job. You're assuming that they're more of an expert than you are. And so that's why we deny ourselves from applying for a lot of things that we want to apply for, because we're like, no. All right, so there are 3 levels of knowledge, so that way you can start to go, you know what? I'm not an expert in it, but I got knowledge, or I'm proficient in it. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in here. Going to increase the size of this. All right, so get into the habit of well, I don't know what that is. Undo. Okay, so the 3 levels of knowledge. So 3 levels, sure. All right, the first one you're going to see from time to time is knowledge of. Ugh. All right, so you're going to see knowledge of or familiar with. How many of you see this on resumes all the time? It says knowledge of, familiar with, right? Let me explain to you what that means. I've heard of it before. That's kind of what it means. Like when you're like, hey, do you have knowledge of this? You're like, yes, I've heard of it. Are you familiar with this? Absolutely, I've heard of it. And so instead of you going, oh, it says I have to have knowledge of Microsoft Word, you're like, oh, I got to be an expert in Microsoft Word. No, it means you've heard of Microsoft Word. You've used it a few times, okay? So some of you have taken boot camps, or you've taken some classes on it. You've done some Try to Hack Me's. You've done Hack the Box, something like that. Most likely you have knowledge of, or you're familiar with these terms, these tools, and these types of techniques. You have knowledge of them. And so Stop worrying about being an expert and just let people know I have knowledge of these things. You can literally say I have knowledge of and list all the things you have knowledge of and the tools and the capabilities you have knowledge of. Thank you. I got 15 minutes left to go. All right. So the next one up here is proficient in. So you'll see this one from time to time. So I'll say proficient in. Here's what this one means. I use it all the time. That's what it means. I'm proficient in it. I use it all the time. So that way you can say, look, I use this all the time. I use these tools all the time. I know this. I do it all the time. I'm proficient in these things. And lastly is expert in. And this is the hardest one. This is the hardest one because it goes against everything inside of you. You have the hardest time telling yourself you're an expert in anything, because if you are an expert in something, you know that you're not an expert in it, because to be an expert in it means you would know all the things that you don't know, and since you don't know those things, how could I be an expert in it? And so we sit there and we're like, no. And when you see someone call themselves an expert in it, you're like, nope, arrogant jerk. So when you have a hard time calling you an expert in it because you don't want to be an arrogant jerk either. But here's the problem. You're in sales and marketing. You're trying to get a job. This is not the time to be humble. It's the time to be honest, not humble. Honest, not humble. Because humble people, unfortunately, they go, oh, well, we're looking for an expert in this. So honest, not humble. Not at this time. So an expert in, here's the definition of this. This way, it will help you in the future be able to say you're an expert in it. I know it so well, I could teach it to someone else. I know it so well, I could teach it to someone else. If you know it so well, you could teach it to someone else, feel free to call yourself an expert in that thing. Not all the things, not every aspect of that thing, but in that one thing you know so well you can teach to someone else, you can call yourself an expert in that thing. And so when it's time for you to put your resume together, you can say, I'm an expert in this, this, and this. And you're not being humble, but you are being honest. All right, so that's the 3 levels of knowledge. So when you're quantifying your levels of knowledge when putting a resume together, here, let me show what it looks like when I go back over here. You see where it says knowledge, skills, and abilities require excellent, must be organized. Down here you can put like your education, your experience. You can put where you went to school, all that stuff. You can put it down here on the list. All these things you can absolutely put down here. But let's go back up here and let me show you this. It says responsible for takeoff. Analyze the aircraft performance. Knowledge of analyzing, that is not right. Knowledge of analyzing aircraft performance. Doesn't that change it? You're like, I've heard of that. Seems pretty critical. Once again, don't apply for this. I'm flying on Southwest tomorrow. This is not the time. All right, so if you were going to apply for this job, so you've done the research, you've created a resume specifically for this job, and then you go down here, once you've created this resume for this job, and then you hit apply now. Then it's going to say, would you like to create an account? And you say, absolutely. Heck yeah, I do. I want to create an account. I want to put my username and password. I want to put my email address in here. So if you're currently job hunting right now, I need you to create a new email address. It's jasonnock at hireme@gmail.com. So think about this. Have an email account specifically for job hunting. So that way all job hunting emails go into the same inbox. And in the future, guess what? When you sign up for Southwest to say, I want to apply for this job, you know what they're going to do every time a job comes up that's similar to the one that you applied for? They're like, hey, we got a new job. Hey, we got a new job. Hey, we got a new job. And it's just going to keep coming in. But you're like, but Jason, I work at CrowdStrike now. Why would I want to work at Southwest? Well, maybe you don't like CrowdStrike. And so the jobs keep coming in. So that's why you apply at the company's website, so that they keep coming in over and over and over again until you decide if you want to leave or not. because here's the main thing about today. Please job hunt before you need to job hunt. Please make a resume before you need to make a resume. Please network with people before you need to network with people, because the day will come when all of a sudden you will need a resume, when you'll need a network, and when you'll need a job hunt. And that is the worst time to do any of those, because you are mentally distraught. You are down on yourself because you were laid off and other people weren't. So your self-confidence is killed. So all of a sudden, that is the worst time to put all this stuff together. Because the entire time, instead of being humble and honest, you're like, I suck. And so that's why it's not good to build a resume when you need one. So the other thing, right now, if you currently have a job, set a reminder in your phone or something that every 6 months, update your resume. Just set a reminder every 6 months, update your resume. Even if you have a job, just update it. Here's a really good time to update your resume. After any performance review. You get a performance review, they say a couple nice things about you, you slap those nice things into your new resume, and you're like, there we go, got it. You have some achievements at work you just knocked out of the park, take those things, throw it in your resume. Update it all the time, because here's the thing. Some of you might work for the same company for 12 years, and all of a sudden you get let go, and now you have to go, what the hell did I do for 12 years? Oh my God, I don't remember any of that. And so that's the worst time to try to figure out what you did all those years. Okay, so step number 1 is to find a job to apply for by creating a list of where you want to work. So we found Southwest. We went and researched Southwest. We went to southwestcareers.com. We found a job to apply for. We created a resume based on the job description, not just a resume. And now you start tracking down the people who actually work at the company. So if I go back over here, and I go to Southwest, and I find the people. So once again, you find people. And I type in, let's see, who do I want to work? So I would type in recruiter, right? So recruiter, wow. It's because you're all watching. All right. So I find these recruiters, and I can just go over here to Gabriel. And Gabriel's got his messages locked. Oh, man, Gabriel, why would you do that? Okay. So instead of being able to just send a message freely to Gabriel through LinkedIn, I'll have to do it the hacker way. So I go down here to show all activity. If you didn't know this, LinkedIn is the biggest tattletale of all social media platforms. Literally. It will tell everybody every single thing you do on LinkedIn. And all you have to do is click on show activity. And so what I see is Gabriel here. Oh my goodness, Gabriel, are you introducing me to other magical job fairies like Ashley McTaggart here? Oh, that's so awesome of you. So what happens is when I look at the activity of a recruiter, it's a treasure trove of other people to introduce myself to. And so I go down here and I'm like, well, hello, Ashley. You're now a new target for me to go here and find out more about who you are. And then I go over here to her activity, and I can see more about her activity, and she'll introduce me to more people. So I can scroll through here, and oh, look, talent acquisition specialist at Southwest Airlines. Oh, that's fantastic. You know what else they do sometimes? If I go over here and click on post, like their post themselves. So that's a month ago, showing me like a company picnic party. Oh, what is this? Is this a job that you were applying for a month ago? You were looking for people to fill out? And then instead of me responding, I just go here and I go, Gabriel, would it be possible to talk with you about a career with Southwest Airlines? And then if I wanted to, I could go over here to this one, and remember, I could grab this. Remember there was that job over here. So I grab this one, and I go back over here. This one specifically, also not right. Just fix it for me, computer. Okay. So if I hit post right now, guess what? Gabriel's going to get a message. There's going to be a comment on one of his posts from a month ago. And Gabriel's going to see it and go like, no. How dare you? You're trying to fill a position at our company. You're trying to help me meet my quota. You're trying to help me and my team do our jobs. How dare you? No. Now, he may not like it, but he also knows you exist now. Ha ha. All right, so you can just keep doing this. All right, I got 5 minutes left. All right, for those of you who are students or other people in the room who are looking to transition to other parts of an industry, what you can do is here, CrowdStrike was on your list, so let's go ahead and go to CrowdStrike. All right, so we go to CrowdStrike, and we click here, and then I'm going to go down here to people, because they have 395 jobs open, and I'm going to type in CTO. All right, so we got a couple senior executives here. We got John, and John's messages are not open, but I could look at John's activity, and maybe on the right-hand side, it might introduce me to other people who work there, like an information security person. We got this here, and I look and see, is there any activity? 9 months ago. So he doesn't really use LinkedIn, and that's okay. So some of you, it's okay to reach out to anybody. I'm going to let you know right now, you can reach out to anybody in the whole world. And you can ask yourself, you can ask them, you can send a message, you can reach out to them and say, hey, would it be possible to talk to you for 10 to 15 minutes to find out how you got to where you are in your career? What advice would you have for someone like me? Would it be possible to reach out to you for a phone call, 10 to 15 minutes, to find out how you got to where you are in your career, and what advice would you have for me? What do you think they're going to do in response? I don't know. I don't know. But if you send 100 of those, how many should you expect back? 2 to 3%. Isn't that better than 0? And so you can reach out to anybody in this whole world and say, hey, would it be possible to talk to you for 10 to 15 minutes, find out how you got to where you are in your career, and what advice would you have for someone like me? Lastly, in conclusion, we've been doing all this searches, we've been creating all this information, we've been finding things, we've been looking stuff up. So what do you do with it all? You keep track of it. You keep track of it. You keep track of who you reached out to, what company you talked to, who at that company you reached out to, when you reached out to them. Did they respond back to you? Did you send a follow-up? Did they respond to that follow-up? If they did not, did you send one more follow-up? So here's the cadence of follow-ups. You can send a message, and then 7 days later, you can send another message. And then 21 days later, you can send one more message. And that is called not harassment. If you send one today and one tomorrow and then one the day after that saying, why didn't you respond? What is wrong? Are you okay? Are we fine? I missed you. That's not good. Don't do that. But if you send a message a week later, say, hey, is it possible to talk to you about this job and see if it's still available? I wanted to see if I could top of your inbox. Is there a better way to reach you than through LinkedIn? And what happens is everyone's busy. Do you know what you are when you reach out to these people? You're a distraction from what they're trying to accomplish. And in that moment, they may not have the time for your distraction, but they will a week later, maybe. They might 3 weeks later. They might be thinking about you every single night before they fall asleep going, I should probably respond to that student. I just need to do that. And then 3 weeks goes by, and then that's one more follow-up message, and they're like, you know what? I have time today. I have time today. So I want to leave you with this. It's going to get rough out there. It will be. But you're not going to do it like everybody else is. You're going to do it differently. You're going to do it like a hacker. You're going to say, you know what? I'm going to find my way through. And if I run into a roadblock, I'll try something else. And if I run into a roadblock, I'll try something else. If I run into a roadblock, I will try something else. And I will figure out where I want to work, and then I will create a custom tailored resume for that job description so that way I let you know I can do the things that you want to do. I will track down the people through your website. I will find the people who give jobs, and I will keep track of all this stuff so that way when I get my job, I can literally say I applied to 192 different places. I got 14 responses back. I got 3 interviews, and I got 1 job making more money than I ever have in my entire life. And with that, thank you all very much. questions time? Or do I have to go? Yes.
Microphone. For when you do the copying stuff from their job posting and throwing it in a document, do you take time to list any of your previous employments, things like that on that, or you just literally just send it with all the skills and things like that?
Yeah, so generally on that job description, you're going to list your skills and abilities and stuff there. And then down below, it's going to do you have education? You would say, yes, I have education. I went here. I learned these things. I have these certs. I have that stuff. And then you can list your work history. I worked here, I worked here, I worked here, I worked here, and these were my titles, and this is when I worked there. What most people do is they put where they worked and what they did, and where they worked and what they did, and where they worked and what they did. And some recruiters might say, hey, can you change your resume a little bit to be where you worked and what you did? And you're like, if you're talking to me right now, I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Makes sense.
But right now, it's like, hey, if you want me to do this, I can do it. You want me to do this, I can do it. You want me to do this, I can do it. Does it matter where the experience came from? Really? Does it matter where the experience came from? Maybe. If you worked at a couple places, we're like, oh, you work there. Wow. But for the most part, where did you get the skills doesn't matter. You just have the skills.
Cool.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Check.
Yes.
From the other perspective, it's obviously a whole nother talk, but how would you use what you just gave us from the other perspective of writing job descriptions to hire people?
So writing job descriptions, first of all, don't put too much on there. Really get the things that you really need instead of putting all the things on there. Because what that does is deter so many people. Because they see all these things and they're like, I can't do all those things. So narrow down the things that you really, really need. And if it's entry level, then really be entry level. If it's intermediate, then really be intermediate. And if it's expert level, then be really expert level. Because what happens is people who are job hunting don't understand a lot of times. They're like, it's an entry level job, but you're looking for 5 years of experience. And so be honest in what you're looking for and just the bare bones of what you really, really want. And say, these are the things we really want. These are a must or nice to haves. Because that nice to haves, then people are like, oh, cool, well, I don't have that. But I do have these things. And so now they can make an honest assessment of themselves to apply for the job. Yeah.
Yeah, can I broaden that to maybe even a little bit further? Can you flip this and do another talk to how to headhunt or hiring manager like a hacker? And how to hire the best possible people for the positions you're looking for?
I will consider that. Yeah.
Thanks.
You had a question. That thing's cool.
So I just wanted to ask, some jobs ask for require 2 to 3 years or 3 to 5 years of experience.
Okay.
And if someone doesn't have that number of years, does it automatically disqualify you?
Yeah, so here's the thing about experience. The issue is that a lot of times you're students or a lot of times you're new and you're like, well, I don't have 2 to 3 years of experience. But you kind of do. What most of us think experience is that someone paid us for it. And you think the only experience is when someone paid you for it. But that's not true. If you're doing Hack the Box, Try to Hack Me, if you're doing your own independent studies, if you have your own home lab, if there's things that you're doing that you consider experience, that's experience. And so it's okay to list those things because when I started out in the film industry, no one was giving me a shot. So what I had to do was do my own film shoots, my own short films, my own music videos, my own things. I had to go out and hustle and find people. And after 3 years, I had 3 years of experience and no one ever paid me for it. But all of a sudden I started getting jobs because I could say I have 3 years of experience and I had to create it myself. So it's okay if your experience came from the things that you're doing for yourself. Literally call yourself an LLC and you paid yourself an experience, right? And so it's okay to say, I have this experience that I came from, I gave it to myself. Okay? Last one. Yes.
All right. So there, in you talking about experience, how often should we put down an accomplishment of experience? Maybe we worked at some random thing here and there, or if I'm working in my home lab, at what point do I say, okay, I have experience with SQL injection or a SQL or whatever.
So the question is, what kind of experience would you list? Like, what's good and what's do you leave off? Remember, the job description is the framework. If the job description is looking for SQL and you have SQL experience, then list it. If the job description is looking for this, then list it. If the job description is looking for this, then list it. If it's not looking for that, you don't need to put it on there. So once again, the job description is the framework for what you put on your resume, and you use that. If they're looking for this and you have that, then you list it. If you don't have it, then you don't list it. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay. All right, everybody, that's it. Thank you so much. If you have any more questions, I'll see you in the hallway.
Thanks for attending today. We got a panel going on now. This is State of Absolute AppSec by Absolute AppSec. That's me and Ken. By way of introductions, really quick, before we jump into the panel and start actually asking some questions. Seth Law at Seth Law on Twitter. I currently run a small consulting firm all around application security. I started as a developer, and we'll get into that in a little bit, kind of where application security has come from up to this point, and then where we see it as going. But I'll have Ken introduce himself, and then we'll have our other panelists introduce themselves as well.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Seth's co-host on our podcast, Absolute AppSec. Has anybody actually seen the podcast? Anybody? A couple? Few? Sweet. So not a ton, but yeah, it's pretty much not a ton.
Not a ton.
But it's like a practical sort of, AppSec focused, obviously, podcast. And so, I'm Ken Johnson at CKTricky on Twitter. And his is, long story short, I guess my background would be builder and breaker. So I've been on the internal defender side. Right now I'm at GitHub. I manage a few teams there, red team and assessments, kind of the more applicable to this talk. So application security, but also full on red teaming. But so I guess, that's how I met Seth a long time ago when Fishnet Security was still Fishnet Security before Optiv.
Yep.
Worked at Living Social with Mike over there on the end, which we'll get to Mike's background here in a bit. I've known Andrew forever. Like I was at Fishnet when I met Andrew.
Does anyone here know Andrew? Okay, maybe not.
Nobody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one. Got
He's
it.
just
That's
like one of the people who put the
yes.
conference on. So he's like the original founder of this conference.
Yes.
If you guys didn't know. Something like that, right? I think I got that right.
That sounds right.
That sounds about right. But we've all known each other for a long time, and I guess the point, I could go on and on about credentials or whatever, but like the point is we've all been in this industry for a long time. We've known each other for a long time, and we kind of grew up from like young 20-year-olds into middle-aged people, right? So in this industry, so I think that's the most important part to kind of talk about with all of us is we're going to share our insights, what's changed, what hasn't.
Yeah.
et cetera.
But we will do introductions. I'll have Mike go first. We'll go outside in.
Sure, if my mic is actually working. I'm Mike McCabe. I'm the president and founder of Cloud Security Partners. So much like Seth, we're a small consulting company focusing mostly on cloud security, but we do a pretty good amount of AppSec too. My background is consulting and then also being internal at Capital One and some other small companies.
Capital One's the small company that we're
Other
referencing
small
today.
companies,
Other
yeah.
small companies. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. All right, thanks,
It's no
Mike.
Walmart.
And then we've got Andrew.
Hello, my name is Andrew, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Awesome.
Glad to be here today.
How can we help you tonight, Andrew?
Yes, I am one of the co-founders of CactusCon. It's not, I hate to say it was my conference, but I was the lead organizer for the first 8 years, and my wife is running it this year. We've had some kind of help between that. Aside of CactusCon, I currently am the vice president and general manager of Latin America. I'm actually living in Mexico, and I ran consulting services and delivery for Bishop Fox, and I was an app pen testing specialist for most of my career. So I've been with the company there for 11 years, so I don't really have a lot of other stories about cool small companies like Cap One. But I've been working in AppSec for pretty much the entirety of my professional career. Some level of software engineering or breaking into things.
Great. All right. So how this is going to flow, if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand at any time. Like, we're not going to wait until the end. We want it to be pretty informal. As you've heard, we've got a fair bit of experience in the application security field. I dare say most of us started in application security before it was termed application security. But that's where I wanted to start with the panel today is maybe we'll start with...
Yeah, I'll say this. One of the things I'm trying to get out of this is what exactly has changed in your day-to-day job. I mean, obviously all of our jobs have evolved over time from being, straight up hands-on keyboard ICs, although we all do some of that. But in terms of, just the general state of how either defense goes or how the offense goes, or just in general, your thoughts on, how have jobs changed in this field? And by the way, just to clarify, in case you aren't familiar with AppSec, it's web security, but I think most people in the room know what AppSec is.
Yeah. Does anyone know what application security is? Who wants to define it for us? Mike.
Well, philosophically.
Philosophically,
Yeah.
yes.
I mean, traditionally it's been testing web applications, but obviously that's changed a lot. Mobile applications, IoT, it all falls under AppSec these days, but code review, dynamic testing, sort of pen testing, all those kind of things fall within the AppSec realm.
Yeah. Okay. So how has it changed for you since your advent in the space?
I would say things have improved, but I'd say it's uneven because I feel like we do a lot of engagements that are consulting. So come in, do a few weeks of testing, and then write up a report and say what is, good, bad, or ugly. And so sometimes you'll go into a place and you'll spend a lot of time and not a lot will come out, and you're like, well, these guys take security seriously. They've probably done a code review. They've done AppSec testing before. And then you might find some very interesting edge case or maybe a framework or language-specific vulnerability, and that'll be like your big thing for that engagement. So you'll be like, okay, these people have improved. Clearly, things have improved. Then you'll go somewhere else, and like day one, you'll have full remote code execution, and you're like, well, nothing's changed. The industry is a fraud, and we make no impact. So I'd say it's improved in certain ways. Obviously, there's much more awareness of security and application security, coding standards, and just like ways to avoid these things. And I think frameworks have helped that a huge amount, but it's definitely uneven.
Okay.
When you say frameworks, though, can you expand upon that piece? Because that's known to us, but I'm not sure if everybody knows.
Like Django, I think, has a really great security model. They do a lot of forward-thinking stuff. Ruby on Rails, you probably never heard of it, but
fuck you. That was a shot at me.
Yeah, but see, I think the funny thing is those frameworks have done really great things. Then you go to like Node.
PHP? No. Sorry. No.
PHP.
Yeah.
We don't talk about PHP. No, but you go to
We spent
Node.
4 hours this morning talking about PHP, so
Well,
we do talk about it.
But then you go to like Node or Golang, where it's not a whole framework. You're kind of picking and choosing different pieces, or you're building stuff yourself. So if you're building your own session management system in your Go or Node app, probably not doing it right. But that's kind of, things have become more kind of component based versus having a whole MVC framework. And I think that has reintroduced issues that we solved with larger frameworks. So that's why I'd say it's uneven.
It's uneven. Okay. All right. What about you, Andrew? What's changed since you got into the space?
Wow. So I definitely would echo, I agree about frameworks that having made a significant difference. In fact, I would argue that things like secure defaults have done more to prevent problems than any sort of advocacy that we've done as an industry, right? Like I think as Microsoft rolls out things and makes harder statements about what should happen in a framework or what shouldn't happen in a framework, this general idea of make it sort of hard to do the wrong thing and easy to do the right thing has sort of become the prevalent theory on some of these more modern frameworks. And I think with that, it makes the configuration deployment and some of this a lot easier for companies, and I think it makes some of the assets smaller, right? But I will say I haven't pen tested in quite some time. I was joking with these guys yesterday that I decided I'm teaching a class and I thought I'd do some bug bounty just for fun. And so I'm pulling up websites and I go, okay, I'll look at this one. And it was almost literally the same story that you got. I got one, I'm like, oh, they did a pretty good job. I think there's an evasion sequence maybe here, but I don't have time to kind of play with it. And then I went to the next one and I had 11 vulnerabilities within 4 hours, right? And it was you run into this space where the speed of technology and what it's doing doesn't necessarily mean the speed of adoption has kind of caught up to it.
Yep.
And so in the case of the second company, although they could be using other technologies, they're not. They don't have a consistent deployment. They have a bigger attack space, things of that sort, right? And so I don't know. I would say that for me, it kind of feels a lot like more of the same. It's definitely not as simple. I wouldn't say that it's that, but it's definitely it should be more evolved in some regards than I think it is at the moment.
Yeah, personally, I would step into. It has gotten better, right? I definitely when we tested back in Optiv or Fishnet days, every app had some sort of SQL injection or some sort of really severe vulnerability that we would find in it. Nowadays, it takes a lot more to actually dig those up, from my perspective. And it's usually edge cases. It's not like SQL injection in 90% of the pages or 90% of the application. It's like, oh, we may find a small like authorization error in one location and maybe 2 or 3, but it's not the entire application. And I think that goes back to the frameworks that you're talking about, the secure by default, even though we haven't gotten to the one true framework yet. But what are your thoughts, Ken?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I mean, I guess it's a few things have changed. When I started, and especially when you're building a Defender program, it was all about the bugs that you could find, right? So the idea of what we did was, oh, you find bugs faster than the bad guys. And then over time, I think when I joined GitHub, I've been there for about 5.5 years, it was surprising to me that they were like, hey, bug bounties are a good thing. Submissions are a good thing. We enjoy when people submit critical bounties to us. That probably doesn't sound like much to you all. That was wild to me because essentially we were only as good as the bugs that we could find, say, 12 years ago, 13 years ago. And now it's like, oh, no. You have a layered approach to your program. So you've got your bug bounty program to find the really like odd edge casey chained together vulnerabilities. You've got your tooling to help find some of the low-hanging fruit. Your security practitioners are primarily there for advice, right? So a lot of our web security people there, they're looking at PRs, but they're giving suggestions. They're giving technical, architectural kind of guidance and all of that. And I guess what I'm saying is the programs have become much more robust for application security teams. It's not just see if you can find the bugs faster than the bad guys. It's like, no, there's different types of bugs that you're going to be looking for. There's different ways we're going to handle that. We're going to build in paved path things that like solve these problems for developers, or to your point, give like secure defaults for developers. So all that's changed quite a bit from where it was kind of like, we're handing people like classic ASP code or PHP code and saying like, hey, make this secure. And if you don't, like, oh, well, I guess we're just bad at our job. It's like, it's an awful outlook. So things have improved from that standpoint, I think, quite a bit.
So how much of that is just the fact that you are engaged with a larger organization that cares about security, though?
That's true, yeah. I mean,
coming from a consulting background, right? Andrew specifically, right? Like how much of that, are you seeing improvement over time in the number of, even vulnerabilities or criticalities across organizations, or is it better?
Yeah, I think to Mike's point before, companies as a whole are taking it more serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have the same resources as someone like a GitHub with, layered security and a bunch of approaches and teams that handle, this? I think that's not as common, right? I think it's some sort of mixture of the bunch. I know a lot of companies that have bug bounty programs, but then they struggle to handle the triage because they get so many things in that they can't necessarily process and manage all of it themselves. And there's a lot of noise that comes out of the bug bounty programs, a lot of false positives, a lot of whatever. And so, like, some companies have taken on these things for adoption, and then a lot of them are still kind of catching up to see sort of how they can layer that together, right? It's just, but as a whole, everyone is improving. I'll say that, but not everybody has the same level of resources, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Bro, like the biggest change is people know what AppSec is. Well, maybe not everybody in this room understands that term, but you know what web security is. You know about general web security flaws, or at least you've heard the main keywords. You got to remember, when we first came in here, I had to convince the Pentagon that like the way that people were breaking in was like through web security issues. They were like, well, we've got firewalls, like we're good. We've got this STIG that we follow. We've got gold disk, we're good. Like, I spent 2 years trying to just explain to the DoD, like, there's more than just network security issues, right? Like, there's other ways to breach the perimeter. So, like, to me, that's the hugest change is, like, developers even know these keywords, these, like, SQL injection buzzwords, remote code execution, things like that. That's a huge leap forward in a relatively small amount of time, I think.
Yeah. You all said that you didn't, know what application security is, but have you heard of little Bobby tables? Has anyone... Okay, I'm seeing some nods there, right? But that's how prevalent that it's become. Like, we actually have comics around it, right, about security issues that we run into on a periodic basis. Okay, so that's good. So where do you feel like the state of application security is today? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it just okay? Mike, you just said it was up and down. Mm-hmm. So why is that?
Well, I mean, I think first off, it's almost impossible to completely solve. You're never going to get to a point where anything, a company, a cloud environment, an on-prem environment is completely secure. There's way too many variables. There's way too many systems. There's way too much code. I mean, look at like a Node. I'll go back to Node. Sorry, Ken, but go to a Node program. Look at the Node modules folder. That's like 1 billion lines of code. I'm not even joking. It's an insane amount of code. So you can't reason. No one can reason about how all that code's always going to work. So there's there's tons and tons of different ways that things can break. So I don't think it's ever going to be to the point where things are secure. So great for job security, everyone. You're good until you retire, hopefully. Well, AI.
So that's good. That's
We're
it.
gonna rip
So
out
we're
that
done
headline.
now because Mike just said it's
Nothing will
over.
ever be secure.
Yeah.
Mike McCabe.
Security nihilism.
It's
right?
security nihilism.
No, but
I don't think you're wrong.
yeah, I mean, AI is going to solve this, but that's a joke. What was the original question? Anyway? No,
So
but I
current,
mean-
so current state is it's never going to be completely solved, but
I
we
think
shouldn't
it's-
just give up.
No, I think you make the whole point of our job is to make it harder for people to exploit your systems, right? So before they could walk in and have that SQL injection, dump your database, get user credentials, use those somewhere else. That's super easy. Now they have to work maybe weeks, maybe months to get in, and that reduces the number of people who can just walk up to your website and dump everything out. So I think that's really the point of our jobs is to just build up those barriers.
There's a question that came up.
ChatGPT kind of make it harder to do our job in that sense, now that a bunch of it being auto-generated in a way? I'm just kind of curious if it just gets blocked by the same filters?
You want to restate that?
Yeah. So you're asking whether ChatGPT has changed that mechanism, right? Like made it more difficult.
The threats, it's increased the threats, not more difficult threats. Just is it about the same level of threats for all of them?
I mean, having like logged into ChatGPT and actually like asked it to, write an exploit, the code that it generates may be good from a generic perspective, but it's pretty awful when it really comes down to it, right? Like the deep understanding that's required to exploit a system. At least that's what I've seen. I don't know. Who else?
I would say it's like it's the same argument. It's a similar argument to like building tools and giving it to people and being like, well, if we release this in open source, like we're definitely going to get owned. It's like, no, you still need a skill set of the attacker, right? So I can give you all the tools in the world, but you're still a script kiddie if you don't know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we got a question right here.
Basically, what ended up happening was the coder copied from Stack Overflow, and they had to copy to a lot of different apps, so the same vulnerability was across. I feel like with machine learning that maybe a vulnerability that you get with generated code is they brought it, they don't really understand it, and then they made a program that has that vulnerability in it because it's basing on
Copilot.
data.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, we joke about that from a code review and a recommendation for building, apps perspective that, developers just go to Stack Overflow and copy and paste code. But then we're almost worse at it as security people, because when we develop a tool, what do? We go to Stack Overflow, copy and paste code, and then just tweak it, right? Or nowadays we're just asking ChatGPT, go generate me this, or Copilot, and we don't really understand all the mechanisms and everything that's going into it. So it probably will increase that attack surface from that perspective. I mean, I guess that's what I've come around to for now. All right.
You have another question?
Do we have another one?
From the point of view of threat intelligence, we've started to see a lot of supply chain attacks. And I know that there is a solution out there, the software bill of materials. I'm wondering, have you all seen much adoption of SBOM in the tooling or best practices, anything like that?
Anyone want to address SBOMs?
Go for it.
No.
I mean, one way we handle
we have opinions, right? Like, if you didn't tell, we have opinions, right? Software bill of materials is actually something that's been around for a long time and is a great way to actually enumerate what goes into an application. I mean, we were just talking about Node as well, like 95% of the application is not custom code in that case. But to do a software bill of materials properly, you have to enumerate okay, all the dependencies of those dependencies, the dependencies, like as far as you possibly can, and deal with circular issues, and then the versions that are associated with that. It sounds great, and we have solutions that are out there, like some of the Sneak and other vendors that exist to try and assess the current state of that list. But in practice, when I jump into it talking about what I see on a daily basis, the code that we get, I don't think I've ever actually seen a SBOM associated with it, right? It's not something that comes up in web applications. I don't know if you see anything different.
I mean, we use, Dependabot alerts, right? And then that's how we find out about like any issues with our and to be fair, aren't lock files SBOMs, right? Like gemfile.lock, like package.json.lock. These are true. Those are locked in versions of all dependencies, sub-dependencies, and sub-dependencies, right? So it is, I guess what I'm saying is the data's all there. It's always been there. We're just using some new term, but really the way we manage it is we have, and I'll just share this, like each service has an entry in our service catalog, and each service catalog entry has a scorecard attached to it, which measures health, right? So if you haven't gone and you haven't taken care of your alerts, so third-party supply chain risks, then your scorecard basically is low, and then you got to go talk to the execs, and it's part of our fundamentals program, and you have to go explain why you didn't patch or upgrade your libraries and all that fun stuff. So, yeah. So that's kind of how we've been handling it. So I think it's ultimately, a good idea, but it's some versions of it are already out. We just, haven't recognized that.
Yeah, it's early stages still. I don't think it's completely in there. Yeah, we've got another one.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I was going to say, I love that you brought up the execs, because half of my conversation is with going through AppSec, and the other half is talking or translating that to leadership. And the term that I see is bubbling up is resource allocation to our tech debt.
Yeah. Paying down tech debt is, I mean, I don't want to hog the time. You guys speak up over there if you got something to say on this, but I can honestly say tech debt is not just from a security perspective, it's there's always friction there where engineers security people fall under engineers too. We're all engineers. We want to fix stuff, but the business is we can only fix what the business allocates to us, like you said, like resource allocation and time-wise and all of that. So it's a constant struggle.
My question was more to are you seeing that conversation? I'm seeing it personally, but I was curious if you guys are seeing that as well in your conversations with when you come back with your reports. Are you seeing leadership kind of going, hey, we really need to get a handle on did we allocate the resources properly, or how can we better look at our current state and reallocate better in the future?
Yeah.
Is that a conversation you're seeing?
It's not one that I'm interested, actually. We'll have Andrew speak to that, right? Is that something that you see from an executive perspective when reports are delivered?
No, but it's kind of along an interesting sort of similar vein. So as a pen tester, my motivation is to find cool stuff and then brag about it, because that makes me look cool, right? And hopefully it has big value, meaning impact, et cetera, right? And what I've observed is that the developer who's getting that report has the exact opposite motivation to try to make it seem like that's not really that big of a deal. It's not, that's easy. That's not how it really works. And I don't think it's because they don't understand the value, they don't want to do it, but I've actually seen maintenance windows and resource allocations tied directly to the severity of a finding as it comes through. And so if I say something's like a critical issue, it's stop everything we're doing that's billable, and then everybody has to jump on ship. If I just say it's a medium, and it's well, I got a 30-day window that I can go fix that or whatever, right? And you see this allocation game between time, right? Because the problem with fixing tech debt, which I would argue is great, and I don't disagree with that, is that unless you tie it to some sort of business value proposition, whether it's to fix a bug or to increase features or whatever, it's kind of a harder sale, right? At least was my experience as a developer. It's like, hey boss, I know this is all messed up, I want to go fix it. And then he goes, why? And you're like, I don't have a good reason, it just bugs me. That's not a reason. Even though it's true, and even though all the things, it may have vulnerabilities, it may be out of shape, it may not support the things we want to do. you have to like communicate it in terms of the value creation. So I don't hear that exact phrasing, but I definitely see the problem where people are like, well, unless it's a high enough risk, I'm not going to allocate resources, or I'm going to let it sit, or it's going to manage it from that end. That's where I see that more.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely agree with that, right? Like from an external perspective as we go in, I don't think we always get to that level, but it does at least spur some of those conversations. And it really depends on who we're doing that assessment work for, right? At times it's the compliance org. As much as I'd always like it to be the engineers and the developers that I'm dealing with, PCI was a huge driver, right? Like there's these other frameworks that push pen testing and code reviews that, so I don't always get that sort of feedback, and they just take the report and they walk away, and then we come back a year later and they haven't fixed anything, right? That's, but that's the security nihilist in me speaking. So I don't know, Mike, what do you see from that perspective? I know you're more embedded in some some small organizations. Small and large. Small and large, okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's inconsistent. I think it's a little depressing when you do pen testing and year over year you see the same bugs, but then you have some customers that, they're like, oh, if it's critical or high, we'll fix it right now. Mediums, 6 months. Lows, we're never going to talk about the lows. But then you have some places that I think take more pride in it and even tackle the lows. We do a lot of cloud security testing, and I actually find people address the lows as much as they address kind of the high risk issues, which there's probably some different reasons for that. But yeah, if you find like low web app issues, those just go into a black hole and rarely get addressed. It's not too often that you see those get fixed. Because there's other priorities. A low security issue is not going to be as important as a new feature going out the door to make more revenue. So,
Okay.
That's a sad reality. Are you all depressed from this yet?
Yeah. You will be by the time we're done. That's that is our goal for today. Okay, so from that, the other question I wanted to ask, since we've all been in the space for quite a while, was is there one thing or a couple of things that you wish someone had told you starting out, just from the perspective that you have now? Ken, you want to go first?
I mean, man, I have a million things, but I think I had written this somewhere.
It's the first thing not to start playing Lego City Underground.
It's undercover, by the way.
Undercover,
Thank you very much. All right. Don't make fun of me for my Nintendo Switch gameplay. I think one of the things I had said somewhere, I don't remember where, but it was like, just don't take things personally, and recognize that you're just a part of the business, right? You're just an element within the business. I think that was that has consistently been a hard thing to temper, is like the passion I have, and probably everybody in this room has for their job, and then having that run up against like to your point earlier, right, about execs and making decisions about what things to do and tech debt to pay down and all that. That's honestly been, I just wish I could go back and say to myself, like, don't worry, you can give them their advice. They're still going to give you money. And like, if they don't take it, you're still going to keep that money, and you can just like keep going. So don't worry, you'll be fine.
Okay. All right. What about you, Andrew?
Somebody had taught me that I wish I had known then than I know now. For me, the thing that I tell a lot of my new pen testers, because I wish someone had said it to me, I guess if that answers the question, is just because you're highly trained to point out everything that's wrong doesn't mean that it's entirely broken, right? And that I think as pen testers, we actually have this really unfortunate habit of looking at something and going like, that's broken, that's broken, that's broken, that's neat, but probably broken, right? And if you get really good at it, that's like literally your job, is to look at something and go, it shouldn't work like this, it should work like this. And it can create a nihilism that you may have noticed, where you look at the world as if it's entirely broken. But it's interesting. I always tell them, like, that's actually a gift. It's a blessing, right? It's an opportunity for you to go back to somebody and say, here's an opportunity to make it better than it was before. And that little switch in how you think about it yourself and how even you communicate with people, I think, has a lot of empathy built into it, because as a guy who was a developer on the other side of the coin, like there's so many other constraints and so many other expectations, so many other things pushed on someone. The last thing you want to do is made to feel like you're stupid because there's like a vulnerability or something in the code. And the reality is, like, if we take that approach from the beginning and we just say, like, my job is to help you make this more resilient, or my job is to help you see the things that you couldn't see yourself because I'm a specialist, that actually creates a better working relationship with people, I think, and it really changes the conversation internally, because you can get really depressed. You can look at it and go, this whole thing is never going to work. I'm going to go, like, live in Montana and go fish with my friend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people who really think that's, like, a true story, but, the world's not over, right?
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. That's valuable insight for sure. What about you, Mike?
I think, and I think this might just be true of our kind of culture, is we love breaking things, but to a business, breaking things doesn't really matter unless they fix things and become more secure. So I feel like breaking things is fun, like picking a lock is fun. Designing a new lock that's unpickable, maybe not as much fun to you. So I think changing your mindset at some point to go from I'm just a hacker to break stuff to, like, I can create scalable solutions to solve this, like the root cause. Again, I go to the cloud side where it's like, if you have infrastructure as code, that's my buzzword.
That's it. No more.
Yeah,
Cut off.
You fix something in one place, and that gets applied again and again and again. You've solved that issue in one place versus someone going in and fixing one XSS here by adding output encoding and XSS here, doing output encoding. Like, switching your mind from just being like, this bug is sweet, this hack is awesome, here's like my attack chain, to, okay, how do I solve this for the company as a whole? That's not always possible, but that's a mindset that I think we have to shift to, because trying to become secure through like onesie twosies bugs is just never gonna work.
I wish someone had also told me that software developers are going to be spinning up infrastructure, just in general. That would have been a good heads up. That would have been amazing.
We didn't say what you were going to make money off of, just
exactly.
In general.
Oh, we're going to stay gainfully employed.
Yeah. I think for me, it would probably be that relationships are more important than tech, right? That this kind of goes to Andrew's point as well, right? As you progress in your career, as you find vulnerabilities, as you find interesting classes of, as you grow, the people that you interact with, both on the security team, both as developers, is going to, influence where you go in your career. And those relationships, it's not worth damaging those for a single vulnerability, a single like call out because you were so cool and you tweeted about it, and all of a sudden that person will never talk to you again, right? Because they've been shamed. And we get really excited as security people that we found something shiny, we found a cool way to do something that was unintended, and forget that this may be someone's 10-year project, blood, sweat, tears has gone into it, and we just called their baby ugly, and not only ugly, but we're just going to go take it out back and beat it, right? And so framing that conversation as, okay, this is about relationships, this is not necessarily about code and about frameworks, because those are going to change over time. I can't tell you the number of different frameworks and languages and code that I've seen in 15 years, but I can tell you the people that really have stood out and what they have done. And even some of those that initially there was an antagonistic relationship with, because I came in with the wrong attitude, some of them are now, some of my best friends, and like they've helped me in my career recognize what's really important when we were building software. So,
There's a question.
Oh, we got a question. Yep.
I was just going to ask about when the SolarWinds thing happened, a bunch of my friends who are developers are like, oh, zero trust. That's how we get around this, zero trust. And I was wondering what you guys thought about that movement that I really haven't heard much about after that big push.
Well, that's because it's like now -1 trust, so we need to have even less trust than we had before. It's a marketing term, right? Like that's, Gartner, I think, had something to say about that. Yeah. I don't know. So are you asking us to define zero trust?
I was just wondering where it went. Because another thing, I thought it kind of related to this because one of my Penchester friends, he's like, when you talk to a client, never trust, always verify. They tell you a bunch of crap, you forget it all, and you just go in to see for yourself because you never trust them. I'm like, well, that seems like you really don't like your guy that you're working for. You're like, never trust anything you say. Most of it's garbage.
the thing is, there's all these solutions like just-in-time access control, and there's like, with Kubernetes, you can have some levels of egress and ingress, what I'm trying to say, like internal firewall kind of like concept, like network segregation. That's what I'm trying to say. And so you have all these different things, but it really just all that stuff relies on people doing things the right way. And so it's like you would need to do it everywhere all the time. And so how realistic is that? And it really does come down to still the same people who are introducing bugs, authorization bugs in code, also being responsible for implementing some of these protections. And so it's just, I personally think that's a contributing factor as to why it's like it's not a thing we've seen.
I think
really
it's interesting,
manifest.
actually. I think that if you did some research into it, that a hyper obsession with something like that is probably going to create more bugs than it's actually going to solve. That's actually, I have a working theory on this, right? So, it sounds great, right? You think about it from a defense perspective. You shouldn't trust so blindly, right? Or at the very least, you don't want to be in a spot where a breach of a web server that's serving like cat pictures means next thing I'm like employee data and I've taken over your whole everything. Like there's got to be a space between this where there's authorization control, segregation, there's trust balances, whatever. Right? I don't disagree with that. But like when you hyper obsess on some of these things and you rotate on it, I think what happens to Ken's point is it's so much work that it actually introduces problem and it actually delays business. That's actually the biggest issue, because now when business wants to change, you got to go back and do a whole bunch of rule set stuff, and it creates sort of an animosity there. But like when I used to do software engineering, there's this thing that's somewhat obscure. I don't know how many people have heard of domain-driven design, but it's this like obsession with layers. Like it's like everything's got a layer. There's a business object layer, a data translation layer, a layer on top of that to hand it into sort of controllers. There's a layer on top of that in order to expose it to a presentation tier. And then the presentation tier has more layers and layers and layers, right? And there's all these like little translations. And when you think about it from a software end, I actually like it. Like, and theoretically, it sounds great. There's a lot of cool things in it, but it's a ton of work. Right? It's a ton of work. And so my experience is, unless you're like super bought in on it, what would happen is developers would like circumvent it, and they would like pop little holes through the whole thing because they were so tired of it. They were so like, this is driving me nuts. I'm just going to write direct access to the database and SQL like manually. I don't want to write the ORM, and I don't want to write, you know what I mean? And so it's like that the more work you create, I think you actually could create more problems probably than you're solving in some respects, right? It's going to be like a balance. I don't know.
Yeah, so the more barriers that you put up, either as security or as in any of these technologies, the more ways people find around it to do their job.
Or because of it. I mean, anything you say can and will be used against you, right? So if you're putting new tech in the way, I mean, that tech has vulnerabilities. You're putting new stuff out there, that stuff might be vulnerable. I mean, from my end, sometimes the defensive tools are a great way to get in and then hide, because now I control the thing that was telling you somebody was in there, right? So it's like, that's great. It's great for me.
Yeah. Cool. And then did we have one other question? Yeah.
Just a couple of them.
So with the rise of languages like Rust, which handle memory on a different level, do we see possibly a taming of one surface, like network attacks, versus the rise of web attacks, essentially? Like, well, one vector starts to tame itself, another vector rises, suddenly you're starting to see the big thing is like configuration issues and more just establishment. Do we see possibly a taming of these fields and maybe relaxed lifestyle, I guess?
I think memory management vulns you'll see less of. Yes. Yeah, like buffer overflow stuff that we saw in C++. We were just talking about today, gas pump code, stuff that we used to look at, whatever. Yeah, but in terms of like, actually interestingly, I won't go into it too much, but we were doing some research on one of the popular Rust web frameworks, and they introduced weighted routing and doing things in a way that we had never seen before. So we got a little farther into it, and we think that there's maybe something there with authorization issues, but I guess why I'm saying that is zooming out from the technology, the specific like Rust, anytime something new, and actually, Andrew, we were all talking about this yesterday. Every time a new web framework comes out, they literally do zero homework, it seems like, on any other web framework and what was a problem and how to solve it. So every time it's like the same. I did a talk I think with Mike at AppSec Cali in 2013, 2014 about how all the frameworks get it wrong in some way, some form or some fashion. And so anyways, that'd be my answer there, is that there are definitely going to be new web security vulns that pop up in new weird ways just because of the way they're doing things. But yeah, probably memory management stuff less so.
Yeah. I mean, we see that same thing in the Web3 space, like DApps and the crypto space. They're all high and mighty because we run blockchain. Yeah. And I'm like, but you have injection vulnerabilities like in your smart contracts, right? Built into them. It's like they just ignored what we learned for the past, 30 years, right? So, yeah. No.
Go ahead.
Those are really good examples, guys. Thank you. I was just kind of curious because you mentioned the relationships and how it's more important. Can you guys give more examples of tough calls where you're like, maybe this won't work, but you maybe had to bite your tongue and not say anything. Other times where you really thought it would work and then maybe it didn't work out in the way that you thought it was because technology advances so quickly and it's hard to do all our research, right?
Yeah. So examples of like relationship.
Yeah, we prioritize a relationship over you were right or technology.
Yeah. So I mean, one of the first experiences personally that I had with that, was at a bank. We're scanning internally, figure out that we can take over. The Cisco guys really loved Telnet, right? Really loved Telnet. They probably still do, but came up with this list of, okay, this is stuff that we need you guys to fix. And we got a critical issue here because anybody can sniff the traffic and they can see your creds as they're flowing back and forth. And of course we expose that to them in the middle of a meeting with like our boss and their boss's boss. And the reaction to that was just, basically they turned around on us and were like, well, are you Cisco security experts? And right? Like it was very antagonistic, and it took probably 3 or 4 years to repair that relationship because of that 10-second, or that like half-hour meeting that we had. That's one of the most negative experiences that I had. Granted, it was very early in my career, right? Some of the first like penetration testing that we had done. I mean, it was a new team at a new bank, and like they had never experienced this sort of antagonistic testing that was going on. That's mine. I don't know. Do you have any other experiences with people in that?
Yeah, I brought in an idiot contractor at Living Social to do a threat model, and he did one of the worst performances I've ever seen. I sat in with him and our CTO, and it was just the three of us, and the world's most awkward conversation as he jumbled through a whole lot of nothing. And I just was happy that the CTO liked me, and that was just an awful time because I felt horrible. And I learned from that you really have to manage your contractors. You never put them in front of execs before you've vetted their material. I was younger, I was less experienced, but the relationship saved that, and we had a good working relationship for as long as the company existed, which wasn't super long. But
I had an engagement early on in my career that I think is like what I hope that we try to move towards with people, right? Which is whenever we talk about a contract or a consulting engagement, I always try to ask the question like, why am I here? Right? I know what I'm supposed to do. That's the easier part of the contract, but like, why? Why did they ask me? Why am I coming in? Is it they don't have resources? Whatever. Because the answer to that question is going to tell you a lot about the relationship that you're going to have with people right from the beginning, right? And in this particular engagement, they were told they have to bring us in. They didn't want us there. They thought this was going to be like a scary thing where we were going to make them look bad and it was going to be used against them. And of course, that's not my job. My job is to think objectively and tell you, what's right, what's wrong, etc. And so I was out in Boston and met these guys, and we talked through the situation. It was so like they were escorting us literally around the building. We sat in like a private little place, and one of their team members just sat there and like stared at us for the entire engagement. And so what we did was we just started talking to him about the process. We just said, well, this is what we're going to do. This is why we're doing it. This is how it goes. And we compromised the whole system, right? So like worst case scenario, it was like, this is how we did it. This is what we did. And not only you did that, but you basically can't secure it. There's no way to fix this type of problem. But the care and the taking them to lunch and the talking and the walking them through it to make it like clear over and over and over again that I'm not going to say this is your fault. This is just the reality of design decisions. Like if you give someone a physical computer, it's their computer, right? And I can do a lot of this stuff. And so that relationship like got not even just on that engagement from literally I hate you and I don't want you here to, this went really well, thank you for your help. They actually brought us in a year later because they spent an entire year prototyping a whole new design just to see if they could kind of like beat us. Like it was like they turned it into excitement. And so like that's an example for me relationally where it's like you got to understand where they're coming from to meet them where they're at, to walk them through that process and help them through it. And I did break their other design too, just so. Yeah.
Of course.
Actually, I did it accidentally. That was my favorite part of that story. I was just messing around and I like realized that something was wrong through rebooting it out of sequence, and it was like, yes, gotcha.
You win. Good. Well, and I know we only have. I think we're supposed to be done 5 minutes before, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got about 7 minutes left. I want to focus on the future a little bit, right? So what is it that you want to see in security or application security or cloud security, Mike, in the next, in the short term, in the next 2 to 5 years?
I'm going to start it off.
Yeah, go for it.
Go back to my buzzword. Infrastructure as code. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, no, you can't say that anymore. You already said it once.
I used up my credits. No, I mean, I think when you do a lot of cloud work, you see people doing formal declarations of what they want. So you write Terraform, you write CloudFormation. If you're unfortunate enough to do a lot in Azure, you use their languages. But you get into the mindset of, okay, I'm writing down what I want, and then that gets created. Obviously, there's edge cases. Obviously, there's relationships that might be unexpected. So in the cloud security world, I actually think it's almost easy to do security because you're saying, okay, I want this, tell me if it's not this, and then I will go fix that. AppSec is different because it can be a much more complex environment, but I do hope, and I think actually cloud is somewhat enabling this through things like API gateways, and again, formal declaration of infrastructure, formal declaration of like routes, things like that. If you can write those things down, if you can architect it, write it down, and then you have your tools validate that is true. AWS just released their verified authorization or permissions, I think it's called, and you can actually write a formal definition of your authentication flow. Then you can write rules against that to make sure it's doing what you think it's doing. There's a ton of this in the Terraform world where you can write security rules against your Terraform to make sure it's doing what you think it's doing. So I think that's the only way to really fix things at scale in the AppSec world, is having more formal declaration of what we want and then validating that versus being like, well, I'm going to write a bunch of code, you guys are going to tell me what's wrong with it, then I'm going to go fix that thing. Like, it has to be a system that is built to a spec versus like, unfortunately for artistic, boutique, organic,
artisanal, handcrafted,
thank you.
GMO-free
yeah, I mean,
development.
That's engineering. Like, civil engineers are going to be like, well, I want my bridge to look like this, and like, it's engineering, it's systems. You have to have a design, then you check that design. It can't be free form all the time. So I'm hoping that AppSec becomes more of that way, and I think we're getting there to a degree. But yeah, that's my hope.
Okay, all right, Andrew. 2 to 5 years.
2 to 5 years.
What do you want to see?
I think continuous assessment is the future of pen testing. I know it sounds self-serving because our company sells continuous pen testing. If you're looking for,
I don't work there, and I agree.
But I think this constant monitoring, awareness of an external perimeter, and rapid deployment of eyeballs of qualified people against change sets is going to be the only way we can handle things at scale. I think the point-in-time methodology is fantastic for things like you were saying, like really formal stuff where it's the first time maybe I've done it, and maybe it's great for the initial design and I'm putting it out there, or maybe something like a product that's going out the door and you don't get the ability to constantly monitor it in the same fashion. But I think continuous solution or continuous testing and assessment is going to put us in a spot where we're better positioned to address challenges in a more relevant time frame in a way that kind of actually gets things closer. Like, you know, if you think about pen tests in general, I do it maybe once a year for certain customers. Well, it's like from the moment I leave and the moment you touch keyboard on that thing, then the entire year it could have a vulnerability and nobody's going to see it for another year, right? And nobody's even going to get their hands on it. But if you have a system that says, you know, we're watching, we're monitoring, we know when changes are pushed or whatever, and then it changes, like someone could take a look at it, someone can provide feedback, someone could say yes, no, maybe so. And I genuinely believe that is the only way we're going to get to any sense of the fractional world or the scale that's happening against us.
Yeah, because change control is just a point in time. You get your one-time assessment, and then it's like how much code gets developed later that you never. I totally agree. Like pull requests are like really where vulnerabilities get introduced, right? But who's watching PRs every day? I mean, we have tooling, right? But like, what human being has eyeballs on it? Really, only software devs.
Right.
Which, yeah.
Okay, so Ken, 2 to 5 years. What do you want to see?
Where's Sean? Where's my man Sean? You still in? Sean, that's what I want to see. Sean is a software engineer who came to our course on the second day of the conference and sat there for 4 hours and went through as we droned on about how to do secure code review. That's what I want to see more of in 2 to 5 years, is folks like you. And honestly, I think we have a lot of opinions about this, but I think there was definitely, I don't know if it's gatekeeping or anything like that, but it's more of just, I think AppSec was like this niche thing, and like, you know, you have to know, because you got to know code, you got to know like the security concepts, all this fun stuff like that, right? So my point is, and I'm going to wrap this up real quick, is just that I think we have to start looking at it, and Andrew and I were talking about this yesterday, start looking at it as more of a trade that can be taught in a repeatable way, and then arm the masses with that information, and then we build the army of people, whether it's software engineers or it's you know, whatever, security practitioners.
Yeah, it's. I always want to say, well, you know, my son always tells me it's not that deep, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That like it's really not as complex as we make it out to be, and I want it to be more approachable. You know, we've had discussions and people on the podcast. What's her bucket? That is it, Meraki or. That was, it used to be a circus performer, and now she does security work, right?
Yeah.
And it's like security is everyone's problem, not just ours. And I think we're starting to recognize that. Like we push out, and other people are getting involved. We get more and more interest, more and more interactions with the wider community. I mean, the day that I can get, you know, my father to use 2FA or MFA, like that's going to be great, you know, because I push it on him now. But the day that he asks me how to do something like that is going to be a good day, and I know it's coming. But until the awareness is there, I just don't think we're going to solve it. But it all feeds into the formal verification, this like the idea of continuously watching, continuous delivery of penetration tests, and then the people that are involved.
I couldn't figure out her name. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It's one of the past episodes. If you want to know, like, let us know. Okay, so I think we're about out of time. If you want to continue the conversation, please join us on Slack or online. Ken and I are, you know, pretty much available.
We should give it up for Andrew.
Yes,
Andrew
give it
got
up
a
for these
temp
two.
crown put in to make this talk when his crown cracked. So
Tooth broke just a couple hours ago.
this guy is in pain. He got a temp crown and he did it. So good job to you, Andrew.
All right, but are there any final questions, or do we need to wrap? I'm looking over here. We need to. Okay, we got 4 minutes. So
if you have any other things,
are there any other questions before we go ahead and close it out? Yes. Okay, so you're asking any or other news sources or websites that we traditionally follow.
Is it database guidance specifically you're looking for?
AppSec?
Oh,
yeah. So Absolute AppSec, we run a podcast. I don't know if you heard that. No. Outside of that, like Portswigger, right? They do quite a bit of research. That blog. What else?
Clint's blog.
Clint, yeah. TLDRSec.
TLDRSec.
Yeah. That newsletter from Clint Gibler, that's amazing.
Daniel Miesler is a good one.
Daniel's,
He's got usually some cloud or AppSec.
Eratasec, is that what it is?
Eratasec, yeah, whatever that is. So there is I mean, hop in. If you go to appsec.com and hop into our Slack channel, we can give you
What's
multitude of
Leafs?
resources.
What's Leafs one?
Oh, I might just be Leaf
like
Dresler.
404?
404, yeah, 404 podcast.
Yeah, 404 podcast as well. That's another one that just started. Those are the guys over at
Mike,
Twilio/Segment.
Don't you have one?
Yeah.
Well, if you like cloud security, yeah. That's
Cloud
relating
what?
to DevSecOps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
IrishGingerBastard.com / still love you, Mike.
Whatever, Rex.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Enjoy CactusCon.
Thanks.
Cool. Well, welcome to Getting Into the Reads. This talk, I appreciate you coming up here and spending time making that long trek from the hall. But what is this talk about, right? This talk is simply about these little things. These are read sensors. If you've never seen one of these are one of the most prolific items used in physical security for detecting intruders. Unfortunately, as we'll learn in the talk, that they don't always do the greatest of jobs. Now, people have tried to make it done better, or they've tried to, improve it and make it more secure. But what if your attacker has advanced tooling, right? What if they are persistent and they don't just become defeated because they go and you added a few extra steps into it? What if they are motivated to get into what they want to get into? What are you going to do as a defender, right? Luckily for me, that's not my problem. My problem is finding the ways to break into things, right? So, what we're going to discuss is some of the flaws that we run into with read sensors. We're also going to be discussing some of the mitigations that companies have tried to do to protect against those flaws. And then we're going to break those mitigations as well, right? So there is no winning here for the defenders. Nah, just kidding. There is some, yeah. That's okay. You can boo it. That's fine. There is winning. We'll get to that at the very end, of course. I think it's a one single line bullet point. So who are we? Myself up here, I am Drew Redshift Porter. I run a company called Red Mesa, and I am the president and board member of a company named Red Team Alliance. And this talk is actually out from our research done at Red Team Alliance. Some people think I know about physical security, signals intelligence, and not having a soul because I'm a ginger. And my co-presenter here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bobak. I do things. I like hardware, I like locks, I like physical security, and I've been doing it for a long time. So long that people started paying me to teach them how to do similar things, hence covert entry instructor. But this is something that, as Drew mentioned, we're both very deeply passionate about because it's one of the greatest examples of, when you figure something out, it has a very real world impact that you can touch, and for me that's really cool.
Yeah, so let's get into the reads. What is a read switch? Before you read this slide deck, close your eyes, pretend you didn't see it. How many people knew what a read switch is? If someone said a read switch, okay, cool. So that is less than I was thinking, but that's fine.
But if he would have instead said magnetic read switch, would that have felt more familiar, even though it's really not that different?
What about what about a window sensor? Does that everyone know? Okay, yeah.
There we go.
So you actually already know what these sensors are, or at least you know the technology that's in them. So a read switch is an electromechanical switch that when you apply a magnetic field around it will create it to either open or close, right? This is technology from the 1940s, and we're still using it every day in physical security.
And you might think, wow, that's really dumb. Good thing that doesn't happen very often. Or maybe you're not thinking that. Another area where we're relying on literally decades-old technology every day. Who's ever heard of the term WeGAND? Is that a word or a name that, okay. Who can tell me ballpark within the same decade, when was WeGAND invented? Anyone? 1990? 1940s?
1940s?
Let's take the average-ish, right? Mid-70s, John Richard WeGAND patented, hey, there we go. Patented WeGAND wire, which led to the WeGAND protocol, which now, still today, most access control readers, like your card readers and control panels, still use. We're trying to move away from it, but this is literal decades-old technology that is still in use, in part similar to read switches because of consistency, reliability, and cost. These things absolutely drive the physical security industry.
And it plagues the physical security industry as well, right? And this is why we can do items and make us look really cool to our clients, right? But we're just like, wow, we're destroying something that was developed like decades ago. They weren't thinking about this necessarily when they were developing this technology. So if you want to see a read switch in action, this is one that was taken apart, and then that gap that you see in there was actually spread
It's been
out.
enlarged to show texture.
Yeah,
Anyone knows that phrase?
it's like a Cheez-It.
Exactly.
That gap, I enlarged it by getting one of my wife's hair and slipping it through that gap. So if you're looking, what you're looking at is a video at 234 magnification right now. So it might look really big, but it's really small. And when it's actually deployed, it is even smaller than that, right? Again, I had to take a human hair to widen that gap so that you can actually see that that moving read in there. My magnifying camera didn't go far enough to record the actual one. We're talking, less than thousandths of an inch thick here.
But this is a super reliable mechanism. I mean, these contacts are in a sealed vacuum vial, glass vial, that is never exposed to oxidation. You don't have a lot of the problems that you have with normal types of contacts and switches, which is why it's so prevalent. Like, it's one of the most reliable switching mechanisms that are in use. For all of the more advanced technology that we have today, even for the high security stuff that's out there, nothing comes close to the simplicity and reliability of the humble magnetic read switch.
So we're going to cover two terms which are important in when it comes to read switches. When you hear these terms, you're going to think about it, and then you're going to be like, that doesn't make any sense. That's okay. We feel the same way, and we teach classes on this, right? So don't fret if you're confused by this. Normally open. What normally open means is in its default state, the read switch, the two arms are against or away from each other, right? Then you have a traveling magnet, maybe on a door or something else. Maybe it's on a conveyor belt, right? Read switches aren't just used for physical security. They're used in a wide range of applications because of that reliability and that cost factor that Bobak was just talking about. But for our demonstrations and for our practicality, it's going to be on a door. But you have a traveling magnet, and then that itself is what is going to make that read switch closed. So in its secure state, right, it is going to be closed, and that is normally open. Then we have normally closed. So normally closed itself is the read switch in its normal state is closed, and this is done because there is a permanent magnet that is attached near that read switch itself. And then the traveling magnet either eliminates the other magnetic wave or that field or it counteracts it, and it allows the switch to become open. And this is a normally closed read switch. You're going to be like, okay, that makes sense. And then you're going to think about it like a day later, and unless you got a photographic memory, you're going to be like, this doesn't make sense.
So
Again,
like, for
that's
example, right now, is this sensor that we have installed here on this safe, is it in the normal state or in the activated state? Right. So normal in the electrical terms here is referring to the switch by itself without the presence of any external thing, widget, magnet, whatever you want to call it. Even though when used in an application such as a door, the normal state of the door is generally closed, right? So it's a very frustrating and difficult thing, and just like all confusing things, like the industry gets it wrong or different all the time as well. So that's how it's generally supposed to be, but that doesn't mean that the random vendor that you're talking to or packaging that you grab followed the same thing, because it's just another human at some point writing the documentation. So you kind of have to double check everything if you care about the electrical behavior of something.
Now, where do you find read switches? Where have you ran into read switches before? Now that you know what they are and some of the technology that they've been. Window sensors.
Good callback.
Perfect
Nailed
answer.
it.
10 out of 10 would answer that.
Again.
Yeah. A coffee shop. Oh, yeah. Sounds like a cool coffee shop. Did you see the safe here in the coffee shop, too? Is the safe in the room with you?
All right.
Any other places that you've seen it? It doesn't have to necessarily be physical security, right? A donut shop?
Let's talk devices instead of places.
Yeah.
Interesting. Key machine,
I like
car
this.
dealership. Okay.
Was it? It was a automated originating machine. So
Like
it
a
was probably
safety cutoff.
homing.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Nice.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yep. Lockout on a soldering iron.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. I haven't seen magnetic ones, but that makes sense.
Isn't
The JVC's is contact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He has the fancy soldering station. I have the Heiko one.
Yeah, but you have that scope.
Oh, yeah.
Mantis. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so let's play a game. Does it contain a read switch? Yes? Who says no? Okay, yeah, we're catching on here. Does it contain a read switch? Probably. How about this one? All right, how about this one? Yeah, okay.
This guy over here with the probably.
Yeah.
Hedge your bets.
Maybe.
I don't know, it depends.
I'm mostly certain.
Could be.
All right. Oh, now we're throwing curveballs to you. This is what do we have here? We have a widget, yeah. So these are contacts that you press, right? Does it contain a read switch?
Oh, yeah,
Here we go. Does it contain a box that's going to crush my demo? So we see this right here, right? We see this little dispensing switch. If I was smart, I would have had this hooked up, actually.
As I awkwardly use a light that is not good for this application. So what we're referring to is this little switch right there. And if you can't tell in the video, it is a kind of spring-loaded plunger-looking thing.
If we press on it, right? But read switches are magnetic, right? So what happens if we put a pile of death in a metal box?
So is this, yes, magnetic read switch or no? No?
It is if you're creative enough.
Oh.
Well, so no, because most of the time when you're dealing with a momentary switch, it is indeed just electrical contacts. However, what's interesting here is because of the reliability, you hate this demo? Use weaker magnets.
Oh.
As he grabs the ones that peel your fingers like grapes, instead, you can just use the weaker magnets.
I forgot I brought them because of that.
So remember, magnetic read switches are what? Cheap and reliable. Because it's in a sealed vial, it never oxidizes. So what's going on in a lot of these plunger-style applications is there is actually a little tiny magnet in the top of the plunger and a little magnetic read switch in the bottom. And so it is actually a magnetic read switch. It's just all in one module. And those are very reliable, right? You can cycle those thousands and thousands of times, and there'll be no degradation.
And you can tell we have the magnet, it gets closer, and on our voltmeter, it's shorting out, right? So it's making contact without pressing it. We can press it to do the same thing, or we can just move the magnet there.
Now, why don't we see that more often and more things? Because it can only carry a very low amount of current, right? If we're just sensing, if a small amount of current is able to flow through a circuit for sensor purposes, that's not a big deal. But if you want to start using it for lights or appliances, you can't do that. It just won't be able to carry that current.
So we do now know this has a read switch in it. How about this? Does this have a read switch in it? Maybe, yeah, possibly, right? Yes, it has a read switch in it, right? It looks like a bolt. This would be used more in an industrial setting, not necessarily for physical security in any capacity. I guess if you wanted to have a very covert-looking switch somewhere, this could work. But You can install this in something that you need that has like a belt on it, right? Let's say you have a an RC tank, right? And it has, you want to see how fast it's going, you can determine that speed by getting the length of the track and putting a sensor on it. And then every single time that magnet passes the sensor, it will be able to help you with that. Yes?
In that application, does the bolt actually have structural integrity to it? Or
No.
is it just there to be a sensor?
It is just there to look like a sensor. It has zero structural integrity. Most of that bolt is hollowed out and filled with epoxy.
Okay.
Yep. Don't be building houses with this. All right. Does it have a reed switch in it? Yes. Right?
We got some answers changing. That's
Yeah.
good. Yes. Also, yes.
Reed
What about
switch?
Ancient laptop.
Ancient laptop. Yes. Right? Yep. When you close your
Bingo.
lid.
Yep.
Right? Newer laptops don't use reed switches, right? But they still have a different mechanism that works the same way. Flip phones? Yeah. Okay. Old flip phones? I guess new. I guess there are newer flip phones too.
Yes.
I
We've
joined.
come full circle.
Yeah, I've joined the Apple team, so I don't know anything but just brick phones now. So
We went from don't you hate like bending your phone open to wouldn't you love to bend your screen again? Cool.
okay, how about this? Does this have a reed switch in it? Possibly. No, it's a shower head. What the come on, people. Yeah. Maybe your shower head has a reed switch in it, but for
I've
us
upgraded
plebeians,
mine, so,
for us plebeians, we do not have that.
For detecting unauthorized shower use, it's
Yeah.
critical.
For when
that
the
I have
robber is wearing a suit of magnets.
So how do we find these things, right? We know reed switches are all over the place. So what do we look for?
Are you going to be searching for the reed switch itself? No. What are you going to be searching for? Yeah, it's some type of magnetic field, right? It is the magnet, it's not the sensor, but it is the object, the plastic item or the plastic covered item in the door that you will be sensing, right? So does that mean that we can pinpoint locations for reed switches? Yeah, we can get close enough, right? Luckily, reed switches are like hand grenades. So with that, we just have to be close enough.
It's good to be close. It's fine to be close enough.
Yeah, or horseshoes, I think. I don't know.
That's the joke, I think. We can skip over it.
Yeah, I don't.
We've lost it. We've lost it.
I don't play horseshoes. Yeah, so it's a magnetic component that is the actual item, right? But it's important to detect with care. And this is because when we introduce other magnetic fields into something that is supposed to sense something where a magnetic field is there, we can inadvertently cause an alarm. And this has happened to a few people that we know. This has happened to us many times, right? It happens. We have better ways to sense things so that you don't have to risk that. And we're going to cover those here in 1 second. But the first way, the simplest way to search for things is using a device called a search pole, right? This is a gyroscopic or a floating.
It's not gyroscopic at all. It looks gyroscopic. Just to be clear, it is not.
It floats. It lets you point
Before
the
we
magnet.
get the YouTube comments on the stream, actually.
Yeah, but actually, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. The magnet can move in 360-degree motion though, so it can point fairly accurately where that particular magnet that you're trying to detect is.
It's a super cheap, super simple tool. I love that it can point in 3 directions, so it kind of tells you both the orientation and the position of the magnet. Yeah.
We have a box of goodies. So if we go, you can see this device right here. When I go over to the magnet, it points to that magnet, right? So again, I'm pointing to the sensor. It does nothing on the sensor. If you see, it doesn't move. Now if I point to the magnet.
There's no winning, sorry.
There is no winning on this.
Nope.
Maybe if we get closer. Pray to the demo gods. Increase our sensor size. Who knows? Actually, closer made it worse. But if you see this device, you can see the carriage moving, right? In there, it's pointing to that magnet.
Here, it's more obvious on the side here.
Perfect.
See how it's kind of rotating as I move down, and then the polarity switches?
So you can search with that. But again, you're introducing another magnetic field while you're doing this. Even though that magnet is super tiny, right? And it's not a powerful magnet, you are introducing another field. So if you want to do this without introducing such a strong field, you can use something like, switch back to the presentation, a compass, right? Now, when you have a compass like this is the standard recommended Boy Scout compass. That's like if you need to go buy one, that's what you go look for. Just look up Boy Scouts of America compass, right? And on Amazon, and you'll find compasses for, in between $10 to $14. They all pretty much the same. You don't keep it in this state. This looks a little weird, especially if you're carrying this on you while you're on an engagement. You can pop that center part out, so you lose a lot of that plastic. And then you can actually pop the top ring off, so it's a little bit smaller as well. The only thing that you care about is the fluid inside it and the arm that will point to north.
Yeah, it's a little plastic capsule that's sealed. So you can pull that out, you can use it, and because it's so weak, it will still detect other magnetic fields because, Earth, right? But it won't trigger accidentally very high security sensors. And that's always the risk, right? There's always a gamble with any kind of defeat, with any kind of security, right? We're always kind of playing this game of like, what are the chances that we can successfully defend? And from the attacker's side also, what are the chances that our attack is going to be successful? There is not a single hack that is ever truly 100%. There's always something that can go wrong. And with this, there's a lot of variability. So you want to reduce that when possible.
And then for the final way that we recommend that you look for compasses is and I'm going to mess this up, don't worry, not German, a Gauss meter. Gauss meter. There we go. This is why we're a team. Now, a Gauss meter is great because it will not introduce a field. It can tell you the polarity very easily and accurately, and it can give you a determination of the type of magnet that you're going to be trying to compete against. This will also let you know what size of magnet that you need to do when it comes to defeating higher security sensors as well, because there's a range that is acceptable for a magnetic field.
It tells you the field strength. It gives you a number that shows you the field strength.
We'll pull that one out later.
Yeah, at the end.
Now, bypassing these particular sensors, let's talk about the common commercial building reed switch, right? These are flush mount sensors in the door. If you ever look on the side of the door, you see a little white, black, gray, or brown circle. Usually that's the 4 most common colors. You can take a gander that is probably some type of door contact sensor, right? It lets the access control system know that the door is open, and it lets if that door was not open properly, it lets the security team know that the door was forced open. There are 4 what I will call good locations to install these. You can install anywhere you want on your door, but these are the most recommended. In fact, if you want your building to hold like a UL rating on some parts that are around physical security, you must install in these locations. So it's going to be if you look on that door, the first green star is the upper side on the opposite side of the hinges, right? Also, you don't have to be on the top of the door, you can be on the side of the door, over by the locking set as well, and then on the floor as well. The problem with the on the floor one is depending on where you're at, if people are bumping things into door frames, you can actually break the sensor, right? So it's generally not recommended if you have rolling carts, if you're in a hospital or anything like that, to have sensors there.
What are some of the things that determine where you might have to put a sensor? Any thoughts? What's that? Wiring. Yeah, where does your wire come in? That's really the main thing, is like how much of a pain in the butt is it to connect a wire to that position? And some cases it's going to be along the side, some cases it's going to be along the top. But the most common location is going to be that very top green star that you see on the top right side of that frame.
So for our first demo, let's look at bypassing a read switch, right? Let's pray to the demo gods. We have 5 other demos. We're doing it live. We also have recordings of some of these demos, but it's just not as fun recorded, right? You're like, is that stage? That looks like it's staged. So we hear the annoying sound. That means we are in the safe state in there. The connection, it is a single read switch on this particular one.
I can switch it maybe, or not.
It's fine.
Okay.
I take away the magnet, and the sound goes off. This is because the sensor in there is normally open, right? We have a sensor which, in its secure state, will be closed. It will be really annoying. And then if you take away the magnet, this is when the alarm system or the physical access control system knows the door has been open.
Yeah, these are not devices that like use packets. Like they're not intelligent. It's literally a current sensing loop. Got quiet all of a sudden.
Huh?
Got quiet all of a sudden.
I know. So now what we have on this is we're going to put this here, and we're going to introduce another field. This is a sensor. Oop, here we go. Here is a little sleeve that we printed out, 3D printed. We will be releasing these designs a little bit later, like later this week, this upcoming week that's happening. But let me put this on here, and then take away the magnet, right? As simple as that. Now this is aligned already. I have this as the polar aligned, is what I have the PA for. Now you wouldn't leave this just 3D printed as black. You would paint this in a silver type color, or whatever color the sensor is itself, right, that you're going against. So you don't, because this is obvious, right, that there is something covering that sensor. Someone even not really alert will say, hey, there is a problem here. And that is, in itself, something you don't want when you're making covert or surreptitious entry.
Yeah, let's shut that off.
Let me turn that off. All right. Demo success.
So that is a single read switch sensor, meaning inside that giant block of aluminum is just one single read switch.
Now, if you're going against the, as we said, the common read switch sensor, that is the flush mount one, are you going to be 3D printing something? You could, and we do have 3D prints that we've done for them before for it. But I am but a simple man, and I like things that are easily repeatable. 3D prints are easily repeatable, but I like things that also don't look like they're specialized tools. And one of those items is we're going to use tape, right? Tell me the difference. Do you notice? What's the difference between these two photos, this one and this one? Gaffer tape on what one? On both of them.
But who wore it better?
Yeah, right? One is obvious, right? We know that that sensor is covered. And if you look at the sensor, right, it's like a grayish brown color, right? The designer really was happy that day. It's actually hard to see it on the screen. You can see how ugly it is on the, on the laptop. But if you look at this, you have a black strip of tape, and then you have a black dot. And these dots are called sticky dots. And it's something I've been using for over a decade now. The reason why I needed to find something for them is we needed to make entry into a non-permissible area. So they were doing like bag scans and items. So we couldn't just have big magnets with us that we could just stick and leave on the side of the door. It would be noticed very quickly in this environment. So these sticky dots, they just look like tape. And then you can have smaller magnets used with them. We recommend your magnet be no thicker than 1/16 of an inch. 1/32 of an inch is an ideal size, and no bigger than 3/4 of an inch in diameter. We use 5/16 in diameter with an N52 rare earth magnet rating on that. And the reason is because we can quickly squirrel those away in whatever we're wearing or whatever we have on our back, and they can go through bag scanners and not draw attention. So let's do our second demo, right? Don't tase me, bro. Well, we're going to tase you. Who wants to volunteer to be tased? No, that's it.
No, we're not. We're not.
That's the CactusCon after event, right?
CactusCon After Dark.
So I have my read switch here. Let me switch back to my camera. I have my read switch here.
While Drew sets that up, let's remember that what's inside of a little single read contact. We have two thin strips of wire that are carrying a very small amount of current. And I mentioned earlier that was very important. What happens when you put too much current or too high of a voltage through a very small wire? Yeah, it starts welding, right? So what was discovered is that there are different circumstances where these reed switches, if the door was closed and an event happened where it was subjected to high voltage, for example, lightning or intentional use of something like a taser or something similar, then these contacts would actually weld together such that it was basically always closed. What was normally open becomes always closed. So that's what Drew is going to do a quick demo of here.
I'm just going to show you that it is not permanently closed yet, so I have it hooked up. I put the magnet in there. Okay, then we have that, right? So now what I'm going to do...
Got it. No, it's fine.
I need the magnet back.
Oh yeah, you got to close it.
You do have to keep it closed.
So right now the door is closed.
It's in its secured state.
And we're going to simulate a high voltage event. That was so on purpose. Great demo, Drew. The secret demo we told no one, even ourselves, about.
Today we learned everything.
So thankfully everything recovered.
I don't want to do it again.
So let's see if that worked. It did not. Okay, here, I will.
Let's do it away.
Yeah, hold it.
I like her.
All right.
Maybe away from the mic as well.
Yeah, I'll shut off my mic just in case.
This is where we learn about fire.
As I tase myself.
No, you got to have a bigger arc.
The arc.
Yeah.
No, let's just try it.
Okay.
As you can see, it's not a very exact science. Nope. Still no?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Hey!
Eventually.
That's not even the hard demo.
It's very kind of for that, by the way.
Are you saying thank you to her for saying you should hold it?
Collectively.
All right.
That's my mic here.
So magnet orientation, right? Does it matter on single read switches? 60% of the time, it matters all the time, right? The answer is legitimately sometimes it matters. If you have a strong enough field and you are going against a single read switch, you might be able to do it. And I'm talking, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be good to go, right? But it's that one time the client will remember. So it does matter heavily when there are more than one switch in there. So we have 3 switches up on the safe here. So you have to have everything correctly oriented there for that. Best practice, be aware of the orientation and the polarization and just match it with your defeat device just to be extra safe. Now, Let's talk about high security sensors and indicators. This is classified under UL 634 level 1. Level 1, there's a level 2, which is what I would call, and I think you would agree, legitimate high security sensors. Level 1 used to be the gold standard. This is what used to be on the doors that held nuclear codes. This is the sensors that they have, on the Coke vault that actually doesn't hold the Coke recipe. That's held on a server if you wanted to know.
Basically, these are standards that are written saying if you have a device, it has to be resistant to the following types of attacks, and here's how we're going to test it. It's a very detailed, overly specific standard, and it's better than nothing, but it's imperfect. So level 1 tries to create some resistance against someone just taking a big magnet and slapping it on the side, someone trying to defeat it through a couple of other methods, but it's a weaker standard. And in full transparency, I don't know if BMSs are still compliant with level 1. I have to check the current standard.
Yeah, I think they are, but they might have gone out of favor.
Yeah.
But
They used to be, at least.
Let's see what these type of switches look like. This is an X-ray of one of those switches, right? What do we have? We have 5 read switches in this particular sensor. This is one sensor. This is that sensor you see on this safe. This is what it looks like when you X-ray it. So we have 5 items that we have to defeat with our attack. The first 3 are going to be the polar sensitive read switches in the front, right? So they're going to have different configurations. We have 2 poles, we have 3 switches, we can have a total of whatever, right? The next one is going to be an anti-pry. So even if you can defeat those 3, you don't want to have someone take the sensor off. And then that 5th sensor is going to be anti-tamper, which is if someone introduces a foreign magnetic field, it will then still alert and say, hey, someone is tampering with this device. Now, getting through all these switches by holding 5 individual magnets gets you carpal tunnel. So why not make it easier on yourself? But I talked about these 3 switches here and their 2 polarizations. Let's talk about a little bit of dirty secret, right? 3 polarized magnetic sensors with 2 poles. That should get us a possible 8 combinations, right? 2 to the power of 3 equals 8, right? Everyone agrees? I did it out on paper just to make sure I wasn't dumb.
It was a group activity about an hour before this started. We struggled, just to be honest.
Yeah, definitely we're on the struggle bus on that one. Which means we have 6 usable, because if you just have every single sensor be north, 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 or south, 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 well,
defeats the purpose.
Defeats the purpose of this, right? Spoilers, there's only 2 combinations that are actually sold, as far as we know. Those 2 combinations is going to be north, south, north, and south, north, south. So your defeat device, when you are applying a defeat to these sensors, only have to contain one of those 2 configurations, right? So instead of carrying 6 devices with you, you now only have to carry 2. And what we have is the defeat sleeve. So the defeat sleeve is a handy device. There are people who have came up with different sleeves. I used to make these with plexiglass. I would bend it with fire. I would then Dremel holes in it, put magnets in it, and it was really cumbersome. And even then, you would have to get it perfect on placement because the bending by hand is imperfect.
To be clear, we're talking about gluing thin magnets to thin plastic, but it sounds cooler if we say defeat sleeve.
That's right. Yes. Also industry term. With this, with our new plastic curation, you can't, the other magic about this is you can't just put 3 magnets in there and then it's going to work every single time, because we have that anti-tamper switch in there, right? So we're introducing a magnetic field, but we need to make sure that we distort our magnetic field enough to where it doesn't go against the anti-tamper in there. So on that, we also inserted a very thin piece of stainless steel or steel in there. This is not those.
That's not the one? Oh, of course.
These are the ones. Here you go. When you're deploying them on your site, make sure they don't have the RTA logo on them.
Or do, depending on what you're going for. I don't know.
You do you, okay? But let's defeat this safe.
So earlier we attached a device that you saw running, and that actually happens to be an auto dialer. So it brute forced the combination, at least it claims to have. And yeah, it does look like it stopped. So you did.
Well, first we got it.
Oh yeah.
Don't open it.
Don't open it yet? Okay, fine.
These 3 lights determine if it's in its safe state, right? There's a 4th light, there's not.
I'm going to repeat it since you don't have a mic near you. So as Drew was explaining, these 3 lights basically are monitoring all those different switches inside this sensor. So in order for it to remain secure, all 3 of those need to remain lit. They can't change state. So success in this example is going to look like us opening the door and none of these lights changing.
So let me put the sensor on.
So Drew,
so you can see that. And this used to be a problem when you were having to do this because it wasn't as streamlined.
and before you get too excited, I think you didn't empty this, right?
I did empty it, yeah. Sorry. Did I not?
Yep, no, it's empty.
If I take this off, this top sensor right here, this top light, this is fake money before someone stabs us. When we do stuff with real money, there are angry men with guns.
But it looks good, doesn't it?
If I take this off, this first LED is going to go off. Right? There we go. So now we have the sensor on here.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yes, thank you. So now we have the sensor on here, and this is the dummy sensor. Don't worry about that one. Now we have the real sensor on here, and it defeats it while this is open. Now there are 2 other LEDs on here, right? And that is for anti-pry. So if I were to take this off, those LEDs take off, right?
And you might be wondering, why does that matter? Because one common way to defeat this, if it is a surface-mounted sensor like this.
Oh, no, you locked it.
Oh, sure did.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Is, okay, what if I just move both at the same time, right? So if I were to pry this off and then open the door, I would just move it with the door. So to detect that kind of manipulation, they have an anti-pry sensor. But the way that this is designed, that gets defeated as well.
No, yes.
And you can see if we were to pull it off.
If you take it off with
there
that.
we go.
No, if you take it off with that, you have to add the other magnet. You have to add this guy. This is the most difficult demo of all of them.
Which is why Drew's going to do it.
Okay. You have to use specially designed magnets, so you can't just have one that has like north and south on the bottom. It has to be a 50-50 split, and that is called a, what is that called? I need the other one.
Diametrically polarized?
Yeah, he's the smart one in the group. Okay, that's why he says the words.
Sounds smart. I don't know.
All right, so I have now put this on here, and we can remove the sensor, right? And if we take this, okay,
Yeah.
well, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I moved the sleeve. But if we take this now, and if we go, now I've moved everything off, you have to be careful of your orientation of this, and the orientation will determine what your orientation is of these 3. So if it's south, north, south, which this one is, then you need the north facing the back. If it's the opposite, then you need the south facing the back. Yep. So on that,
I got it.
we only have like 2 more slides. The drawings for these, the STL files, will be publicly available. We're going to release all them, and we're going to tell you what type of magnets you need to put in it, as well as the metal that you need to have on this, so that you can just, it used to be a pain to defeat these items. Now it literally is you just slap this on, and it's good to go. Response time, if you're doing research in this, you might see that there are magnetic flux relations that you detect. Your
your alarm panel is not going to detect those fluctuations as fast, right? This talk is not about defeating loops, but that is what that is about. So, in summary, is the world on fire? No, the world's not on fire. Understand the limitations of the equipment that you're installing, and understand that there are other technology if you actually do need a high security sensor. You look for that UL 634 level 2 type of sensor, right? Thank you for joining us for our talk.
Thank you.
think we're on. All right, you guys, welcome to closing ceremonies. While we're waiting to actually officially begin closing ceremonies, I figure while we're to kill some time, we have a lot of lost and found. My favorite is the sock. Yeah, okay. So, and I think it's clean. What? It's not like I stuck it in my mouth or anything. Come on, you guys. Thank you.
There is a scarf up here.
I was going to say I can smell it, so, and let you know if it's clean. But I think we might need just a couple more minutes. But I do appreciate your patience, and we're going to do a new raffle, and we've got a lot of things to raffle off, a lot of winners to announce.
Hello again. I am not under duress. I actually agreed to do this. So let's see how it goes. Thank you, everyone, for coming to CactusCon 11. Yeah. I can't clap. It's not letting me clap. But that's the best we can do. Okay. I want to start off first, again, by thanking everybody for coming, both here in person and online in Discord. Hey, everybody. Hope y'all can see how ridiculous I look. Yeah, so first thing I want to do is I'm going to show some pictures. Let's look at some pictures of this year. Some of these are from our staff and our volunteers. Some I shamelessly stole from people's Twitter. So if you see a picture I took, thank you. So this is Kevin, our CactusCon Kids lead, and his dog Maybe scooting around. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, some cool soldering stuff going on. We got this. Somebody tweeted this and said this thumb drive was left around somewhere. That thumb drive has seen better days. I hope. Is this picture anyone in here? Did one of y'all take this picture? I'm just curious. Yeah, did you plug it into anything? Bring it up. I'll plug it into my work laptop. It'll be good. Let's see. We've got more photos. We got the AI Village, Radio Village. Everybody have a good time at our villages this year? Yeah. What was everybody's favorite villages? What do we got? Greenhouse. Got some love for the greenhouse. Lockpick, AI, radio, career. Awesome. We have great villages here. Yeah. This is our Ops Center. This is our staff hard at work making CactusCon happen. Yeah, so we had this is the brain trust and the brain center of CactusCon. It doesn't look like much, and you're expecting like some fancy room with monitors everywhere, looking like a SOC or a NASA command center. But no, we trash all over the tables and had a good time. We have one staff member who does not like to be photographed. Actually, that's not true. That's actually what he looks like. So yeah. I see people holding up their phones. What's happening right now? Oh, shit. Did it work? What is it? What is it? Rickroll. Ah, I got y'all. Thank you. Let's see what other photos we've got. More photos of speakers. This is the best photo we have of Snow Talks. This one's from today's keynote. That's about all the photos I have. I know there's a bunch more. Feel free to throw them up on Twitter, #CC11 or #CactusCon, or just add us. So, we love to see photos. We love to see people who enjoyed the con and had a great time. All right, I'm going to take a minute to introduce Christine. Christine Wilson is our lead organizer for the event this year. She's going to come up and say a few words. So, Christine.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried he's going to fall on me.
I'll just stand. I'm good.
slightly distracting. I'm going to focus. All right. Looking out at you guys, I'm super nervous up here, but this is why I love doing this. I've been a part of CactusCon for like 11 years now. I started out helping my husband out as his executive assistant, just taking notes for him. I really wanted just the free food and a date. And now I'm up here addressing you guys, so I'm honored. I'm even more honored to have a great staff to work with. Because of you guys, we get together a lot to have meetings, and I'd like to thank them. We spend all year planning this, sometimes more than a year. One thing I'd really like to point out is everybody on our staff, our planning staff, is on a volunteer basis. None of us get paid. This is part of the reason how we can offer this great conference to you guys for free. And so I'd like to thank them. First, our board of directors. There's Andrew, Jessica, who is at home on Discord watching this. We miss you, Jessica. And there's Skylar, who is blurry. On staff, we also have Haley. She's in charge of our social media. She's amazing at this, and our website. Matt, our volunteer coordinator, where did he go? He's over here doing work still, of course. I'm going to go a little out of order because with Matt, I can't go without mentioning Mike. We've missed him around the con wearing cactar and walking around doing day of ops. He wasn't able to make it out this year, but we do miss you, and Mike has been an active part. Jamie, our speaker liaison and CFP lead. Alex, of course, you all know, who does our Discord merchandise, our graphic artist this year, and streaming and a whole bunch of stuff. He's a busy guy. And then, of course, Ryan, our sponsor liaison. Eric, who did our badges. Along with Badge Pirates, but I think we have a slide for our Badge Pirates. And then Kevin, who did CCK this year, the comeback of CCK. Awesome event. Is he still here? No, he left. Oh, he left. And then our team leads. Anyway. Yeah. Our team leads, Brian and Eden, they are Discord people. Thank you very much. Michael, Richard, Chantel, and Tim are volunteer leads. They've spent the whole weekend running around and helping out. Villages and events. Yeah, let's clap for them. I'd like to thank Rachel, who led our career village this year. Barrett and his team do a phenomenal job with the CTF. Thanks, Barrett. Whose team also gave me awesome snacks from Oregon, so I like them even more. Gavin for AI Village, which is one of our new villages this year. Where did he go? Where's Gavin? Yes, back there in the back waving. Phil, who led the radio village. Where is he? Somewhere. Drew for Lockpick Village. Where is he? And Russ for the Greenhouse Village. Yes. And an omission, Heatsink Labs. Eric Osi, where are you? Where are you? Oh, he's cleaning up, so of course he's still working during closing ceremonies. All right. Thank you, guys. And I am going to pass it on back to Alex.
Hello again. So I had not seen these numbers until today. I have the attendance numbers from every CactusCon we've ever done. And so I want to show them and compare them to this year. If I can press the button. Let's see. Oh, good. Okay. So, well, first of all, some of y'all know that we started as Phoenix B-Sides 2012. I don't have those numbers in front of me, so this is starting in 2013. We were at Dave & Buster's in Tempe with 205 attendees. Who was there? Nice. That's almost all of you, I think, isn't it? 2014 at the Crown Plaza San Marcos. Who was there? Awesome. 2015, ASU, 423 attendees. Phoenix Convention Center, 733 attendees. This is when it started shaping up, huh? Numbers getting bigger? All right, 2017 is the first year we broke 1,000 attendees, 1,126. That's a good one. 2018 was our first year here. We had 1,342 attendees. 2019 at the Mesa Convention Center, 1,312 attendees. 2021, we went virtual. Most of y'all probably know we did not do a con in 2020. That was not because of COVID. It was because of our shifting schedule. We used to do cons around, I think, November. We moved it to February, so we pushed it back, and it made it skip a year. So we can honestly say we were probably the only con that didn't have to cancel in 2020. Let's see, 2022 at the Delta Hotel. Oh, I skipped 2021, didn't I? Oh, no, yeah. Did I say that one? 2021, Discord. This was the year we were completely on Discord. And we had 1,461 virtual attendees. How many of y'all attended that? That was a fun one. I love that one. And then, yeah, the last year at the Delta Hotel, we had 1,285 combined attendees, include around 500 in person and 785 on Discord. Can I get a drum roll? All right, so for CactusCon 11, we had 573 on Discord. And these numbers, this is 573 people who are only on Discord and not here, because I know a lot of y'all were in both. We had 1,376 people here in the convention center. Let's see, we had, where are we at? We had one bagpipe band. Oh, I was supposed to play. Why is it not playing? I gotta use my mouse here. There we go.
March!
This is the first time I think we've ever had a bagpipe band here. It might be the first time we've ever had live music at CactusCon. No? Okay. I lied. All right, which brings us to a grand total 1,949 attendees for CactusCon 11. I stand corrected. The in-person numbers have been revised upward. 1,435 in person, which brings us to over 2,000 total attendees for the first time. Even just in person, this is the largest CactusCon we've ever had. All right, but we can't forget our Discord folks. So some stats from Discord. There are 813 users in the Discord server. We had 8 volunteer moderators. We had 585 users check in with the bot in Discord, which is kind of confusing, and sounds like we had a couple hundred who were in virtual LineCon, which sounds boring because there's no open chat in virtual LineCon. I don't know what happened there. 3,288 messages were sent in Discord over the last 2 days. Our team fielded 34 help tickets. 2 people tried to send the example ticket to the bot to check in. And surprisingly, nobody tried to send the bot a link. And I did not update this number, but I believe it was 6,000 lines of code that made all of our bots and all of our other automation that managed everything in Discord and also on our video streams, all that automation. So 6,000 lines of codes between the dev team we have. So yeah, Discord was great this year. And I hope the Discord people are still watching because we might have some giveaways just for Discord people while we're here. Okay. Okay, CactusCon Kids. Who got to experience CactusCon Kids? Do we have any of the kids in here? What'd y'all think? Excellent. This year, for those who don't know, we always do a amazing event, CactusCon Kids, a whole day that we do usually on Saturdays for ages 8 to 18. Kevin is just knocked out of the park every year. We do this. We haven't had it the last couple of years because of COVID. We brought it back this year with a limited event where we had 2 sessions of a custom Dungeons & Dragons game. cybersecurity themed, InfoSec themed. We had 40 kids participate in 2 sessions, and a big shout out, special thanks to Phoenix RPG Group who helped DM the whole thing, and it was a great experience. So big round of applause. Now I'm going to turn it over to Jamie to talk about our call for papers and our speaker operations. I'm going to just stand.
I feel like you'll bounce if we knock you off the stage.
I'll just sway gently.
Awesome. Okay, it has been so much fun doing speaker ops. Thank you all for sharing your time with us, for submitting to the CFP and for coming to speak. We had 2 awesome keynotes this year. Paolo Shakarian talked about AI, something that's obviously changing the landscape in which we work, and Sharon DeGrippo gave an amazing keynote today as well. So we love numbers around here. So out of all of the submissions that were put in through Sessionize, we had 111 total submissions. 66 were hour-long talks, 26 were the half-hour talks. We had 19 workshops to choose from. It is very hard. Come here, Cactus.
I was just going to say that's in addition to separate call for papers by the villages. This does not even include the village call for papers.
True. So it is so hard to choose. It's so hard to choose. The quality this year was just unprecedented, and a lot of people who were on the CFP review board commented on it. So you must have all watched our talk from last year about how to do a good job. We accepted 41 talks and workshops with 50 total speakers. Thank you all so much. And we had things split pretty well between introductory and intermediate levels, which is kind of what we're hoping for this con. So that's awesome. I could not or would not want to do this without Sessionize. I have to evangelize for a moment. This is the platform that we use to run our CFP, to put together the schedule. It has APIs that fit into the bots, that fit into the website, that Hacker Tracker ties into as well. If you need to run a CFP, I would very much recommend you use Sessionize for it because it makes your life so much easier. And it's free because we're a free con. Woohoo! Yeah. So I will hand this back over to the Cactus.
And I will hand it over to Mark to talk about our badges this year. Do we have Mark to talk about badges? Mark and Derek. Perfect. I'm going to try and find a place to hang out.
Here's our software developer and his assistant. So let's see, I didn't prepare any numbers, so now I'm feeling like out of place. I was going to talk again just real quick. This was the idea for the badge that started in 2019. I was going to build a model home that you could take out of the box and use. I don't know who is disappointed you didn't have that much to do with soldering on your badge and who loves that it worked out of the bag. I don't know, raise your hand if you liked that it worked when you turned it on. We'll see. Anyhow, the model home was a home automation theme, but again, this started in 2019 when computer chips were easy to get. The Raspberry Pi was going to be really cool. There's going to be a foundation for home automation, and you could model this home after your own home, but this thing was so hard to build. Every time I would do a design and place an order, that chip is out of stock. So I'd research, and there's 2 million of this chip. I'm going to redesign with this chip. I'll finish in a week. Takes 3 weeks when you think it's going to take a week. And that chip would be out of stock. And this happened like 5 times before I told the board guys, I don't know that we can build a badge. It's just not possible. And was asked to reach out to Badge Pirates. I met those guys at DEF CON. Shout out to Badge Pirates. They came here on their own dime to help us out. Fixed our problems, have supported us all the way. We collaborated to get this done, and they're responsible for getting the hardware done, which is beautiful to work on that. And then, of course, it's all about the software, right? So our youngest software developer here wrote a couple lines of code and charged, 450 batteries, put batteries in a charger, waited for the green light, swapped batteries out, half-hour battery, like lots of batteries, hard worker, up till 2 a.m. in the morning or whatever on Thursday.
1 a.m.
I didn't
little
sleep
late.
till whatever. But over to software.
I'll just speak quickly about software. Mark helped work on some of the software for the badge, and we built using some services called MQTT that allows a message to be transmitted just about anywhere in the world, almost instantaneously, then sent back to the badges. Like Eric posted a video of hitting the button. You could be in Singapore right now, hit the button, it lights up
turn your
almost
badge
immediately.
on.
Oh yeah, turn your badge on. Yeah,
If
yeah.
you have a badge, turn it on right now.
If you still have batteries,
If it's charged.
we'll wait for it to reset, and then it is nearly instantaneous. Party mode. About 100 bytes of JSON went to US West, AWS US West in Virginia, and then came right back to all your badges, and that fast. So
Or you can hack the platform.
yeah, we left some open spots or some open vulnerabilities in the software that a few folks found. If you noticed your badge was acting a little weird earlier today, that's because someone found it.
How long are we leaving the servers up on the back end? How long do you want to leave them up?
How long do you want to pay for it?
I will defer to,
A couple weeks, maybe a week.
we'll work it out. There you go, couple weeks.
Absolutely. Any minute now, where Skylar will release the source code to the badges. We'll get the
mic so the remote people.
Yeah. Sorry, into the mic. So as soon as Skylar toggles the security on that, I think that repo will be available. That'll cover all the software. We've got Terraform code that covers all the infrastructure, registration server. You can understand how security and certs and all that was put together, and maybe find our holes if you look at the source. And we'll get the hardware designs on that same repo, probably in a hardware folder, as fast as we can coordinate, make sure we're uploading the most recent version. Before you leave the con, if you want the very latest software on your badge, I'll cover that real quick. If you tap the reset button on your badge, and about a half second later hold the button, the boot button on the other side until the green LED glows on the left eye, we'll see if we can crash the update server. That will verify whether you got the very latest firmware, reflash your badge, you'll see both LEDs blink a little bit, and then you'll leave the con with the very, very latest. I don't know when our last updates were. Carter's badge is updating, he got the green light. I probably killed my battery or killed it by bouncing it on all the other badges. But if you have any ideas for future badges, hunt me down. Eric is the handle, might be spelled with a C also. I don't crash airplanes, I might crash your computer. I live in Minneapolis, I'm also here in Phoenix, but would love to collaborate. People have great ideas, and we'll integrate that into the theme of the badge next year.
Is this the first time?
Carter is an amazing software developer and also great with soldering. He learned to solder yesterday, and he'll be scheduling job interviews in about 10 years.
Is this the first time
Yeah.
I was you can mention it. I was just going to say, I think this is the first time of any badge we've ever had that you didn't have to wait in line to get your firmware flashed, and it was able to be done OTA. So big round of applause for our badge team.
And Badge Pirates get the credit for that. They shared their model of OTA and love it.
Yeah, one big round of applause for the Badge Pirates. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Barrett to talk about Capture the Flag.
Hey everybody, I'm Barrett, Pone AP, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the CTF. Mike?
Mike here. Mike hacks things.
So we had a variety of challenges. We had some beginner challenges with a trainer and tunneler. A big thing for us is doing lateral movement, so we did want to talk about some of those challenges. And then we had some harder ones, but we had a wide variety. Some of them were purposely annoying, but not all of them. Couple stats, we had 2 boards. We had an online board for virtual attendees, and then we had, as long as you had someone in person, another board for that. A total of 327 folks played at the CTF, 214 different teams. The total points that were on the board were 2,700, and we had 61 flags. You can see the wrong and the right submissions here. I want to talk a quick about what prizes were given out in no particular order. We have some badges from 2019. These are kits that the winners can build. Then some badges from this year. I also want to do another shout out to Badge Pirates. I work with them for another conference to make badges. They're phenomenal. They do incredible work. And then we have some signed copies of the second version of the RTFM for the top 3 teams that are in person And of course, if you've seen us hanging around, we're active with the Red Team Village, and so we have some Red Team Village coins from this last year's DEF CON.
Barrett's going to get down and prepare for the awards here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the teams. So this slide has our virtual scoreboard. So we saw some returning teams, which was awesome. You know, we had people playing last year. Cool to have teams coming back, playing some stuff again. We really appreciate everybody playing online. So this shows the top 10 teams here. I'm just going to read out the third, second, and first place teams. So in third with 45 flags, 1,500 points was Inspect Element, and they were playing online. So thank you, Inspect Element, for playing. Second place, Shifty Sheep, 44 flags, but they got more points. Just squeaked out a win over Inspect Element. And our winning team from the virtual event was Farming Simulator Next Gen with 53 flags, 2,100 points. So congrats to them online. Yeah, got it. So what we're going to do, as I announce the winners here, we're going to ask the teams to come up and get their prizes from Barry. Line up at the bottom here. We're going to get a picture at the end. So we had a lot of people playing here locally, which was really cool to see. We hope everybody had fun. Was there anybody that had played in the previous years with us here, or is anybody, how many people were new, had never done a CTF here? Cool. We had quite a few people that were really coming over and asking about it, which was really nice to see. We do kind of structure this that there are challenges that are beginner friendly. So if you haven't done it and you're coming back, we really encourage you to stop by, chat with us. There are challenges that anybody can kind of play along with and just get an idea of what the CTF is. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and announce the top 3 teams from the local event here. So in third place, with 48 flags, 1,895 points, we have Wolf Packets. So if Wolf Packets is here, if you guys can come up, the whole team, the individual, whoever it is. Here we go, yeah. Wolf Packets. And we'll just have you guys stay up here if you could for a picture at the end. Thank you. Second place, we have, with 51 out of the 61, 1,960 points. We got Purple Drink. We got Purple Drink here. Come on up. There we go. And our winners from this year, almost clearing the board, 57 out of the 61 flags, 2,445 points. We have Subterranean Satellite. So congrats, Subterranean Satellite, come on up. All right, thanks, John. Barry's got a... Wait, let me see that. Oh, Christ. Okay. I need, does this mic work? It's off. I have an announcement to make. We have the USB stick. I know you can't see it because here, can you hold that up? Oh, I'm going to be... Just hold it up. Oh, so it up. Everybody can see it. There's that USB stick from that photo. What's the deal with it? I don't know. We got to figure it out. Let me plug it in. No, don't.
Anybody here have a Malware VM? Ready to rock?
Only there was a ransomware.
Anyone?
All right, head back to your seats. Thank you so much for playing the CTF.
Yeah!
The one thing I want to say is that for our team, this is our 3rd year doing the CTF, and the closest person is over 1,000 miles away. But we all fly in here just because of the group, the people that we get to meet, and how welcoming everybody is. And so this is one of those things that I think is kind of on our annual con list always, just because it's a really, really great environment. So thank you so much.
One more round of applause for the CTF team and the winners. All right, next I'm going to call up Andrew. Are you going to talk from there? Or are you coming up? Yeah, Andrew's going to come up and talk about our financials.
It's on. Do I have to press buttons? Hello. Oh, look, the pie chart looks pretty good. For the folks who don't know me, I'm Andrew. I'm on the board. I helped start this several years ago. In the pathway that we were talking about, I've kind of slowly, surely taken on less and less responsibility here in the conference. And so now my job is to make sure people don't spend too much money, because we have to have money to spend it, apparently.
Whoops.
CactusCon is a nonprofit. Nobody is doing this because we're looking to make money. We're not trying to get rich quick and whatever. This really is all about the Arizona community. We keep nothing. As Christine said before, we're all volunteers. And then anything that we get goes directly into the conference, or it goes to sort of prepay to get us into the next venue for the next year, and it's sort of brought over. And so we take a little bit of time to kind of work our way backwards and just sort of share some of the financials, so you can kind of see what it takes to put something kind of like this together. At a high level, we've had an amazing amount of support from sponsors and partners this year in general. As you can see kind of on the board, we've had a lot of new names, we have a lot of old names. We've had partners who've been with us almost literally since the beginning of CactusCon. I think Stack and Lou, now Bishop Fox, has actually been the one that's been consistently, every single year we've held it, has helped sponsor. And it's helped us grow to kind of where we are. And so with that, we raised $88,000 this year from just sponsors, partnerships in the community here in Arizona. So big thank you to them, of course. We then kind of introduced this idea of community sponsors, because people kept coming to us and say, look, I don't have thousands of dollars, but I want to put something into the conference. I want to support it. And so we came up with community sponsors. And so this is a completely optional, nobody's forcing anyone to do this way, just to support the conference. And it typically kind of comes with like a shirt, or in some cases in the past it's come with badges, things like that. This year, we raised almost $3,000 just from the community sponsors alone. So what a fantastic support for the people who were able to jump in and help us out with that. And then finally, we sell things, right? We sell the shirts, and we sell some of the badges this year, and we have some stuff that we give away come from that end. And so with that, and this is just the online sales. I actually haven't counted the money in cash in person yet, but we've done almost $13,000 in just sort of swag this year for badges, shirts, et cetera, which is fantastic. So the total is a little bit over $103,000 in earnings kind of for this year, of which we basically spent, as you can see, almost all of it, right? To put it in a conference like this, obviously the biggest expense is the venue and the AV equipment. As we started adding in the streaming and bringing this to a bigger, broader digital audience, that comes at a cost. And that's the single largest expense for this year kind of coming into it. Swag and merch, obviously we get it and we sell it, but there's an upfront cost, and so a little bit about $8,000 kind of coming into it. Art and signage, we spend a lot of time with our artists. We bring in a new artist every year, and we have a theme. It's like the first thing we're going to talk about as soon as we get back together is what do we want to do for next year, and then we start to look for an artist, sometimes local, sometimes not, to put something together and make that the theme for the year. And it's been great. I mean, the art this year is so fantastic. I think this is great. Thanks to Skylar for kind of helping us put that together as well. Arts and signs, things of that sort. Operations is just sort of the things that allow us to be here. So we bring in people, we fly them in, we put them in hotel rooms, and more or less this is about $3,000 this year.
We started, we have an accounting/legal fees thing that happens. And so that was a little bit of an expense coming into this year. And then the badges brought us to about $10,000. So it looks like we don't have any money, so $98,000 against the 103, but we actually have money from last year that offset it. So we're going to come into the next year probably with about $30,000, I think, all said and done to prep and start us getting ready for the next event. So this is just the way that we do it. It's really difficult to run an all-free conference. It's difficult to do it all with volunteers. That's one of the ways we make that happen. But you know, we wanted to share this is where we're at, and this is what we do, and this is how we kind of continue to make this for you all to come. So thank you.
I've already spoken for about 28,000 of that for cactus costumes for all attendees. Is that cool? No. I wish. That'd be great. All right. I just wanted to take just 5 seconds to give a shout out to the Mesa Convention Center. I don't have them on the slides, but I definitely want to, this mic is falling over. Definitely recognize the Mesa Convention Center and Premier Audiovisual. These teams are freaking amazing. What am I pointing at? Oh, I'm sorry. And also Personal Touch Catering, who, if you had any food or drink at the venue at all, that was from them, their sport. So again, thank you to the facility folks here. One more huge shout out to all of our volunteers, both virtually and in person. Every year we put out a call for volunteers, and every year the community steps up. We have just such a great group. And I think most of our volunteers have been with us a very long time. All the way to, I believe we have a couple this year who've never been to an InfoSec con but decided to come volunteer and work with us this year. So huge round of applause for our volunteers. And our online Discord volunteer team is global. We have people from Europe, the Americas, I believe a couple from Asia as well. So yeah, we just have a great group of people. I'm going to turn it over to Ryan to talk about sponsorship, and I believe he's got some stuff to give away.
Hey, folks, how's it going? All right. So we could not have this awesome conference, obviously, without sponsors. We had a number of sponsors this year to whom we want to bestow our gratitude. We're going to do that now. Let's take a look here. So,
Giveaways. Yeah, keep going. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to giveaways.
Here we go. All right, moving on. So first up, our partners. The whole idea behind having a partner and being a partner with CactusCon is that throughout the year we try to maintain a partnership, hence the term partner. And so we try to have this ongoing communication, and we are very, very appreciative of the people and the company names that are on the slide here. Amazon, they couldn't come out in full force to the conference. So you might be, well, where's the Amazon table? Well, hey, they were a partner, and we work with them. We're glad to have them back this year, so thank you very much to them. Yeah. The early warning Zell folks, they've been with us for how many years now? Almost all of them, almost every CactusCon. So a huge shout out to your team, wherever you are sitting right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then this one makes me very happy here. New Genesis Solutions is a local homegrown organization. It's actually a good buddy of mine who's been running the organization and doing really, really well with it. I recall, I don't know how many years ago, where are you, buddy? He's like, should I just start my own company? I was like, yeah, do it. and all of a sudden, you know, you transition to now, and they're a partner of CactusCon, and it's just really cool to see. So thanks to all three of our partner teams. Thank you so much.
Do it.
I can see
Just hit the button.
All right.
Nope, already too drunk.
I saw the preview coming up. For anyone who wasn't aware, should I let it play? All right. It's an interlude, I guess.
Meow Mix comes in 2 varieties, original and seafood middles. A medley of mackerel, tuna, and crunchy centers bursting with seafood flavor. Meow Mix tastes so good, cats ask for it by name.
All right, so a little background on that video from our digital year, CactusCon 9. Ryan was our lead organizer and was doing, I believe it was closing ceremonies. We were all exhausted, and he just completely lost his train of thought. And he's like, I don't know, meow. And I don't know who, but one of our members of Discord made that amazing video. I'm making a pledge to you. Any CactusCon from here on out that I am up on this podium, you will see that video.
Okay. All right. I saw that preview like, all right, here we go. All right, here we go. So moving on to our gold tier sponsors, each and every one of our partners is very, very important to us, but our sponsors and the partners together are what bring this conference to fruition, right? That's what allows us to be here. So we may have a lot of names on this slide, but we truly, truly appreciate every one of these bad boys. I'm going to go through them real quick here. Avertium, first year having the sponsor through at least my liaisoning and having you here was awesome. The Avertium team, like the first thing on Thursday during setup, I got here early, I thought, and by the time I got here, they already had their tables set up, they had their pop-up, they were like, done, ready to rock. So really cool having you here. Axon, really like having Axon involved. This year, hopefully some of you got to mess around and play around with the VR setup. Anyone get down with that? What do you think? Round of applause, cool? Yeah? All right. Good deal. And then again, Bishop Fox has been with us also since the beginning. I mean, how many years is that? Literally 11 CactusCons having Bishop Fox in our corner. So that's really cool to have. Black Hills Information Security, it was their first year being here. That was really cool. They brought a whole bunch of their game, Backdoors and Breaches. So hopefully folks got some decks and you got to learn how to play that game. You can take that back to work and do some tabletops, and be like, look at all this crazy cool stuff I learned that you just, play the game with. So awesome. We've got Charles Schwab, also been a sponsor of ours for many, many years now. So again, thank you for being in our corner for so long. Cobalt, thank you very much for being here and also for the drinks last night. That was really appreciated on my behalf. Thank you. Flare was also a new one this year along with PlexTrack, and those types of systems and the type of people that come to our conference just really meld very, very well, at least as far as I can tell, and as much as I think, and I was very happy to have them along too, so thank you. We had Kudelski Security. Thank you very much to Kudelski. It's kind of a full circle kind of story. Back in 2019, the Recon InfoSec team, who you'll see them, they're coming up next. They were here doing our CTF before Barrett got involved, actually. And the team that was just killing it in that competition was Kudelski. And it's kind of a funny story. I totally poached the guy who won that for them. I was like, went up to the table and I was like, hi, who are you? And then ended up working with him for 4 years. So seeing Kudelski now as a sponsor is just awesome, just awesome. So they've obviously been a big proponent of CactusCon for a while, and to see their name on the screen, like, yeah, I love it. Recon InfoSec, I have a lot of love for Eric and his team if they're around. Thank you, we love you. Thank you. And then SANS Summits. So I actually work for SANS. I'm a SANS author and instructor, so on behalf of SANS, thank you, CactusCon. No, but the SANS Summits, look out for the Ransomware Summit. I actually run that summit, so it's coming up again this year. And yeah, again, just thank you so much to all of our sponsors. Speaking of which, we also have...
Lunch and happy hour?
Yes, we also had lunch by Tailscale and happy hour by Presidio. It was our first foray into having sponsors come in and basically provide nourishment, if you want to call booze nourishment, sure, right? To our team, to our attendees, and we really appreciate that. It worked out pretty well. So thank you, and hopefully, folks here, do you get some food? Do you get some booze? Yeah. Water? Or you're like, not in camera. No, I didn't have booze. At 10 a.m.? No. All right. Okay, also, we have a number of community sponsors. I won't read all the individual names, but again, thank you to all the community sponsors. It's really crazy seeing on Eventbrite, all of a sudden, that's our ticketing system that we use, just all of a sudden seeing these donations, just people being like, hey, here you go, just appreciate the cause, So thank you to everyone whose name's on this screen. Thank you. All right, I'm going to pop back on this little guy here. So speaking of some of our sponsors, we also have two of our in-kind sponsors. First off, we had the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and we were very excited to have them. So hopefully you were able to check them out, maybe sign up, get a little membership, check out all the cool swag they had in their table. And we also had, of course, Should have left the slide. I see all the phones up now. Everyone's getting a picture of the discount code. So we had No Starch Press, and we have a 30% discount code for everyone who wants to go to No Starch Press and grab one of their awesome textbooks. I'm a digital forensics guy, and they have all kinds of awesome stuff there, malware analysis, all the way down through management and programming, like you name it. So go grab something there. We also have the Phoenix ISC Squared chapter was out here helping out. Where are you? I want to see you. Oh, well, okay.
Southern Arizona.
Southern Arizona, yeah, it's Southern Arizona chapter. And they were helping out in your village and the career village. And so, how'd it go? Good? Okay, cool. Right now, at least just say, like, yeah. They were all, no. Yeah, so thank you to Troy and his crew for helping out. Really awesome. So, everyone, we're going to put this in the Discord server so that everyone can get this little guy, but you probably see the discount code. So, we have some other giveaways. In fact, we have some $20 coupon codes for No Starch Press. So, I think what we're going to do here is we have 10 of them. We're going to throw 5 of them in the Discord server. Did we set up a moderator to do it right now?
That's going to happen immediately after.
There we go.
So those watching remotely, stick around, check out the giveaways channel, and we'll have the giveaway open for entry for about 20 minutes. And then we'll select winners for the online ones.
Awesome. All right, cool. Do we have the tickets? Are those are the red team? Oh, here we go. Those are the walk-in tickets? Tell you what, we're going to do all 10 of them that way.
Yeah,
the no search ones? All right, so correction on...
Do 5 online?
You want to do 5 now?
Online?
I was just do all 10 of this online.
All 10
This is
online?
all for in people. Yeah, this is all the in-person stuff.
Okay.
Let's just... Correction on that. We're going to do 10 for the online folks. 10 of those $20 gift certificates for No Starch Press. For the folks that are here in person, we have some other fun stuff to give away. So I think I'll start... You cheating? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Some of them slid under the flap. I'm actually trying to be fair, so here we go.
We should start with this guy, right?
Yeah, so this is the red team badge.
Okay, awesome. And here's the badge.
I
Okay.
can volunteer to draw tickets if you want.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't
Ziva,
want to...
where you at? Where's my daughter? Bring her up.
Round of applause.
If you bought merch, you met my daughter Ziva.
All right, so the Red Team Village folks provided us some really cool swag to give out, and so this is a separate drawing that we're going to do. We've got a cool badge and some of their challenge coins. They have a little Nintendo controller. Oh, I love it.
And again, these were the tickets that we sold as we were walking around. These are not the tickets you got just outside the door right now.
Correct. So those of you wondering, this is a separate drawing, okay? So the winner of this bad boy is ticket number 530-8537. Is that a person here? One more time. Well, the ticket ending in 8537 for the Red Team Village.
Are we letting
raffle?
Do they have to be present to win for that one? Did we tell them that
Yeah.
when we sold them?
Yes, they were told that, yes. Going once, going twice, and gone. Do over.
I gotta stand up. This isn't working.
Yeah.
All right. Now our winner is ticket number 530-8608. Do we have a winner in the house?
Yeah.
Hey! Is that the same ticket type?
8608.
Is that it?
That's it. Cool. Come on over here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'll just wait here.
What about the badge? We're not doing the badge?
Okay, let's do another. We have
I thought I
2
were doing
more
them all at
red
the same
team
time.
things.
All right, 2 more Red Team things. This is going to be for another one of the challenge coins. This is ticket number 530-8488.
You got a hand up.
There we go.
Come on up. Yeah.
Yeah. Watch out. The man behind you right there. Is another one? All right, in the last Red Team Village giveaway, we've got ticket number 530-8488. No.
Did you just grab the wrong pile?
Oh, did she give you the one to confirm? All right.
I was just kidding. All right, here we go. The last one. Ticket number 530-8565. 8565. Oop, no love? All right, 2 over. All right, ticket number 856. I'm kidding. All right, ticket number 530-8658. 86.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Thing's getting hot, right? There's a fan there. You'd think it wouldn't be hot.
It's also not breathing.
Awesome. All right, so we got the.
So that's done for Red Team, and now we have Amazon and Circle City Con signs. Amazon.
You want to do the Amazon one first?
Yep, we do. Decisions, go. All right, next up, we have a really cool, awesome, can we call it an LED sign? There's LEDs on the sign. A custom-made sign by our partner Amazon, which is right, wait for it. You would have seen it at the merch table. We need a model. Drew, you want to model it? Oh, I was trying to get you to be a model. That was so close. All right, so check this bad boy out. Ooh. So we have a string of lights all throughout the back. It's USB powered and the hanging hardware. Watch out. All right, so this is going to be pulled from the raffle tickets that you got when you came into this room, perhaps a second time. All right, oh, nope. My hands stay over here. All right. So here we go for the cool Amazon sign. We have ticket number 530-8911. I'm so glad you won that. I want to verify yours. Let me see that. Yeah, my man. He said, oh, never mind. I won't repeat that.
We're doing a picture. I have a USB battery pack, but it's keeping the costume together.
All right. Yeah. Or Circle City.
Circle City, yeah.
It's tickets. So we're gonna have 2 separate tickets to Circle City.
For each or total? And we're giving out 2 at the same time?
Each ticket for Circle City Con. 100?
What?
How much is each ticket to Circle City Con?
Day of, it's 175.
Okay.
Oh!
So,
say it again for the
one
microphone.
ticket for Circle City.
We're doing 2 separate then, right? All right, we're going to be giving it. Thank you for that, by the way. That's pretty awesome. All right. And the fez. I like it.
We got some free student tickets up there anyway, so if you want, there's like 18 free tickets on our website right now, so you can probably get it if you're a student.
I'll repeat that. So we're going to be giving away some Circle City Con tickets. It's a paid conference. Right now, the tickets are discounted to $100. Or if you have the lucky number, then they're free. So we're going to be giving away 2 of those bad boys. And you just said you had some tickets for students. Around how many if they run and go grab some?
There should be around 18. There's a code on registration.circlecitycon.
Say it into the microphone. No one can hear you.
Ah, there we go.
Circle CityCon, we're a nonprofit, but we appreciate our attendees paying a fee to help us out. But anyway, students for free because loads of people donate $50 to get student tickets for free, so it's awesome. We have like 18 right now. Sponsored student is the code, but you can see that in the ticket description on our website at registration.circlecitycon.org.
Cool.
But this drawing is going to be a drawing for 1 free ticket to Circle CityCon and another one for a free ticket to Circle CityCon. So there you go.
Awesome.
So lots of ways to attend.
Thank you. We truly appreciate that. The microphone. Yeah, it was a close one. That was a close one. We almost had a cactus down on that one. All right, so for a ticket to Circle City Con, we have ticket number 5308836. I heard a faint, oh, right here.
Yeah.
Boom. We're standing room only, so that was actually out the door. I was like, what? Oh, right here.
If everybody's outside, you can, by the door, kind of move towards, so if everybody outside wants to come in, they can. If we can kind of shift over.
Oh, yeah, just do a little shifty shift.
Plenty of space on this side of the room. If you can see where I'm pointing, I know it's hard. 'Cause I'm a cactus. You good?
Thanks for helping. You got 2 more. All right, the next ticket to Circle City Con is going to, thank you, ticket number 5308849. 8849. Uh-oh. I was going to say, you have to be here. I mean, unless someone, imagine if they just went to the restroom and, oh.
Going once.
Going one more time. Ticket number 8849.
There it is.
Well, it's going to be sad if they come back in, so no one, just don't tell them. Just don't tell them if they missed it. That's it. Let's do it. We're going to do it again. All right. How about ticket number 5308735?
Yeah.
Yo! Were you sitting right behind our sign winner? Is that? Wait a minute. Are you buddies? Did you rig? Did you rig? Okay, great. They're taking care of that. So the last giveaway is the SANS Institute. If you're not familiar, go to sans.org and go check out the various courses there. In addition to being a gold sponsor for us, they're also giving away a course. The value of the course that you will be receiving is basically dependent on the course you select. So there are 4, 5, 6-day courses. You can take one of the SANS SEC courses, a management level course, or digital forensics and incident response courses, which I've heard are kind of awesome. And so this is an on-demand course. So the heads up is an on-demand course. You can choose which course you would like if you win. All right, let's do it.
This is a big deal.
This is a big one. The value is anywhere from $6,500 to $8,500. All right, ticket number 5308755.
Yeah.
Hey.
High five. Thank you.
I'll take it. I've heard that Forensics 528, Ransomware for Incident Responders, is like the best course they have. I'm just saying.
For those who don't know, he wrote that course. That's why he's saying that.
All right, cool. Yeah, you grab that? All right. In that case, good sir.
Did it?
That's all me.
All right.
Thank you.
What? Well, now's the time to do it. Right at almost at the end.
Okay. Thank you. If only I had 6 more inches. It's okay. Okay. I'm not going to close for Alex, but one last announcement. We're going to head over to 12 West, is that what it's called? In downtown Mesa for some drinks and food. You're all welcome to join. We're just going to go hang out and kind of decompress and enjoy the fun of post-CactusCon. So feel free to join us. And back to the cactus.
I did not knock that over, I promise. One last round of applause for Christine. I know we didn't, she mentioned everybody else, but we didn't get a chance to mention her, so. like she said, Christine stepped in last minute, not last minute, but Christine stepped in this year to run the con, and it's an amazing con, and we had a great year, and that is almost exclusively thanks to Christine's leadership. So one more time. This mic keeps falling over. You're here. And with that, I think if we can probably do about like a 2-minute Q&A. If anyone has any questions about CactusCon, about what you saw this year, we can throw that box around. If not, we can kind of close out early. But if there's questions, raise your hand. Can someone throw that box that way? Please talk into the box if you have a question. Oh, everybody's leaving before I got to say goodbye. Really? Wow.
Testing. Are we going to be back at Mesa Convention next year?
That's a good question. I was going to say that during my last slide. We do not know yet.
Right.
We do not have the dates for CactusCon 12 set yet, but we will let you know. Keep an eye on our Twitter, our Discord, our Mastodon, our website, literally everywhere, and we will let you know. What else we got?
Yo, are we going to add more villages?
We will wait and see, won't we?
Or I can create one.
Like what?
Oh, I also forgot to announce to introduce our lead organizer for next year's CactusCon. Christine stepped up to do it this year, but we're handing it over to an amazing person who has some really great plans, and I'm super excited to announce that I will be the lead organizer next year. So, I'm Alex, Red Wedge, X on Discord. So, were there any more questions? Don't throw it to him. Okay. No, I'm serious. That's my brother-in-law. You don't want to throw it to him. All right, we send it back. All right, I guess that's about it. So thank you, CactusCon. We will see you at CactusCon 12. Those of you on Discord, stick around. We'll open up those giveaway for those vouchers here momentarily.
Also, I found some money if you're missing money. No, I'm kidding. It's a credit card if you're missing a credit card. And I have the key to your hotel.
We have a car key lost and found as well. Anyone lose a car key? Is it really? What brand car is it? There you go. Okay. Hey, everybody jump into our community Discord at CactusCon.com/Discord. That Discord will be up year-round. Feel free to hang out, chill with us. Or just leave while I'm talking. That's cool, too. Bye.